What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Up the inside, that's the bid to try and get past Lhuillier, and Lhuillier's gone off the road in his bid to hold on to it. The race is going to get underway without him. Oh, and there's contact at the start. Two karts come together there. There's not going to be enough time. Is there? He goes for it in the final turn. Bondarev gets it from Wirtz, and Walter, what a finish. Bondarev looks very hungry. He's going to get a good run off of turn one, up the inside and into the lead, and Wirtz is up in a second. Great racing.
Oh. And there he goes through. Franco.
Oh, contact! And three karts gone together there.
Antonelli coming back, the fastest, and he goes through. Beautifully made. Antonelli overtakes Jaime Alguersuari for third position.
Giuseppe Palomba, who crucially remains unbeaten heading into the evening session. And it is going to be a fantastic day here on Sunday. It's Championship Day, the race weekend that everyone's been building up to in the FIA Karting paddock for gearbox racers. KZ and KZ2 European champions will be crowned today here at Adrian Karting Raceway in Venetia in Italy. And my goodness me, is it going to be a sizzler in every sense of the word. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. The drivers are definitely going to be giving us plenty of entertainment here today.
Buongiorno a tutti, good morning everybody, bonjour a tutti et tous, welcome in Italy. And Jake, what a great day of racing this is going to be indeed on the Adria Karting Raceway. Already 28 degrees Celsius in the air above our heads. This has been a very hot weekend, and this is going to be so until the end of the competition. Conditions, of course, that the drivers have been used to for most of the season so far. Our third visit with the FIA Karting Championship in this beautiful region on the Adria Raceway. First time in 2016, then 2020 last season, and the third this time around. The conclusion of the European Championship, and nothing is written yet in both the KZ and the KZ2 class. The battle will be glorious until the end. We have a couple of qualifying races upon our hands this morning, 6 in total for all three classes, including the FIA Karting Academy Trophy with its second meeting. The third one of the Academy Trophy will be taking place in just a few weeks' time in Kristianstad for the World Championship. But before that, we have 2 titles to award, and the big question remains who will be there for the taking. 6 qualifying races this morning for the grids to be said. Only 36 tickets available in the KZ2 class, all 24 in KZ. The finals will be this afternoon. So stay with us. Thank you very much once again for tuning in. This is going to be a great day of racing in Italy.
Certainly is. There are 80 drivers who are bidding for those 36 places. And so far, the only man to have gone through the weekend completely unbeaten is Giuseppe Palomba. He is the man who has won all 4 races over the course of the weekend. However, the man who also won all 4 races on the road yesterday, Danilo Albanese, was later given a 5-second penalty, as were 9 of his opponents, for jumping the start in one of the heats yesterday. So he was given a 5-second penalty, Danilo Albanese. That dropped him to only 4th place, actually, on the final result, which actually ties him with Giacomo Pellini for points scored so far this weekend. So the title protagonist, Giacomo Pellini, is looking likely to be 3rd on the starting grid as things currently stand, alongside his main title rival, Senna van Waalstein, who is looking likely to start 4th position. But that front row is still likely to be all Italian with Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese. And later on today, they'll get to meet each other on track for the first time. But for now, Giacomo Polini will start from pole position, and this is his best possible chance of claiming a front row start.
Absolutely. And concluding yesterday's qualifying races, we thought with pretty much on equal points, with the same amount of victories, we thought there was going to be an even tighter battle as it is. But resulting of the penalty, the mission is right now on Danilo Albanese to win his 5th and last qualifying races. He has no other choice if he wants to make sure to start on that front row, and at the same time praying maybe for a bad result for Giuseppe Palomba. We'll get back to that in just a few moments. First of all, the first of 6 races this morning, opposing Group E and F, as the drivers make their way onto the track for the first time in racing mode.
Giacomo Polini and Jamie Day on the front row from KZ2 Nellis and Lawrence Van Hopen, Jorge Pescador and David Levinsky, Jakub Kadicak and Natalia Balbo from Francesco Iacovacci and Alessio Piccini, Chris Harnan, Giorgio Carrara, Gabriel Bizzero and Jacob Bergmeister.
Followed by Janis Civico, James Wharton, Rasmus Janssen, Robert Kindervater, Francesco Leone, Jan Bednar, Jakub Josic, Jasper Sjöberg, Karl Lukawensky, Joseph Knopp, Mihail Melkian and Damian Valar. 26 of them. We have everybody in. 1 lap to get the tires up to temperatures. On back to the grid. This is a standing start as a reminder for the KZ2 as well as the KZ rolling start for the Academy later on. We're going to have 12 laps to go through, and this will be the last heat for those 2 groups, at least E against F. Giacomo Polini starting up front and is sitting currently in 3rd position in the provisional standings, as they are. Jamie Day with a 4th place and a win as best personal results will be willing to improve on his last performance of yesterday, only a 15th place to conclude Saturday. So certainly plenty of room for improvement, as he had a bit of an engine problem at the start that prevented him from getting the results he wanted. But Polini will be certainly the favorite in this race. Watch out as well for Lawrence Van Hopen, is one of the title contenders, let's not forget.
It's one of the most exciting and glorious sights of any FIA karting weekend, the gearbox standing start, when these incredible racers, 26 of them in qualifying heat E versus F, will blast to the first corner. 0 to 60 in these karts takes about the same as your average supercar, and these guys are not strapped in, they are a couple of millimeters off the ground. The intensity is extreme. Drivers call this Formula One without the budget. And this is an absolutely phenomenal discipline of motor racing. To be good at this, you've got to be superhuman. Green flag flies at the back of the grid. The lights will come on. When they go out, we'll be racing once again here in Adria. And it's a great start from the front of the field for Polini. He's absolutely launched forward. There was a jump start in the middle of the pack there, I saw, and that looks like one of the Tony Kart drivers. Couldn't quite make out who it was, but certainly a big launch forward earlier than they should have done. But the race is a good one for Polini so far. 6 Nellis has blasted forward into 2nd place in front of the Leclerc by Lennox twins, Jamie Day and Lawrence Van Hopen. Excellent racing at the moment from the first 2, as 6 Nellis senses he could take a victory here.
And Jorge Pescador wasn't quite able to make his way through yet. He's in 5th place, the Spanish driver. Good start indeed for Giacomo Polini, your pole sitter. One of his teammates, so to speak, is from NGM Motorsport, but driving the same chassis from CRG. Here we go for the first 12 laps of the day. Polini, one of the contenders for the title, 2nd to Senna van Waalstein coming to Adria, but he has his destiny in his hands. He needs to win this one once again. That could be a 3rd victory, but still a long way to go. KZ2 is just behind. The 2 teammates of Jamie Day, Lawrence Van Hopen. Let's watch out what's going to happen, because Lawrence Van Hopen is in contention for the title as well. Jamie Day has nothing to lose in this weekend as well, but is he going to go for the team player or not? At the moment, still ahead. Jamie Day, Van Hopen, watch out because the pressure is rising with Pescador. David Lewinsky as well further back in 6th position. For the rest of the top, we have Chris Hannan, Piccini, Iacovacci and Natalia Balbo dropping 2 places down to 10.
KZ2 Nellis, the man who won the 2019 FIA Karting Academy Trophy, is now hustling Giacomo Polini, the man who lies 2nd in the European Championship standings coming into this weekend and wants to take on and eclipse Senna van Waalstein's total. So 6 Nellis definitely wanting to hunt down the Italian as they come down the main straight once again. Day, Van Hopen, Pescador and Lewinsky in tow as they all charge down through turn 1. Piccini is nearly 2 seconds back from them. Goodness me, Piccini and Iacovacci leading the charge ahead of Harnan and Balbo, but they have lost a massive amount of ground to the top 6. So it looks like it's only going to be these half-dozen drivers that will battle for the victory. Skating under braking into the hairpin, just trying to get a good exit off the turn. Still a very tight one as Chris Harnan is under investigation, so it might well have been him, unfortunately, that jumped the start there. So we will have to take stock of that situation and have a look. There's already been a fair few jump starters over the course of the weekend, unfortunately, in KZ2, who have already been penalised over the course of yesterday. So if that is the case for Chris Harnan, it is unfortunate, but he may well take a 5-second penalty post-race. Polini, Sixnelis, Day, Van Hopen, Lewinsky and Pescador pushing hard as they come through once again, and Sixnelis is just dialing up a move here. It's inevitable that he is going to get his opportunity, and that is Lewinsky, I think, past Pescador now. So he has managed to get past the Spaniard, but now the Leclerc by Lennox team may well want to start thinking about Van Hopen's chances of gaining big points, because he's third in the point standings and the man leading the race is in second. Can they get Van Hopen further forward?
Alessio Piccini the fastest in 47.1. We have a good groups of 6 drivers in the same picture, but at the moment, by the look of it, Jamie Day seems to be a little bit faster than his teammate Laurens Van Hopen in 3rd and 4th respectively. Kerry Sixnelis is doing a good job keeping the pressure up on Polini, 0.2 of a second down for the young Lithuanian, and he's keeping everybody at bay just behind. But watch out for David Lewinsky indeed. He just went ahead of George Pescador and he's going to try to make contact as much as he can. Pescador in the background is losing a bit of momentum on the top 5 as it stands. Still 0.2, but increasing slightly the gap between Sixnelis and Polini as we are in lap number 5 out of 12. Watch out, because it seems that Van Hopen is a little bit faster in sector number 2 and 3. Look how close it comes back to Jamie Day at the moment, and he's losing, to me, by the look of it, a bit of momentum in the fast start-finish straight. But still very early, and I think that they're going to have to play it smart on that one, because at the moment Lewinsky is faster than Laurens Van Hopen, and it is getting ahead, or at least getting close, not quite yet ahead on Van Hopen. So time might be running out for Laurens Van Hopen if he wants to get close to the leaders.
If I'm told correctly on my timing screen, the 4:21, Francesco Iacovacci is also under investigation. We're not entirely sure whether that's for the start or for something else, but he's the man currently sat behind Alessio Piccini. Harnan in 9th place, Balbo is 10th. Then it's Kinderwarter doing a great job to work his way forward into 11th place. Janssen is up to 12th, Bednar is up to 13th, and Sjöberg is up to 14th. Let's not forget that a lot of drivers will take this final heat as an opportunity to bang on their fresh tyres, because they've only got 3 fronts and 3 rears that they can use from the beginning of qualifying all the way to the end of this final heat of the morning. So they've got to think tactically as to when they put those fresh tyres on, and they're only going to be able to choose one side of the kart. So naturally, the drivers are obviously going to choose the other side of the kart, as it were, to the way they're going. This is a clockwise circuit, so they're going to put the kart's tyres, the fresh tyres, on the left side, because that's where most of the energy is spent in the tyres. So those fresh tyres will obviously pretty much on the whole be on the left side of the kart, so they can get a better balance through the faster sweepers.
And now we might see a change in this race with Giacomo Polini setting the fastest lap in 48.7. It was just before Alessio Piccini, who was trying to catch up with the rest of the field ahead. Polini, confirmation of the fastest lap. This is your leader, and he's increasing his gap close to a second, now down to 4th. Kerry Sixnelis is responding actually to Polini with the fastest first sector onto the track. And watch out for the back, because we have the battle as well. This is right in the mix. Yes, Van Hopen under the pressure of David Lewinsky, the driver under the Birelat colors, of course, driving for Renda Motorsport, is trying to get close to Van Hopen. He sees the opportunity to get ahead of the young Dutchman, who's been doing a great job so far with a 3rd and a 5th as best results, but he needs more, of course. Van Hopen, he sees that Giacomo Polini, who's just ahead of him in the championship, is pulling away more than half of a second on Sixnelis at the moment, and Van Hopen has been unable to stay close enough to his teammate Jamie Day to make an attack. But the checkered flag is getting near, less than 5 laps remaining now. As you can see, the leading drivers, the top 6, is stretching just a little bit, instead of David Lewinsky is getting himself close to Van Hopen. Piccini is responding with faster stops.
He is indeed, yeah. Piccini has decided to come in there and go for a 48.744, so we're now well into the 48s, which is great news for Piccini, but it's not so great for Pescador, because Pescador is now slowly losing traction to Lewinsky and is getting into the clutches of Piccini. This is a tricky situation for Laurens Van Hopen. He is, of course, of the top 3 drivers in the European Championship so far. Van Hopen is the underdog here. He's the least experienced of the top 3 fighters in the title fight, because this is still only his first season in gearbox racing. So this is not a bad effort at all from Laurens Van Hopen in 2021. but he is still under massive pressure. Giacomo Polini is the seasoned campaigner up in front. He's the man with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience, but still, he is the one charging after Senna van Waalstein's points tally. Polini, though, looking like a serious threat to that position. We've had an off right in front of our position. That's the 317 that's gone around. Now, that is not good news for one of the Birolats. That's Jesper Sjolberg. So Jesper Sjolberg has gone off in front of our commentary position and on the back straight. So that is an unfortunate moment for him as he approached turn 4. And that's very much game over for him, I'm afraid. So the Swedish driver, he's actually going to struggle to qualify as well.
That's too bad, because he was on the charge with 8 places gained up to 14 after a very, very difficult qualifying on Friday. So a very good race, unfortunately ended too soon for Jesper Sjolberg. Back in the lead as KZ2 Nilis is losing momentum, 7 tenths down to Giacomo Polini. And look at Jamie Day, he's found his pace back. No more engine problems for the young driver from Dubai, and is getting close to KZ2 Nilis. There's going to be a great battle coming up for second place, and there's not a lot of time remaining into this race for Jamie Day to launch an attack, and God knows how difficult that is to pull an overtaking on this particular track of Adria. We've seen that happening just a few moments in the races yesterday in a couple of spots in here, but there's not a lot of them. At least on paper there might be at least 4 or 5 places where those drivers can find the gap, but that's a theory, and on track that's an entirely different business. And look at David Lewinsky as well in the meantime. This is the battle for 5th place with Jorge Pescador getting close to him as well. No, my apologies, this is Alessio Piccini further back, who actually pulled off a lot of fast lap in this race, and it's paying off. Look at how fast and close Piccini is coming back on Pescador.
Well, Piccini does need to make a push here on Pescador to get himself up into the top 6. Isn't it amazing to think that in the top 5 we've got 3 drivers who last year were in the OK category and have made the switch. Piccini makes a big dive on the inside of Pescador. That's going to be very fraught with danger. He holds it round the outside and finishes the move.
Wow.
I tell you what, Alessio Piccini, absolutely ruthless as he came in there alongside. He hadn't really got the move done on Pescador initially, had to drag the cart round the outside and basically hope that Pescador would bail out, and he kind of forced the issue there around the outside. So a ruthless tactic. Oh, and that is unfortunate there, the 385, that's Jakub Wojcik, and that really is the end of his weekend. What a shame. He's trying to start the kart again to finish the race. He has managed to do so. So Jakub Wojcik is going to finish up. But Giacomo Polini, this was an important race win for him to get. He needed to assert himself when he knows that there's still going to be a big fight between Palomba and Albanese to come. And if they start battling in their heat later, Polini is in prime position to potentially take pole position, not only on home soil, but on the European Championship finale. He could win this title out of the final turn. Giacomo Polini is going to clinch the final heat of his weekend, and he will be minimum 3rd on the starting grid for the final. He could still be pole, dependent on what happens between Albanese and Palomba in their heat later on. And that is a final lap disaster for Natalia Balbo. Oh, she's had such a good weekend in terms of raw speed, but she finishes up on the last lap. That could drop her out of the final.
That's a disaster for Natalia Balbo. She had started on such a right foot with a 7 and an 8, and then after a 15 and a 19th place, unfortunately, it's going to be DNF all over again for Natalia Balbo. And indeed, not a good news at all for the Italian driver. What a shame indeed. But Giacomo Polini, in the meantime, pulled out the perfect race to potentially secure at least minimum, as you said, second row start, or maybe the first, depending on what's going to happen in the remaining qualifying races. So Polini, winner of this race, 1.1 second in front of KZ2 Nilis. Another good job from 6 Nilis. This is his best result of the weekend so far after 2 4th and a 3rd. So a strong progress for the young Lithuanian. 3rd place for Jamie Day in front of Lawrence Van Open. David Lewinsky is 5th from Alessio Piccini, Jorge Pescador, Francesco Iacovacci, Chris Hannon, Robert Kinderwater, Rasmus Janssen. Good recoveries as well for those two. 8th and 6th places gained from Jakub Kadicak in 12th, from Jan Bednar, Gabriel Bizzozero, Ceni Civico in 15th, followed by James Wharton.
Giorgio Carrara 17th, the Argentine, from Karl Lukaszewski, and then Jacob Bergmeister in 19th place in front of Francesco Leone, Joseph Knopp, Damian Valla, and Jacob Wojcik, who ended up dead last in the end. but retirement for Natalia Balbo, that is critical at this stage. She was hoping to hang on to the final in the slenderest of chances, but that retirement really has potentially ended her chances. Jesper Sjöberg, likewise, for the KSW satellite team from Austria in the Birolart Brigade. Looks like he could be out of it. Mihai Menchean, by the way, the Romanian, was unable to take the start of this race, and therefore that has pretty much ended his weekend as well. Remember that only 36 drivers get through to the final of the 80 that are competing this weekend. It was originally 81 until Jean Liet had to pull out on Friday evening with rib problems. So we're getting ourselves ready for qualifying heat C versus D. Before that, let's talk to a welcome returnee to the FIA Karting paddock and the man who has definitely decided to call karting his home for the next few seasons, judged on how things are going. Jaime Alguersuari, the former Formula One driver. We will talk to him, and we spoke to him, of course, on Thursday. We will talk to Jaime Alguersuari a little later on in the program. My apologies. We're going to speak to Pedro Hiltbrand first, a man who knows how to win a European Championship in both KZ2 and KZ, because he has done it on both occasions. We spoke to him about the challenges of Adria and how he's looking ahead of this current weekend.
To be honest, I really like Adria in the way that normally from KZ to OK, the lines are really different. We always speak in KZ about the view. But in Adria, for me, it's half and half. There is some corners that you need to drive like really on the way from KZ, but there are some others where you can use a lot of speed, carry a lot of speed to be in a KZ. So I really like about this. Really like also about the last part of the track, like the chicane, the entry of the straight. Really like Adria, and hopefully it's a good weekend for me in the way on the setup. For me, every time I do my own way for the setup, which today I start and just try to fix everything for myself, to thinking on one side on quali for make one lap fast, and then on the heats and on the final, on the piece of the race. But it's not different, this track from another on the setup. For me, it's really important to make a good quali, start in front, first two, maximum third row. Because in KZ we know it's really difficult to overtake, especially here. We have some corners to overtake, but while we close a bit, we see in another races in the past, it's really difficult to overtake once the driver in front close. So for me, it's really important to make a good quali. I would like to have at least 3, and you can discount maybe 1. But like this is really tough, because once you have a problem or whatever, crash or not good enough in the first race, you came here or wherever you go in the second round, and you have to win 100%. And if you don't have a good first race, you are off. So for me, I hope in the future, I think many of the drivers and of the teams think about that. For me, it's better at least make 3. Maybe not 4 or 5, like okay, for sure, but minimum 3, like in the past.
There's not many people that know much more about this sport than Pedro Hiltbrand, 25 years of age, the Spanish charge, as successful in his 2016 karting season as Max Verstappen was in his legendary year in 2013, taking away 3 of the principal karting titles in that 2016 season, the OK World and European Championship in the same season, as well as the KZ2 International Super Cup. So he knows everything there is to know about racing at this level, and it's not going to be long the way things are currently looking until he lifts a major KZ title. He's not far away from it. He's lifted the KZ2 International Super Cup. He's won everything there is to win in OK. It's not going to be long before he's knocking on the door of that.
Absolutely, a great career so far for Pedro Hiltbrand, and we won't be able to see, we're not ready to see the end of it yet for many years to come. Pedro Hiltbrand keep on, of course, participating as many seasons as he can and doing a great job in the KZ class with 6th and 10th place so far this weekend in Adria. Always good to hear from Pedro, who's been around, of course, for quite a while, a lot of seasons and some strong titles over the past few years as well. Back in 2016, as you said, his best campaign to date in the karting world. As we're getting ready for the next qualifying race, opposing C against D, and another driver, of course, willing to shine at the highest level. level and showing incredible progress since the start of the season is Samuel Luyet, of course, a young Swiss driver, the brother of Jean, who unfortunately had to pull out of this race, but is looking from the sideline. Of course, he must be proud of his younger brother, as Sam Luyet is doing an incredible job so far with a second and a third, as well as a 6 and a 4, is very much in the mix to have a part in this play.
Yeah, this is without a doubt the best weekend I've ever seen from Sam Luyet. He really has turned a corner over the last couple of weeks to be able to get things right with the Tony Kart factory team. He's gelled in with the squad really well. It's clear that Signor Rabazzi and him are clicking quite nicely because he's absolutely on point. He hasn't really put a wheel wrong all weekend when you consider that he is still working and making, an impression. He's still one of the new contenders, essentially. It wasn't that long ago till he was running in a satellite team from, his home country, and now he's stepped up to the Tony Kart factory team. He's a big prospect for the future, Sam Luyet. If he continues up in terms of the progress with his brother, those two could end up in a similar way to the Pex brothers are in KZ. They could go that way and very much become, the new superstars from Switzerland in international karting. Senna van Waalstein, though, alongside Sam Luyet on the front row of the starting grid, he leads the European Championship coming into this one, and he wants to finish it up. Leonardo Marcellia and Juho Valtonen on the second row, Artur Carbonell and Adrian Janicki, then Martin van Leuven and Daniel Vazil, Nikita Artemanov and Thomas Imborg, Andrea Dale and David Trevelov from Kasper Nadolski and Alessio Baldi.
Then we have Tim Trager is going to be on his own on the 8th row on the grid. Jean Luyet is not on track. Kaspar Kalasma and Fabrizio Rosati will be following on row number 9. Row number 10, Valentino Fritsch and Andre Walter, followed by Tana Pongan Sutumno, Victor Oberg, Rodrigo Ferreira, Matthias Torrigiani, Paul Ribberer, Lucas Rebock and Anna Leng. A total of 26 drivers onto the track, 12 laps in. This is the last qualifying race for those two groups, C against D. We're going to have one more in the class just after, before switching your attention to the KZ and then back to the Academy to close the program on the morning. Then we're going to have a break and the final for this afternoon. But Sam Luyet will be certainly one to watch. Senna van Waalstein has, of course, all to lose pretty much because he's the provisional leader of the championship coming to Adria. He has a win in the bag, but it has been quite a hard path for him. 2 second place and a third. Hasn't been quite able to find the pace that he needed yesterday into the qualifying races. Closed his program with a win. Will it be enough? He needs another one just to secure the best possible starting position for tomorrow, as Senna van Waalstein currently is in 4th place in the standings as we speak. So let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be starting from the outside of the front row. That could give him an advantage around the outside of turn number 1. But let's watch out for Sam Luyet. Marsiglia and Valtonen have nothing to lose either.
Yeah, the best Senna van Waalstein really can hope for here is 3rd position on the starting grid for the final. But he's currently looking at 4th. He's definitely not going to get pole because Pellini has definitely managed to accrue fewer points than him, 4 points compared to 7 for Senna van Waalstein at the moment. So van Waalstein's really got to push to beat Sam Luyet in this one. It will be a difficult task as the drivers are getting themselves ready. It's all on van Waalstein. He has to get this one right with Juho Valtonen right in behind him. Watch out for Leonardo Marcellia, 3rd on the starting grid as well. He's definitely going to be a factor as we get ourselves underway. The green flag flies at the back of the field. Are we going to get the launch forward from Sam Luyet? It's all going to be on him as the start. Ready and away, a perfect start from van Waalstein. He launches forward and cracks into the lead, no problem at all. Already Valtonen is hustling Sam Luyet to try and get through into 2nd position around the outside at turn 2. He's going to struggle as Marcellia boxes him in. So Luyet into 2nd. He has a look at van Waalstein on the 1st lap. My goodness, Sam Luyet saw a gap and went for it. That was licking the stamp and sending it if ever I've seen it. He couldn't quite finish off the move, and now Marcellia is going to have a chance to come through. Sam Luyet tried to pull off that move from a million miles away, and he just couldn't quite nail it.
Yeah, what a start that was from van Waalstein. He was really pulling away already in the 1st lap, in the 1st corner as well. But Sam Luyet, as you said, saw the gap, couldn't quite make it through. But this is the first attempt of many others to come certainly in the course of this race. Opening lap is about to be completed. Senna van Waalstein, Sam Luyet. Further back is Marcellia, who just got overtaken by Artur Carbonell. Great start as well. You can feel that the CPB Sport driver are really on it for today. Van Waalstein and Carbonell 1 and 3rd. Marcellia is 4th. Valtonen dropped dropping to 5th in front of Van Leeuwen, Trefilov, Atamanov, Janicki and Andrea Daly. That's your top 10 at the moment, but Sam Lier is keeping himself within close range, 0.3 of a second from Senna van Welsteen. Senna did the best that he could at the start. Now the hardest part is yet to come because he needs to keep himself ahead of the field, resisting the pressure from behind. But Sam Lier as well is going to try everything that he has, and in the same time he's taking advantage of the fact that Arthur Carbonell, despite his good start, now has to go defensive against Marsiglia and Valtanen and might drop a bit of momentum.
I'm not so sure Sam Lier is going to get another crack at Senna van Welsteen. I think he knew that on that first lap, if I don't get past Van Welsteen now, I'm never going to get another chance in this heat. So I think that was a bit of desperation there from Sam Lier, knowing that that was his one shot, his one opportunity, as Eminem would point out. But this is a very tough battle for Sam Lier now to try and close down the gap. Carbonell, third place, working beautifully, having got past Marcellia and Valtanen. And then Van Leeuwen is still there in sixth position, in front of Trevelov and Artemanov. And then you've got Janicki, I think it is, in ninth place, in front of Andrea Daly, Thomas Imborg, and in 12th place, that is Alessio Baldi. One non-starter, by the way. Fabrizio Rosati could not get out there onto the starting grid, so he is out of it as the battle continues. But this is so tight between the 4 or 5 drivers in the mix here. Carbonell, Marcellia, Valtanen, Van Leeuwen, Trefilov, Artemanov, so close. Adrian Janicki's not a million miles away from the pack either, so he's got a chance to move forward. But for Van Welsteen, he's holding on to what is a slender lead at the moment, but he and Sam Lier are trading sector times. Van Welsteen with the fastest lap, but not by much.
Yeah, 3 laps in his race. Sam Lier looking at a front start in the final from the 4th row on the grid. Is 7 in the classification, so he needs to score more in order to maybe be higher. But for that, he needs to chase, keep on chasing, and maybe get past Senna van Welsteen. Always easier said than done, as further back, let's watch out for Martin van Leeuwen as well. Is in 6th place, but really keeping the pressure on the Juho Valtanen in 5th for just 0.2 of a second between those two. As you can see, the 308 is Arthur Carbonell under the pressure as well of Marsiglia, as well as Juho Valtanen in 3rd and in 4th and 5th. Actually, we didn't have the best of start to the weekend with a DNF respectively before being able to recover from that. But a DNF is never a good news in that kind of weekend, of course, because it means so many points dropped and a lot of recovery to do. But Valtanen and Marsiglia has been able to do so. And watch out for the Italian, the 307 from Car Republic is really close, and he might actually take Juho Valtanen with him. There he goes through around the inside. Marsiglia enter number 4. Can he make it stick? Yes, he is. But Carbonell is resisting and keep the position alive. Watch out for Valtanen. He's not quite able to make it through as well. And that's going to actually get together all the drivers behind. Oh, there's a bit of a touch over there. Marsiglia keeps on fighting, but he stays behind.
This could be the baddest, roughest fight we've seen in KZ2 this weekend. There are so many drivers in this queue that need a decent result to finish off the weekend. Carbonell has now stretched away as a result of backing the rest of the drivers into each other. Marcellia's got to try and fend off Valtanen, Trefilov, Van Leeuwen, Artemanov, Janicki, Daly, Imborg, Vazil, Fritsch. There are so many contenders now who need to pull something out of the bag, and they'll have a look and go for it. That was the first real attempt from Trefilov to try and get past Valtanen into turn 3. Hasn't been able to make it stick, but Carbonell was the one who started that. He basically hesitated on the brakes into turn 4, and that was enough for Marcellia to think, hang on, maybe I can get past him. And just the hesitation from both drivers to really pull off the killer move to finish off the move is what essentially ended up with this little tussle that we've got continuing to develop. It's not easy now for Carbonell to stretch away, but it's also very tough for Marcellia. He's got to be on the offensive and the defensive simultaneously, because Valtanen is right there on him. Carbonell is the man who started all this, so he's got a few things to answer for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff it is, as we got past the halfway mark of this race. Senna van Welsteen, 0.7 of a second, pulling away from the rest of this field on your screen. Sam Lier as well on his own planet, 2.9 seconds advantage on Carbonell. Carbonell resisting as much as he could to Marsiglia as well as Juho Valtanen. Taking with them David Trefilov. Good race as well. Good weekend so far for David Trefilov, who managed the fourth finishes in the top 10 yesterday. He can do more, and he's busy doing that, but he needs to get past his rival first of all. But this is going to be a tight battle indeed for third place all the way through the checkered flag. As we have a look further back at what's happening in the field, you can see still a very tight field of drivers into this qualifying race. 7 laps in, lap number 8, and Arthur Carbonell is doing a good job. 3/10 in front of Marsiglia, not quite able to find the right space to get himself into with that very nice coloring crash helmet of his. That's Marsiglia from Car Republic. But Carbonell, look at him trying to stay in the middle of the road, shutting all the doors in turn number 4. Senna Van Walstein, in the meantime, keeps on pulling away with the fastest lap in this race, 48.7, and up to 7/10 advantage on Sam Luye, who needs, at the moment, he knows that maybe he's not able to keep up with the pace of the leader, but he stays in second and pulls away from the rest.
This is still going to be his best result of the weekend. He'll match what he did in the opening heat. So Sam Luye can be very happy with second position if he keeps it where it is. Senna Van Walstein is definitely going to be in the best possible position from his point of view. Carbonell is leading the cavalry. 4th place for Marcellia, 5th for Valtonen. Now Valtonen has stretched away a bit from Trefilov and Artemanov. He's got a really strong chance of something now as they continue to battle forward. We're going to see Valtonen really start to crack the whip out of 3, over the curbs, up towards the braking zone for the hairpin at turn 4. Marcellia is still challenging Carbonell in 3rd position, but he's not quite close enough to launch one on the inside. It's a tricky situation. Andre Walter has picked up a warning flag from the officials. So I'm not sure what he's been up to, but certainly untoward as you like. But this is amazing racing. There's tough battles all the way through this field for 3rd position into the midfield section. And then the final quintet all the way from Kalasma, Torrigiani, Ferreira, Reybok and Lang. They're all very close together. This is the nature of KZ2 racing. You're always in a battle no matter where you are out on track.
Quite interestingly, looking at the standings as we speak, Arthur Carbonell, 308 on your screen in 3rd position, is currently in 13th place in the standing. So as for now, he's qualified no matter what for the final, unless something terrible happened to him, but I doubt it. But interestingly, they're very tight on points with Brandon Nilsson, Torres Zanuto, as well as Jamie Day behind. So everything's possible for Arthur Carbonell. He needs that good results to be able... Oh, watch out! That was close for Marsiglia, but he's not quite able to make it through yet. But Arthur Carbonell is doing a good job at shutting all the doors. But Jo Valtanen, watch him as well, the SP Motorsport driver just behind the Car Republic representant. He might want to go for the opportunity as well. On your screen, Jo Valtanen, who started with the DNF, trying to recover in the meantime. But as I said, Carbonell needs a good results to keep himself alive and maybe start a little higher on the grid in the final.
What is the Italian for? What do I have to do to get past this man? So frustrating for Leonardo Marcellia. He just can't find the move, and now Valtonen's going to get him. Valtonen gets through instead. Marcellia so frustrated as he now drops a place rather than gains one, and this could be the opportunity for Trefilov to gain a place as well. Marcellia so frustrated, couldn't deal with Carbonell. Now Valtonen has pounced, and Marcellia is going to try again. Valtonen covers on the middle of the circuit to make sure he can't go left, he can't go right. You are not able to get past me again. This is a very tough race for conclusion for Leonardo Marcellia now.
Marcellia and Valtanen close on points as well in the standings, 18 and 19 respectively, and that's a good move indeed for Jo Valtanen. He can actually get ahead of his fellow rival at the end of the standings. We'll go later on for calculations, but in the meantime, this is the final lap for Senna Van Walstein on your picture. On his way, as you can see, the beautiful tribute helmet to Ayrton Senna, the legendary Brazilian F1 driver. On his way, Senna Van Walstein to his 2nd victory in the qualifying heat. That might be enough to secure starting position, at least from the 2nd row, maybe even higher. But what a move he has been pulling out.
He's a very proud and enthusiastic young man, is Senna Van Walstein. Loves his racing, cannot believe the sort of form that he and the CPB Sport team have been able to find in 2021. He looks ready to be a European champion. He's just got to take his time and focus, and he's doing just a beautiful job of that right now. Out of the final turn, his 2nd win of the weekend. Senna Van Walstein is set to start alongside his main title protagonist on the 2nd row of the grid as things currently stand in the European Championship Final here at Adria. He is just one race away from becoming the 2021 KZ2 European Champion. It's all on him. He's just got to keep doing what he is doing.
Absolutely nothing to change here, with a great start, pulling away from the rest of the field, controlling his pace, controlling his gap, and see through to the checkered flag. 2nd win in a row, counting yesterday's race for Senna Van Walstein, as he's been in dominant form in Wackersdorf a couple of weeks ago for the opening round, as you might remember. Dominant in all his qualifying races, dominant in the final. So far, he hasn't been able quite yet to equal that performance, even though 2 wins in a row after 3 top 3 finishes needs to be mentioned. So quite a very strong string of results that that put him at least on the second row of the grid. So everything's possible for Senna Van Walsteen, and he needs to be smart in this one and control his last race this afternoon. So victory for Senna Van Walsteen, and a strong race for his outing CPB Motorsport with Arthur Kamler in third, preceded by Sam Luyet. Another strong result for the Swiss driver. Jo Valtanen follows in fourth with Leonardo Maselia in fifth. David Trefilov in sixth, followed by Nikita Atamanov, Martin van Leeuwen, Adrian Janitsky, Andrea Dale, Daniel Vasile, Thomas Imbourg, Valentino Frisch, Alessio Baldi, and Tim Troger in 15.
Victor Obeg and Dana Ponkbangsa Tumnu, then Andre Walter, who we saw get a warning flag earlier in the race. 19th for Paul Ribera, Kasper Nadolski, Kasper Kalasma, Matthias Torrigiani, Rodrigo Ferreira, Lucas Rybok, and Hannah Lang of Great Britain. And then the two drivers who were not able to take up the start, Jean Luyet and Fabrizio Rosati. Sadly, their weekend is now officially over. Right, there is one KZ2 race to come, and this time we can hear from the man who is welcomed back to the karting paddock. Jaime Alguersuari, the former Formula One driver, Formula E star and GT competitor, who has returned to the world of karting for the 2021 season. It has been plagued by misfortune in terms of his fitness, but he told us rather candidly on Thursday about his plans for the future, why he is in karting in specific terms, and how things are going to continue progressing for him in the future.
When you come to Italy and you test proper equipment and you have such a structure, like a professional structure, and you have time to understand what you're testing, especially with all these guys, you know, like these KZ drivers, they're heroes. They've been doing this for ages, and everything is so tight, everything is so competitive. I would love to see how many Formula One drivers would come here and challenge these guys. You know, it's another dimension what these guys do. I have full respect for these guys, for the mechanics, for all the karting industry. It's beautiful, it's amazing. So the energy that you feel when you come to Italy and you have the possibility to test professionally, it's definitely another story. So that's why I think everyone should come to Italy to proper have an experience of professional go-kart. Unfortunately, I cannot race at the moment because I have a rib injury. This really has cancelled every possibility for me to race. What I'm going through at the moment emotionally is like I've never wanted so much racing through all the years I've been racing in my life than today. I don't know if it's because of the age, maturity. I don't know if it's because I don't have any sponsors like other big sponsors I had in the past, especially in Formula One, where it looks like you have to wear in a certain way and talk in a certain way and do certain things that sometimes you lose even your personality. But now I race for me, and when I come in the paddock and I feel the energy of, you know, like old people seeing you and being happy to see you here and giving a warm welcome, it's so cool. And you feel like you're at home. The purpose at the moment can only be to enjoy, to have fun. I think COVID has made us ask a big question, which is, where are we going with our lives? It's so weird. The world is acting in a very weird way, and I think we have to live the present. And at the moment, I'm enjoying so much the present that I don't even know what's the goal of coming back to racing. I don't know what will happen, of course. My goal is to continue making music because this is what I love and it's my job. But I really want to keep on racing go-karts. It's my other love, but I don't know what will be the plans for next year, or if maybe a racing car team offers me a test to do Le Mans or to do something else. I have no plans, and I think that's the best to have at the moment, to have no plans, to go and flow with the moment of the present.
I particularly liked Jaime's comment about, I wonder how many of the current Formula One drivers would be able to hack doing this sport. It's an interesting question because, of course, 18 out of the 20 Formula One drivers on the grid at the moment all came from the world of FIA karting, whether it was direct drive or gearbox. And it's interesting to note that quite a lot of those drivers have actually gone karting as a test session in the summer break. And they often do. We see Vettel doing it a lot. Leclerc does it. Raikkonen still does it occasionally. Alonso has been out recently on his own kart chassis. So I wonder, could we put together a special Formula One race in the off-season maybe for those drivers up against some of the kings of KZ? I wonder how many of them would give it a go.
If there's something like that happening, I need definitely to go there, and you with me, to give it a bit of a voice, and that could be great indeed.
But how many of them would actually be competitive against these guys? Because Alguersuari raises a good point. These guys are so superior in terms of their athleticism, their stamina, their brute ruthlessness out on the circuit. It'll be interesting to see how many could match these guys, because I've always felt that the FIA Karting KZ scene is so underrated in world motorsport. These guys are the gods of our sport. There's no two ways about it.
They are the best karting drivers in the world, that's for sure. And you can see with the high level of the competitiveness in this class, it's so difficult not only to be competitive in this class, to find your way, to find your place, and to do that on the long term. Because some drivers, even in this class for years and years with experience, sometimes have a bit of a down season. They get back on their feet the next year, and again, so it can go up and down quite easily in this class, considering the level of racing and the abilities, the skills that you need to provide. But that's definitely a step to go through for any karting driver, according to some of the Formula One drivers. And Max Verstappen was the most vocal about it, saying that any young drivers willing to go to single-seater need at least one season in gearbox to really improve their craft. So that's an advice to follow. And as you said, many of the current Formula One drivers like to get back to karting, including Jaime Alguersuari. That's very nice to have him back, hopefully for next season. Right, back to racing.
Indeed, and this is the showdown we've been waiting for all weekend. Danilo Albanese versus Giuseppe Palomba. Paolo Tonteri and Hubert Petit on the second row from Brandon Nilsson and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Jan Pocos and Marco Toimen from Marcus Kayak and Moritz Ebner. Then it is Maxi Paul, Marcus Funder, Axel Bengtsson and Christian Hubulin.
Then we have Jay Van Splutteren, Nicola Bartolini, Nicola Rossini, Giuseppe Fusco, Mattia Zanchi, John Lomblo, Alexandru Yanchu, Christian Gafuri, Alvaro Garcia, Angelo Lombardo, Charlie Anderson, Thomas Guedes, Warren Kim and Jesper Westerholm. 28 drivers, shall I say. Everybody on track, hopefully. In just a moment, we will be sure, because we had two drivers missing earlier in the previous race. That can always happen, if something mechanical, for instance, happens, or an injury in the case of Jean Louis. Unfortunately, he will be back in no time at the World Championship, hopefully at his best. And at the moment, looking at our screens, it seems to me that one of the wildcards, Christian Gafuri, is not with us, the 424.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. He won't take up the start of the final KZ2 heat of the weekend. And that, unfortunately, with his other misdemeanors over the course of the weekend, his other unfortunate races, means he will be out of the weekend. Now, this is a critical one, because this is the first time that Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese will meet each other on the same racetrack this weekend. They are unbeaten on the road, but Albanese did take a heat victory where he was then given a penalty for a jump start procedure. Now, that means that essentially he has 4 points carried over for finishing in 4th place. Giuseppe Palomba still has the 0-point score for winning all 4 of his heats, because it's reverse points for those who are watching for the first time in qualifying heats. You get 0 for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And whoever have the fewest points of the 36 lowest scores, they're the ones who get into the final in those grid positions. But versus Albanese versus Palomba, Albanese has to win and hope that Palomba is 5th or lower in order to start from pole position for the final. So this is a tough race coming for Danilo Albanese. For Palomba, there's barely any pressure at all. He can clinch pole for the final. Ready, avanti! And a perfect start for Palomba. He launches forward. That is exactly how you get out of the blocks. And the Birillard driver can do no wrong, it seems, here in Adria. But up the inside, Albanese is going to go side with him. And they are wheel to wheel through turn 2. He cannot get through. Albanese knows that the only way to do this is to beat Palomba and back him into the pack. He goes for the inside line. Palomba shuts him down straight away. Battle is joined.
Yeah, it is raging already. What a move that was. What a start from Giuseppe Palomba right in the mix, in the front, as we had Hubert Petit getting ahead. Oh, the 381, unfortunately, is out of this race. Let's see, try to see that it is Nicola Bartolini, I'm afraid, who won't be seeing the checkered flag in this one. But in the meantime, Palomba and Paulini battling away already at the end of this opening lap. Hubert Petit, a good start as well, ahead of Paavo Tonterri. One of the big surprises as well for this
Here
weekend.
we go! Albanese on the inside! Albanese side by side with Palomba and squeezes through. Palomba's going to try and get him, and that's Tonterri getting past Petit as well. So already some great battles in this one. Albanese charging through on Palomba. Now he's got to be smart. He's got to defend, but he's also got to back Palomba into the pack and hope that Giuseppe Palomba gets overtaken by a few drivers. He's got to be very tactical indeed here. Basically, he's going to need to adopt the Lewis Hamilton Abu Dhabi strategy from 2016. He's got to back up the pack and hope that drivers overtake Palomba. And here comes the first one. Paavo Tonterri tries. Don't even think about it, says Palomba. If I'm going to lose to Albanese, I'm only going to finish second, thank you.
That is one of the first times that we saw such a decisive move in turn number 1. Actually, it usually happens in turn number 2 or 3, or at least in the hairpin of turn number 4. But this time around, Daniele Albanese went for the move on the outside of turn number 1 at full speed with no fear at all. It was beautiful to see. And now he's pulling away with 0.4 of a second with Palomba under the pressure of both Tonterri and Hubert Petit. So it's not smelling quite good, not at least as he wants for Giuseppe Palomba, who needs to stay in second place as much as he can, because if he keeps on dropping positions all the way down to 5th or 6th, they can actually say goodbye to pole position if Daniele Albanese wins this one. And further back, beautifully made. This is further back from Tossalini, I think, that got ahead of Hubert Petit. Marco Thoman, my apologies, who went ahead of Hubert Petit. Confirmation on your screen, up into 4th, and Hubert Petit is going to have to be defensive against Brandon Nilsson further back.
And here comes Lorenzo Travasanuto. He's knocking on the door of Brandon Nilsson as well for 6th and 7th places. So those two having an interesting battle. Paavo Tonterri is a championship contender as well, don't forget. So Paavo Tonterri will be wanting to get past Giuseppe Palomba and improve his chances of a decent grid position. He's currently looking at 5th on the grid, which is very much in the hunt. As another bit of a cheeky look there from Brandon Nilsson. He has a think about it. Travasanuto runs wide over the curbs, and that could have really spelled disaster for the double world champion. He's been able to catch it. Marcus Kayak in 8th place for Moritz Ebner and Jan Pokos. Then we have Funda, Habulin, Paul, Van Splinteren, Fusco, Noblo, Bengtson and Iancu. So a very intense run as Travasanuto again dials in for Brandon Nilsson.
Yeah, quite a difficult process of a race for Hubert Petit, as it seems. He had such a strong start up into 3rd, trying to emulate the performance of his teammates from CPV Motorsport, Arthur Carbonell and Senna van Walstein, who were respectively 1st and 3rd in the previous race. But at the moment, he's losing a bit of momentum. He might need to keep up with the pace, because watch out for further back. This is just behind. Brandon Nilsson's going to try to go around ahead of him, and Travasanuto's going to try to do the same. Round the inside goes Brandon Nilsson. Can he make it stick? And Travasanuto with him. Not this time for Travi, but Brandon Nilsson is ahead, and Travasanuto goes around the outside in turn number 4. Hubert Petit is being taken in sandwich in between, and can he resist? Travasanuto is ahead, not quite yet. He's dropping momentum.
Yeah, he got boxed in round the outside, unfortunately. So Petit boxed him in, and that's let Kayak and I think Ebner get through as well. So unfortunate for Travasanuto. Fair play for him for trying, but there's just no grip on the outside, because that's where all the marbles collect, and he thought he might just have enough momentum. If he held the inside line, his opponent, he could just get traction off the turn a little bit more quickly, but Petit was wise to that. He squeezed him onto the curbs. Once you're on there, you've got no traction left on the rumble strip, and there was nothing Travasanuto could do about it. Good effort, but Petit was a little bit wiser to that. Danilo Albanese stretching away, the gap up to 0.8 of a second. It's good from Albanese, but it's not going to be good enough for pole.
Yeah, watch out for the back as well. Travasanuto is going to try to recover the momentum that he lost just before. He's trying to come back, very increasing the pressure for the back. As you can see him, the 3:22. This is happening for the back as well. Travasanuto 3:32, my apologies, with 3:59 in front of him. Moritz Ebner in 8th place. Very tight field, as you can see. While in the lead, nothing to worry about for Danilo Albanese. He's increasing his gap lap after lap, up to 0.9 of a second right now as they come across the start-finish straight. Giuseppe Palomba is holding on in second positions with half of a second almost advantage on Pavel Tonteri. We are further back with Travis Anuto still putting the pressure in front of him, with Moritz Ebner doing a good job at resisting. Danilo Albanese again confirming his intention. The fastest lap for the Italian, pulling away as it stands on Giacomo Polini. Tonteri still in third, Tormen in fourth, Nilsson is fifth, Hubert Petit still in sixth in front of Kajak.
To be fair, if I'm Paavo Tonteri, I'm staying in third position. He doesn't need to gain on Albanese or Palomba to secure his position. Travis Anuto dives in on the inside there of Ebner, and the door left open enough for Jan Pokos to get through there as well. That was the latest possible maneuver you could find from Travis Anuto. He used to pull those moves off with such grace and finesse in the OK category. It looks like he's up to his old tricks in KZ2.
And you can see and feel that for the drivers, this is the last race of the weekend before the final, so you can see actually that they try different things, they try different moves, they try to open the doors at different spots on the track, something they haven't tried before, at least couldn't make it stick. And this time around, look at Travis Anuto being all the way on the Kajak. Is going to go for another move certainly, but time is running out for some of them to score the last points that they need to have a better starting place in the final.
It's really nice to see Travis Anuto exact his own personality, his own style and charisma, and here he goes again on the inside of Marcus Kayak. Lorenzo Travis Anuto still in his first full season of campaign in Gearbox, having been the king of OK in 2018 and 19. Almost won the European Championship, of course, in 2018 as well. Almost got the job done in full swing. But I tell you what, he is definitely gaining the momentum in Gearbox Racing now, and he is looking like the authoritarian world champion that we knew from the direct drive era. Great to see him making big strides and exerting his own personality out there on the circuit. Meanwhile, though, Danilo Albanese still pushing to try and get clear of Giuseppe Palomba. Palomba is responding, fastest of the two of them in the first sector. Fastest lap of the race is Travis Anuto, though. He's absolutely storming, and he did that while pulling off an overtaking move. That's very impressive.
Yeah, impressive indeed, and there was not much room for Travis Anuto to go through, but still he managed that beautifully. We're back in the battle with Brandon Nilsson, the 349 behind Marco Tosolini. This is battle for fourth place, and you can see the CRG driver coming back to his fellow countrymen. It's going to be very tight. Marco Tormen in fourth, Brandon Nilsson in fifth into turn number two. That never-ending right-hander on the way to a strong breaking point here in turn number three, where we've seen so many overtaking maneuvers, quite aggressively actually, the way that the drivers managed an overtaking. Travis Anuto once again the fastest from 7th place, 48.6, while in the meantime the checkered flag is getting near for Danilo Albanese with 0.6 of a second. I don't think that Palomba will be able to catch up.
We're focusing on Paavo Tonteri. Good to pick up on the story of this. I was mentioning earlier that he doesn't need to catch or pass Danilo Albanese or Giuseppe Palomba to improve his grid position. He will start fifth whatever happens, really. And that is going to be a brilliant opportunity for him, because the two men directly in front of him on the starting grid are going to be his two closest championship oppositions, Polini and Senna van Walstein. As for Lawrence Van Hopen, it's looking reasonably good for him. He'll start 9th on the final, which will give him 2 extra points in the championship. It's looking like Polini's going to score 7. Polini's going to score 8. Van Walstein is going to score 7. Tonteri is going to score 6. So that's definitely going to be very tight in terms of the championship fight. It will give us an amazing final in which we'll likely see Albanese versus Palomba again, and this time they'll really bring the A game. And then, of course, those 4 drivers if Van Hopen can get a good start, will battle ruthlessly in the top 10 for the European Championship. What a setup.
What a setup that is, and Van Hopen has nothing to lose, is the one we least expect considering his starting position as it stands from 9. We'll get back to that in a minute. Final lap right now for Danilo Albanese, the man on your picture, wearing those flying Italian colors that have brought him luck so far in this weekend, on his way to what will be another victory, the 4th one for him. It could have been a clean sheet, unfortunately, as he lost a victory due to a penalty, but he's taken revenge and he's done everything that he needed to do against Giuseppe Palomba.
And this is significant because this is the first time they've met on circuit. We didn't really know which one of the two of them was going to be the strongest until they met. Now we know Palomba's going to be pole, Albanese is going to be second, but when you put the two drivers together on a straight fight, it's currently Albanese who is the fastest. Out of the final turn, Albanese will take the heat win, Palomba will take pole position for the final, and Tonteri will take 3rd in the race and then 5th on the grid for the final. But what that means is that between Palomba and Albanese, who will start on the front row, they've got to find something extra special when they bang on some fresh tyres, because in that final, it's going to be mano a mano with the two Italian kings of the sport as they battle for supremacy in the KZ2 final of the European Championship. Behind them on the grid, we're going to get to see Pellini, Van Walstein, Tonteri, and a few places further back, Van Hopen, battle for the European Championship. It's amazing.
It's amazing, and a lot of different brands involved in the course for the title, as we have Birel with Giuseppe Palomba, we have of course Car Republic with Danilo Albanese, we have CPB and Sodicart with Senna Van Wallenstein, we have also CRG once again with both Giacomo Polini and Paavo Tonteri, different teams, same chassis, so it's going to be fantastic. Sam Louis not further back as well with the Tony Card outing, so a lot of different brands and manufacturers involved for the European title chase in the KZ2 class. Beautiful to see. The grid is set, the decorum is set as well. We expect, of course, we're waiting for the confirmation of the classification. Right now, this is the last qualifying heat of the weekend for the KZ2 class, and it was won once again by Danilo Albanese for 6/10 in front of Giuseppe Palomba. Paavo Tonteri taking third place in front of Marco Tormen, Brandon Nilsson following in fifth, Lorenzo Trovasanuto in sixth from Hubert Petit, Marcus Kajak, Jan Pokos, Moritz Ebner, Jan Nomblo, Christian Abeling, Marcus Fonda, Maximilian Paul Angelo Lombardo in 15, then the rest of the classification, Joey van Splutter in 16 from Axel Beckchen, Giuseppe Fusco, Matteo Zanchi, Jesper Westerholm, Charlie Anderson, Nicola Rossini, Alvaro Garza, Wawan Kim, and Alexandru Yanshu. These are the drivers who saw the checkered flag. Two retirements, Thomas Gendes and Nicolas Bartolini. Christian Gaffuri, unfortunately, wasn't able to take part in this race, the last one for the KZ2 class. Now, we're going to take a short break, and after that, stay with us, because we're going to have the third race of the KZ category.
Indeed we are. This is definitely going to be an exciting battle. It will give us a really exciting time out on the circuit, because yesterday it was all about Matteo Vigano. Can he hold it for a third and final time? KZ is next. So the third and final qualifying heat of the weekend in the KZ European Championship finale here at Adria. It's definitely going to be a sneak preview of the big show later today. One of the drivers that we caught up with on Thursday ahead of this weekend knows all about being locked in a title fight. He, of course, became the KZ2 European champion back in 2018 and has since been on the march through the pack in the KZ. Adrian Renaudin, the captain of the ship at Sodicart for France. We spoke to him on Thursday about the challenges of Adria and being locked in a fight for a KZ title.
This track is very hard to drive physically, and also with the weather this week. It will be like almost 40 degrees, so it will be very hard, but also for the chassis and the engine also. But this track is also fast and technique, but difficult to overtake. Yeah, I like the track, so we'll see what we can do. You can't have the perfect setup. You need to find the good balance between the front and the back. Here it's harder than the other track. I don't know why, and also the weather will be not helping to find the good setup, but yeah, we work with the team manager, the mechanic, telemetries to find the good way to have the good setup, and after when we test on track with the feeling, we can say if it's good or not. For me, it's complicated to have only two races because like if you miss one, you are not contender for the championship. Also, when you win a race, you win a lot of points compared to the second and the third. So you have a big advantage. I remember when I was a European champion, I win all the first event, and when I arrived in the second one, I was almost champion. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it will be better if we have a third one. I think third is perfect, but also it's difficult to organize, and also the number of drivers, etc. So I understand hard, but for sure the best is third one.
I have a feeling the future looks very bright indeed for Adrian Renaudin. He is making progress and gains all the time. He always seems to be in that top 10 of KZ. It's very rare to see him out of it now. And let's not forget, this is only his third season in the Premier Gearbox category. Everybody says, oh, you've got to win it straight away, or you're not really trying. That's not really the case. You really have to graft at KZ. It takes a long time to be a champion at this level. You've only got to look at world-class acts like Jaime Alguersuari, who's been at it for such a long time before he wrapped up his world title. Lorenzo Travasanuto's just coming to KZ2, and he's really struggled to get to the front of the field. Look back to Pedro Hiltbrand. You know, he swept everything before him in OK and KZ2. He's coming to KZ. It's tough. You know, you really have to be absolutely perfect to win titles in this, and it's never easy to get to that point.
It's never easy indeed, but in KZ2 and through the ranks of karting, Adrian Renaudin has really showed what he was capable of. And let's not forget that on the road, he was second in the 2019 World Championship in Lonato before penalty decided otherwise, unfortunately. But the pace is always there, and the determination as well. And it's only but logical to see him fighting at the front. He's currently 7 in the classification as we speak, with 9 and a 5th as best results. So he's right there in the top 10 in the mix, and there's plenty of space for improvement, of course. We shall see what's going to happen for him in this last heat, and especially in the final this afternoon.
And it's worth picking up on the man who rose out of KZ2 in the same year as him, because of course Adrian Renaudin was European champion in 2018, but the man who won the International Super Cup that year at Genk was Matteo Vigano. He's come so close in the past 2 seasons already to winning the European Championship. It's almost destiny now for him. He was so strong in 2019. Had he not had that collision with Anthony Abbas into the first corner in the final at Sarno, he could have been European champion that day. Last year, of course, he was in second place here, challenging Alessandro Orlando for the lead before the engine expired. It was devastating. That could have been a home victory on the Charles Leclerc chassis' first FIA competition in KZ. He was so close to that. Now we come into 2021. He's genuinely got a chance. He was solid and consistent last time out in Wackersdorf. He bagged some decent points. Now he's found the pace. This could be his moment. Third time lucky, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has nothing to lose, Matteo Vigano. Unfortunately for him, the first round didn't go entirely according to his plan, as he lost quite a bit of positions and points in the final, but still he collected 9, is very much in contention for more in Adria, and has shown it through the qualifying heats with a string of good results. 2 wins, there's nothing better than that. Will it be a third one? Here they come, the KZ drivers, 24, certainly best karting drivers in the world.
The wild card and the reigning European champion in direct drive, Andrea Kimi Antonelli on pole position, Matteo Vigano alongside him, Victor Gustafsson and Paolo Ippolito, Emilion Denner and Jaime Alguersuari, from Pedro Hiltbrand, Francesco Celenta, Adrian Renaudin, Noah Millel, Stan Pex and Johan Segel.
Then we have Douglas Lundberg, Simo Pohaka, Mikko Tossellini, Matteo Massettani, Alex Orlando, Lorenzo Camplesi, Marin Kremers, Fabian Federer, Riccardo Longhi, Davide Fore, Jorik Pex, and Louis Speck. So I know what you might be thinking if you were not there with us yesterday as well, but this grid is looking a bit hard in the second part with a lot of big names that we've been used to see much higher in the classification. Well, it's down to a very, very difficult qualifying for some of the contenders, not only for the victory, but for the championship as well. Riccardo Longhi, unfortunately for him, had a disastrous qualifying effort on Friday. He was forced to climb the field as much as he could. Not an easy task at all, as he kept struggling with his material and the tire management all throughout the races. Can he actually improve on that in the third race to keep his title hopes alive? This will be a difficult task.
Well, in the warm-up this morning, Riccardo Longhi was actually the fastest driver out there, so he certainly has speed. But the problem is, once you are in that cluster of drivers in the midfield, overtaking on this circuit, as the drivers have mentioned several times, is already very difficult to achieve, because where do you pick your moment? Where do you gamble? Especially when you're fighting hundreds and thousands of a second compared to the other drivers out there on the circuit. These are your closest rivals, your toughest and most difficult opponents that you're ever going to meet in motorsport. It's so difficult to pick an overtaking move when they're so evenly matched. So Riccardo Longhi has found himself in a rock and a hard place all the way through the weekend. I noticed, though, you pointed out, Guillaume, that Fabian Federer is not out on the circuit, so that is likely to put him at the back of the grid for the final.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for the German-Italo driver from the SRP Maranello team, as the drivers make their way back onto the grid under the orders of the officials and the race director Nigel Edwards, keeping a close watch on what's going to happen. Standing start as always for the KZ, Formula 1 style, a sort of a start as we like to see it in karting.
So Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the superstar wildcard who's made the transition to KZ for these final 2 weekends of the year as he prepares for a World Championship attack alongside Matteo Vigano. Watch out for Gustafsson and Ippolito from the second row, Denner and Iglesias from the third. Ready, race! And it's still not quite a good start for Antonelli, and the two Leclerc by Lennoxes have charged through. Denner trying to get into third position, can't quite beat Ippolito off the line, so Gustafsson is on the inside of his teammate. Gustafsson has taken the lead from Vigano. A brilliant start from Victor Gustafsson. He was the champion of last year's KZ2 European title fight, don't forget, by winning here. So now that he's into the lead, he might not be caught by Matteo Vigano.
And watch out, because Denner had a good start as well from 5th to 4th, but Jeremy Iglesias with the CRG colors won the outside in turn number 4, trying to climb up the field as he could, the Frenchman. But these are 1 and 2 for Leclerc by Lennox Racing as for now, but Victorson is leading as well in front of Vigano. Great start indeed, not so much for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Unfortunately, once again, the young Italian still having to learn about that kind of thing. Here we are, opening lap completed. As you can see, Gustafsson, Vigano split by 0.3 of a second. Iglesias making his way up to third, once again very strong in the opening stages of a race. The reigning KZ World Champion Paolo Ippolito in 4th, Hilbrand in 5th, Emilian Denner dropping all the way from 5th to 6th as he had made a position gain in the opening lap in front of Celenta, Prokart, Renaudin and Antonelli in 10th position from the front row to the back end of the top 10.
Yeah, he's learnt about how difficult it is to start these races the hard way as he's now really got to try and struggle through. Oh, contact between Denner and Hilbrand. They got a little bit too close together there as they tried to get past Ippolito. They've managed to do it, but that was a little bit too close for comfort. And now up into 7th place, we've got Simo Puhaka. What a start he is on. Puhaka is absolutely launching his way through the field. I'll tell you who else is as well. Riccardo Longhi is now up to 13th behind Stan Pex. So anything is still possible for Riccardo Longhi. If he can charge his way through and continue to make progress, then he still has a chance of a reasonably good starting position. If he can make progress, he can score some decent points after his dominant run at Wackersdorf. Longhi is still in this fight.
Yeah, they've certainly put on fresher tires for this last qualifying heat. Riccardo Longhi has nothing left to lose. He needs to put on the performance and recover. 8 positions gained already, up to 13 for Riccardo Longhi as we speak. But at the moment, this is Emilian Denner, the number 1 from Intrepid, with just in front of him. We have Pedro Hilbrand just behind. Is Paolo Ippolito, who's going to go for the move, at least trying to, on the Frenchman. Simo Puhaka on the charge as well, as you said, with already 7 positions gained, up to 7. A very difficult qualifying as well for the Tony Kart driver, who was so strong last year in the qualifying heats, but didn't manage to confirm this season so far. Gustafsson, 310 still in front of Vigano. They're going to have to go for the team player mode on this one because Vigano is on charge potentially for the title. Gustav Victorson. Victor Gustafsson, I'll get it through, knows that very well. He had a disastrous final in Wackersdorf with DNF, so he's not in contention whatsoever for the championship, but he does the race that he needs to do. He's leading the pack, taking Vigano with him, hopefully building a bit of a gap on Jeremy Iglesias. At the moment is kind of working, 0.7 of a second, but at some point he's going to have to let him through.
And you know what? Because Antonelli has dropped back into the lower positions, he's actually down to 14th now, Antonelli. He's lost places to Renaudin, to Pex, to Lundberg, to Longhi and to Maran Kramers. So Antonelli really struggling in this race. You've also got Gustafsson who's taken the lead. Vigano down to 2nd. Ippolito is down to 6th. Denner is 5th. So with all of that shuffle, Gustafsson is looking likely to start the final from the front row of the grid alongside Matteo Vigano. So from Vigano's point of view, he doesn't have to beat Gustafsson here. He can let Gustafsson take the win, no problem at all, because Vigano is still looking at pole position. That's not going to break a sweat as far as he's concerned. Ippolito is going to be 3rd on the grid. Denner is going to be 4th on the dirty side of the grid. So that's not going to be easy for him to battle away down to the first corner. So this is not going to be an easy situation for Emilian Denner, even from 4th on the grid. Iglesias driving beautifully in 3rd position, showcasing why he is the reigning world champion. And that is going to put him 5th on the grid for the final if it stays like this, with Stan Pex in P6. This is definitely going to be a stunning final if it ends like this.
Yeah, because Stan Pex, after a very difficult start of the championship, a good start of the championship, shall I say, but a difficult start to his weekend in qualifying, managed to recover beautifully with a 5th and a 4 that put him in contention potentially for the title. He's the least contender, the least expected contender coming to Adria, but he has a shot at the title considering that both Danner and Longhi are in difficult position, but he's gonna have to go against Vigano, as you said. But Matteo is pretty much secured with pole position in front of Gustafsson. That could be a 1-2 for Leclerc, and they're doing a great job at keeping themselves close to each other and pulling away 1 full second in front of Jeremy Iglesias, as you can see coming across. Vigano is following the pace of his teammate at the moment, as we're expecting a fastest lap from one of the two, but Iglesias is leading the pack from a distance, actually, with Hilbrand just behind him. Danner is trying to get close as well with Paolo Ippolito, Pujaca, Salenta and Pex, as well as Renaudin. That's for your top 10 at the moment, but you can see that Vigano is trying to find a bit of a gap to get ahead. Let's not do anything stupid in that one, because that could mean a result lost in the process.
I was just going to say, if I was Matteo Vigano, I would be sitting in second place behind Gustafsson, but if Gustafsson doesn't have the pace to stretch away from Iglesias and Hiltbrand, then there could be a problem. So Vigano may have to go for Gustafsson just based on the fact that the field is catching them. So Gustafsson is trying to stretch away and secure second position on the starting grid for the final. But if he can't pull clear of Iglesias and Hiltbrand and they start pushing, because don't forget, you've got Denner, Ippolito, Salenta, Pex, Renaudin and Longhi, who is now up to 11th, all trying to catch up to them. So now he's got to go for it. Vigano on the inside of his teammate, gets past Gustafsson. He had to do that. There was no two ways about it because the pack was catching. So Vigano had to make the move there on his teammate, and he has taken back the lead. Now watch him disappear.
Yeah, the big task now is on the shoulders of Gustafsson, because he's going to have to go defensive and resist to a potential return for Jeremy Iglesias, because in the process of the overtaking, you can see that the gap decreased a little bit to half of a second. Can Iglesias actually take Pedro Hilbrand with him? But in the meantime, you know what could be useful as well is to see Pedro Hilbrand get ahead of Jeremy Iglesias. That will be a 1-2-3 from Leclerc, and in this case, Vigano is fully protected from a return from the CRG driver.
Now what Vigano has done, actually, going past his teammate Gustafsson, is he's actually helped his teammate without realizing it, because Gustafsson will now drop to 3rd on the grid. There goes Hiltbrand! Just as you lined it up, Guillaume, they are now 1, 2 and 3. Jordan Lennox-Lamb must be having kittens down in the pits.
Yeah, there you go. Beautifully made by Pedro Hilbrand. And now Iglesias is going to have to fight back, but at the same time resisting his fellow countryman, Emilian Danner. Not quite able so far to find the pace that he had back in Wackersdorf, but he's been working hard on the setup and the tires as well. And talking to him yesterday, he told me that he's still very much in contention for the European title, but he's going to have to be calculator in this one, scoring the most points that he needs, and all down to the final.
I wonder if Jordan Lennox-Lamb ever envisaged 2 years ago that he'd be running his own team with a Charles Leclerc chassis, and he would have a world champion, a European champion, and a European champion elect to come into the top 3 of the KZ in just their 2nd season of competition. That is absolutely monstrous. Jeremy Iglesias, the reigning world champion, is trying to tuck back in on the inside of Hiltbrand, but that is not going to be easy. The man who is about to take the lead of the European Championship, by the way, is in 5th position. That's Emilian Denner. Hiltbrand goes for Gustafsson and nearly opens the door for Iglesias, who can't quite get through into 3rd place. But Hiltbrand clearly wants to improve his grid position, and he is likely to do so. Getting up into that position, getting into 2nd place, is going to put him 5th on the grid, potentially even onto the 2nd row. If he can keep working hard at this, he could get as high. He is going to get onto the 2nd row. He's going to be 4th position on the grid. So no wonder Hiltbrand is pushing.
Yeah, those drivers are smart. They know how to calculate, of course, and this is really a decisive move for the starting position coming to the final. But now it's once again down to Gustav Viktorsson, trying to resist as much as he can the driver in 3rd place, because Iglesias has never been closer. The CRG driver, he knows that he wants, of course, a better starting position as well. Watch out, you can see how actually Gustafsson is closing the door on the CRG driver. He's trying everything that he can, the Frenchman, but so far he hasn't been successful as much as he would like, as we're getting near the closing lap of this race. But Gustafsson doing a great job shutting all the doors, as this is going to be a 1-2-3 for the Charles Leclerc colors. Final lap for Matteo Vigano in front of Pedro Hilbrand. I do wonder if Charles Leclerc is watching right now, or he might be watching later on this afternoon, since there's no Formula 1 race this weekend.
Big
There we
slide!
go!
Big slide from Iglesias! What a move! That is one of the best moves I have ever seen from Jaime Iglesias, to slide in. He did not have the inside line nailed initially. He had to slide the kart in and hope that the trail braking corrected the kart and balanced it out. So Iglesias has upset the party somewhat. But I tell you what, the team strategist at Charles Leclerc by Lennox Racing has got to be a Mensa candidate, because they have managed to workhorse these drivers up into the top 3 rows, up into the top 2 rows of the grid, sorry. Excellent stuff. Vigano takes the win from Hiltbrand. Iglesias is 3rd, from Gustafsson in 4th. And that means that the pole position and the 10 points that go with it is going to go to Matteo Vigano, unbeaten so far. Ippolito will take 9 points and start 2nd on the grid, his best ever starting grid for a KZ final in the FIA. Gustafsson will be 3rd and take 8 points. Hiltbrand will be 4th and take 7 points. But Denner has slipped to 7th as a result of that charge through from Hiltbrand. That will mean he'll take 4 points. And now the title fight between Longhi and Denner is tied. They are tied for points going into the final race of the season. What a showdown it's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to see. And I wonder, I was saying that if Charles Leclerc is watching, this is a good idea, because his own team, actually the team he's been supporting for 2 years now, is on course to potentially win the KZ European title this season on. So that's going to be fantastic to follow. Matteo Vigano did the job in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. Victor Gustafsson came close to making the full top 3 for his team, but Jaime Iglesias had to do the move in the last lap. Beautifully made indeed from the Frenchman, 3rd in front of Gustafsson. Emil Landen in 5th, from Paolo Ippolito, Simo Pujaca, Francesco Salenta, Stan Pex, Adrian Renaudin, Riccardo Longhi climbing 10 positions at the gate of the top 10 in front of Myron Kremers, as well a good recovery from both Birella drivers. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, unfortunately for him, couldn't confirm on his past results, finishing in 13. This is experience gained for the young Italian. Douglas Lundberg in 14 from Johan Segel in 15th place.
Alessandro Irlando 16th in front of Lorenzo Camplese and Noah Millel. Davide Fore, Jorit Pex, Mirko Tozzolini, Lewis Speck, and the retirement Matteo Massitani with the non-starter Fabian Federer. But get this, with Riccardo Longhi and Emilian Denner now tied on 34 points, Matteo Vigano's victories in the 3 heats have given him the 10 points for pole position across the qualifying heats. He now has 19. If he wins the final, Matteo Vigano is going to become the KZ European champion. It is 1 race away. Absolutely astonishing.
Astonishing turn of event indeed, pretty much as we had last year in the European Championship with the final victory of Myron Kremers after Alex Orlando had set up a good start with the victory. But once again, it's all over the same situation. 1 race to go, 1 final this afternoon. We're going to take a short break and we're going to conclude this morning's schedule with 2 more qualifying heats for the Academy Trophy, the youngsters between 12 and 14 years of age that we're going to have the pleasure of following in just a few moments.
So the battle is going to continue in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Qualifying heat C versus D is coming up next. It's going to put the Colombian star Salim Hanar on pole position alongside Maciej Gledicz of Poland. The Danish driver David Walter will be 3rd on the grid alongside South Africa's Nicolas Roos. The battle is definitely going to be very entertaining indeed in the Karting Academy Trophy. We had 3 different winners from the 4 races yesterday. Ukraine's Alexander Bondarev, who you will see in the later heat, he took wins in both of his races yesterday. There was a win apiece for Maciej Gledicz of Poland and Noah Monteiro of Portugal. Let's take a look around this Adria karting circuit from the eyes of Karting Academy Trophy youngster for Italy, Riccardo Iannello. It's a tricky circuit to get right in the Karting Academy Trophy, slightly different of course to that of the gearbox category. You can go flat on the throttle through turn 1 in a Karting Academy Trophy machine, the Expert chassis of course, and then into turn 2. Again, you're trying to hug the inside apex through that second corner, then hit the brakes, coax the kart in nicely through 3, avoid too much curve on the exit because you really could get scuppered. Into turn 4, a nice wide trajectory, get back on the power around the exit on the rumble strip, then you turn in for the right-hander. You can carry a lot of speed through here as you're still accelerating out of the original braking zone. Into 6, big braking point this, if you can blip the throttle and guide the kart in nicely through the square left-hander at 7, over the rumble strip, back on the power through 8, up to 9, and you're definitely trying to line the kart up for a nice swing through 10. You need a lot of curve through this left-hander to prepare you nicely for a decent trajectory through the final corner. It's a tough circuit this, very, very long for the Academy drivers, very ruthless too. So our drivers have definitely given us plenty of entertainment in the Karting Academy Trophy here at Adria thus far. And for the championship leader, Renaud Franco, coming into this weekend, he's found it very difficult to cope with just how even and competitive it has been. The winners are in the top 3 positions, of course. Alexander Bondarev unbeaten. Maciej Gladys has a win and a second. Montero has a win and a 4th. And Oscar Wirtz, who was very impressive indeed yesterday, is still very much a factor in this one. All 4 of those drivers are going to have one final crack at the whip now this morning to see if they can improve their positions yet further.
Yeah, once again, pretty much as we see in the gearbox classes, there's uncertainty in the Academy Trophy, considering how dominant Renaud Franco was at the opening round of Wackersdorf. This time around, difficult qualifying actually put him further back on the starting grid. He only managed a 5th and a 9th so far and stands 11 in classification. You can see actually new faces that we didn't see at the opening meeting, like Bondarev, Gladys. Noah Montero was very much in the mix as well in Germany before DNF in the final. Oscar Wirtz as well, always in the pace and showing his potential with the 2nd and the 4th so far. So these are expected names, but still quite new compared to the opening round. Fresh, always a fresh picture to see. Nicolas Roos as well demonstrated quite a few good things as well back in Wackersdorf. This time around is 5th in the classification with a 2nd place as best result. But Renaud Franco is going to have to go on the recovery mode once again in this last qualifying heat if he wants to improve on his starting position for the final this afternoon. Still, let's remind you that the championship is not quite over yet after this one, as the 3rd round will be taking place in Kristianstad at the same time as the KZ World Championship and the International Super Cup of KZ2. So everything is yet to be done in the Academy Trophy, but all points scored are good for the taking, and uncertainty is rising. But Alexander Bondarev is right now the man on a mission, is leading the provisional classification for just 2 points ahead of Maciej Gladys that we're going to see starting in the race coming up, opposing the group C and D.
So it's definitely going to be an exciting battle in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. There's no two ways about that. We're going to see some spectacular racing from them. The man who is best poised to take the lead of the championship fight coming out of this weekend as it stands is probably Salim Hanna, who is there currently in 6th in the overall rankings, pole position for this coming qualifying heat, and 2nd in the standings coming into this weekend. So he definitely has a good chance of it. Let's see what the Colombian from pole position can do. Besides Salim Hanna is Maciej Gladys, already a winner this weekend. David Walter and Nicolas Roos, Leo Robinson of Algeria and Nicolas Ambiado of Chile. Then Renaud Franco, championship leader, Luca Neuenschwander of Brazil, Leon Zelenko and Mark Kastelich, Augustin Bernier and Leon Ochiai.
Then for the back we have Alexander Skelchen, Darius Babayona, Luca Fluccia, Matej Konic, Saul de Colombres, Tyler Robinson, Ludwig Franzen, Kanaka Kudzazi, Emil Gerdrum and Matej Bruce. 22 drivers on track, an 8-lap race, the last one for those 2 groups after the last race of the morning. As we have everybody in, but it seems by the look of it that Salim Hanna is not appearing on our screen yet. Easy with us on track for the warm-up lap in the formation of the grid. This will be a rolling start once again.
I can't see him. That's baffling. Is Salim Hanna not out on circuit? I can't believe it. The man who's supposed to be pole position, Salim Hanna, is not there. The Colombian is not on the front row of the grid. So the 517, Maciej Gladys, is alone on the front row. That is devastating for the Colombian. So he is not going to be taking up his position in pole. The man's second in the point standings. So that is dramatic as you like. And that's going to drop him out of contention to take the lead of the Karting Academy trophy. Are we going to go racing first time of asking? We certainly are. And away we go. A great start from the pole sitter, Maciej Gladys, as he now jumps through into the lead, trying to fend off from David Walter. And the field tucks its way through turn 2. Walter not quite able to stretch in front of Maciej Gladys, but already there are some hungry drivers lining up for a bid to move further forward. Third position, that is Nicolas Roos, the South African, holding on to his early advantage as they stretch their way through turn 4. A couple of drivers going a little bit wide at the hairpin, but everybody's kept it on the road. But what a dramatic turn of events. There is no Salim Hanna in this one. He will not take the start. Oh, a little bit of fisticuffs into the braking zone for the hairpin, and somehow everybody is still on all four wheels and still pointing in the same direction.
And here we go, Maciej Gladys, a good start indeed, leading the way in the opening lap. I was checking about Salim Hanna actually, but didn't see any information quite yet. This is worth asking what happened to him. Unfortunately, the young Colombian driver unable to take part in this last qualifying heat. Will he be there for the final? Well, this is worth checking during lunch break, but nothing yet on social media, unfortunately. Maciej Gladys, the leader, with just 0.2 of a second in front of David Walter, putting the pressure on the leader right now. Nicolas, and there's a change for the lead already with David Walter diving through in turn number 3 and taking the leadership of this race. David Walter, your new leader, in front of Maciej Gladys, with Nicolas Roos, the young South African, who came close actually to do the same, but the door was immediately shut by Maciej Gladys in second, but not for long as he goes through again. Nicolas Roos takes second place, and watch out for Nicolas Ambiado. Can he actually try to imitate his rival? It's not happening quite yet as Maciej Gladys is forced to go defensive.
Ambiado is going to make his launch now on the inside and get into third place. He's been threatening to be this fast all through the weekend. He was quickest in 2 of the practice sessions leading up to this weekend's races. So Nicolas Ambiado is finally unlocking that pace that we saw from him on Friday morning. And now the Chilean is up into third place behind the South African Nicolas Roos. Gladys is desperate to try and make sure that the Algerian star Leo Robinson doesn't get through. So Robinson tried to come through. Renaud Franco is down at the back of the field, the European champion and the European Championship leader, I should say, of the FIA Karting Academy trophy. Renaud Franco, who leads the points, and Salim Hanna, who is second in the points, are down at the back. Hanna has not started. Franco is last. This season is turning into an absolute lottery.
Yeah, we wonder what happened over there. It was off screen, unfortunately, for Renaud Franco. Against reasons would have to be found out. And watch out for the back. This is in the lead for battling for 4th place. Beautifully made by Leo Robinson ahead of Maciej Gladys, I think it was, with indeed confirmation of Leo Robinson getting ahead in the last part of the track. And for the back, Luca Nuschewander was trying to do the same, but was forced to stay behind.
Well, Franco has now made up places. He's got past Tyler Jean Robinson and also past Kunaka Gazazi of Indonesia. So they are now starting to move forward, is Renaud Franco. Up the inside, this is a tough battle. Can Gladys finish it off? He just shuts the door on Leo Robinson. Kastelic is lining up a potential overtaking move as well, the Slovenian. So there might be a big opportunity here for Kastelic to try and work his way through. Watch out for Luca Neunschwander as well, the Brazilian, as he tries to move forward. This is not going to be so easy for Leo Robinson to get past Maciej Gladys, who's clearly had a bit of a difficult start. This will also be interesting in terms of strategy as to who's put fresh tyres on the kart. They will obviously, or at least more realistically, have gone for the left side of the kart. Have we got a kart stopped on the far side of the circuit? Yes, we do. Kart stopped and out of the kart. Now, who is that? I think that's Kunaka Guzazi. So the Indonesian, I think, is out of the race there. That is unfortunate for Kunaka Guzazi. His race appears to be over, and he is the one driver that has not come through, so that is unfortunate. Renaud Franco, by the way, is now up to 18th. He's got past Emil Gjerdrum, so still good progress being made by the Dutchman, and he's only got 4 laps to make it happen.
And the charge might be starting for Maciej Gladys, who put up the fastest lap, 51.4 at the moment for the driver in 4th place. Still 0.4 left to climb to get close to Nicolas Ambiado. This is battle for 3rd place, as in the meantime David Walter is trying to get away as far as he can from Nicolas Roos with 0.3 of a second between the 2 leaders. We're halfway through this last qualifying heat of the weekend for those 2 groups, C against D, led by David Walter, watching over his shoulder. Just behind is Nicolas Roos from South Africa. Further back, Nicolas Ambiado keeping a close watch as well. These are the top 3 drivers pulling away from the rest, with Maciej Gladys a bit on his own at the moment. The young Polish driver, Leo Robinson in 5th, Kastelic follows in 6th, Noah Shawander is further back. Watch out for the move coming up, maybe in that particular turn, the hairpin of 4. Another fastest lap put together by Maciej Gladys, who is trying to make the contact with the top 3 drivers. So his race is not quite over yet for Maciej Gladys, who was starting from the front row on his own due to the absence of Salim Hanna, but yet he wasn't able to confirm that pace-wise in the early stages of this race. But we still have a couple of laps before the checkered flag. Not quite a lot of time remaining, I'm afraid, for Maciej Gladys, but it's coming close to Nicolas Ambiado.
Something tells me this is about to get spicy. Walter, Roos, Ambiado and Gladys very close together as they come into the penultimate lap now, and Nicolas Roos is gaining ground massively on David Walter. Will he make the switch to come up into turn 2? No, he hangs back in position for a little moment longer. Ambiado is right there though, so he will be wanting to make the overtaking move on David Walter sooner rather than later. Expect a bit into turn 4. He has another think about it. Again, it's too early as far as he's concerned, as Leo Robinson now bangs in the fastest lap. He senses that with these 4 getting hectic, he might be able to snatch a top 3 finish potentially from currently P5th. So Leo Robinson is starting to put the hammer down and gain ground. He wants to be in the box seat when these 4 start to trade blows, but Walter, Roos, Ambiado and Gladys definitely very close together as they come off the penultimate corner, and now they will go into the final right-hander onto the home straight. Last lap.
Let's not forget that in the previous races we've seen a lot of overtaking maneuvers in that particular last lap. Shall we see this happening once again? Walter 3/10 on Nicolas Roos. Ambiado goes through for the move. Yes, he does in turn number 2. Nicolas Ambiado takes the position out of Nicolas Roos. He's going to have to shut the door. Can he actually go any further and take the lead? But in the meantime, actually, David Walter was able to pull away. He's shutting the door on turn number 4, Nicolas Roos.
Nicolas Roos trying to hold it right round the outside and gets back in a 2nd position. Amazing from Nicolas Roos. Now Maciej Gladys is trying to take 3rd position away from Ambiado. He's up on the curbs. Leo Robinson's going to sweep in. That's why Robinson's been pushing up into 3rd position. Kastelic goes with him. Brilliant work from Leo Robinson. Now Kastelic is going to sweep in on Robinson. He takes 3rd position, but David Walter and Nicolas Roos are going to disappear. David Walter wins his last heat of the weekend. Nicolas Roos in 2nd, and Kastelic comes home 3rd in front of Leo Robinson, Maciej Gladys and Nicolas Ambiado. Oh, terrific work from David Walter and Nicolas Roos. Timing to perfection. David Walter getting the move done initially on Maciej Gladys and starting to chip away at it. The Danish driver has been absolutely superb this time, and that is a worthy victory.
A worthy victory indeed, but what did we tell you? The Academy Trophy is never concluded before the checkered flag, and those last laps are particularly hectic once again, with the big losers in the fight. Unfortunately for them, Maciej Gladys and Nicolas Ambiado losing positions in just a few corners before the checkered flag. But David Walter did the job, unable to be caught by the rest of the field. A 2nd pretty much advantage on Nicolas Roos, too busy battling with the rest of the field. Mark Kastelic and Leo Robinson saw that gap, went for it and took 3rd and 4th respectively. The rest of the classification, Maciej Gladys, Ambiado 5th and 6th, followed by Luka Neuschwander. Luka Flucha is 8th with a good recovery of 7th position. Then we have Leo Zelenko in 9th from Darius Babayona. 8 places gained for Luigi Franson up to 11. 12th place for Augustin Bernier from Alexander Schkaltjen. Matej Konik follows in 14 from Renaud Frankot, who still was able to climb just a little bit to 15. But what a disastrous race it was for him.
Terrible luck for him. Sol de Colombres, the Mexican, in 16th place in front of Leon Ochai and Mate Pruz. 18th place. 19th for Tyler Jean Robinson of South Africa, and Christian Gerdrum is 20th across the line in the end. Kanaka Guzazi, the only retirement, but the non-start for Salim Hanna. What a terrible heat that was for our title contenders, Renaud Franco and Salim Hanna, unable to take advantage of the last qualifying heat, and definitely now on the back foot as we head into the final qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy, which is going to be for Groups A versus B. And that will put Federico Alrevai of the United Arab Emirates and Oscar Wirtz of Monaco on the front row of the starting grid together. We've just seen a very difficult turn of events for the title leader in the Karting Academy Trophy, Renaud Franco. We actually spoke to him on Thursday about how he's feeling ahead of this weekend.
It is a really difficult championship. It's a really close battle. Everyone's pretty quick, and yeah, you just gotta drive and do your best. It is a really fast circuit with fast flowing corners. It's a really long straight and it has a lot of grip. I like to drive with a lot of grip, but some other guys like to drive with less grip, so it's a little bit balanced. I think the starts are really going to be difficult if you're starting from the outside, because if you're in the inside, you have the inside corner and you can push them wide. It is a pretty difficult track to overtake. You don't have a lot of overtake stuff, but especially on the straight you can with slipstream and like in the hard braking zones, but not a lot of overtaking points.
So things are definitely spicing up in the Karting Academy Trophy. There's no two ways about it. We've just witnessed Renaud Franco actually struggling. Excuse me, a little frog in the throat there. Struggling to come through to 15th position. Salim Hanna didn't even get a start in. So that really does open up the taps for the competitors in the last heat. And that's going to put Federico Alrifai, who's really struggled since he got pole position, alongside Oscar Wirtz, who is now definitely a contender for the win. This is going to be very interesting indeed, as in third on the grid we have Noah Montero. Fourth we have Alexander Bondarev, two drivers that have already tasted victory so far this weekend. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one.
That's going to be interesting, that's for sure. And the uncertainty once again is rising on the Academy Trophy for this last qualifying race of the weekend. Oscar Wirtz, Federico Alrifai on the front row of the grid. And as it stands in the classification, Bondarev, as we said, is the current leader and the top favorite for starting on pole position for the final this afternoon, but he's going to have to climb from second row of the grid and get ahead of Federico Alrifai and Oscar Wirtz, determined both to conclude the qualifying races on a good note. Unfortunately for Federico, it was his first pole position in the Academy Trophy at this level. He managed a third place. Unfortunately, his last race concluded with a DNF, so not really able so far to translate his pace and convert his pole position into victory quite yet. He has one last opportunity to do so, but Oscar Wirtz, Bondarev and Noah Montero will be amongst the ones trying to prevent that from happening. Noah Montero and Bondarev, 3 victories with those two, and there's one again for the taking here. Oscar Wirtz is more than willing to add a victory to his tally this weekend. He had a second and a fourth so far. He's going to be starting from the outside of the front row. You can see on the screen that the temperatures keep on rising, 33 degrees Celsius, and it's 11 o'clock local time in Italy. So it gives you a pretty clear indication how hard those conditions are still on this day. They've been so for the entirety of the week and the weekend so far. So difficult conditions for those youngsters. It's so hot over there behind the wheel on this track. There's pretty much no air, no humidity, no wind for those young drivers to cool down. And this is going to be absolutely exciting.
And it's worth pointing out as well that the humidity is still very high. It's actually higher humidity today than it was yesterday, 37% humidity. So a very tricky situation for our drivers. Federico Alrifai will be pole position, as we mentioned, for this one. Oscar Wirtz, Noah Montero, Alexander Bondarev, Dion Gatter and Tom Braken all in the mix for this one. Riccardo Iannello waving the flag for his home nation in 7th place. Max Schlemer, Mark Dubnitsky and Ghazi Motlakar in the field. But watch out further outside the top 10, because we'll have the likes of Bart Harrison, Yvan David and Caleb Gafrara all on that inside line, all hoping to make progress. And we've seen already how chaotic the first heat was. This second one could be absolutely amazing. You rejoin us here at Adria. It is the occasion of the FIA Karting European Championship, the season finale for KZ and KZ2 drivers, and the second of 3 weekends in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And it is that competition that we will take focus on in this next race. Federico Al-Rifai, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, will be starting from pole position in this one, alongside the young man from Monaco, Oscar Wirtz, who made his father Alexander very, very proud indeed yesterday with his driving. Noah Montero, another son of a famous Formula One star, Tiago Montero. Noah Montero was out in force yesterday, winning a victory yesterday. And the man who's won twice, Alexander Bondarev of Ukraine, will want to make it 3 out of 3.
Certainly, but he's going to have to count with the rest of the drivers behind him. But Dion Goda with a 4th and a 6th is looking very strong. The young driver from Singapore. Tom Braken, despite the DNF, managed a 7th place finish for the young Belgian in his 2nd season in the Academy Trophy. So definitely a name to keep an eye on. Good recovery as well yesterday for Riccardo Ianiello, who, despite starting with a 14th place in his first race, managed a 2nd position after that. He would be starting from the 4th row on the grid, 7 on the grid with Maximilian Schleimer. A consistency for the young Dutchman with 2 6th place finish so far. For the back, Mark Nudinski, who managed 8th place as best result, will have Gadzi bin Motlekar by his side, and the rest of the field as well. For the back, we doesn't have to forget the young driver from Sri Lanka, Yevan David, who, despite difficult qualifying, is only starting from 13 on the grid. Managed to recover a couple of positions in each of his races yesterday. He managed a 7th and a 5th as best results, and there's plenty of room for improvement and a couple of more points for the taking for the final this afternoon. So let's not forget about Yevan David in this grid, a beautiful grid of 22 young names. But let's see if it's going to be full, because we're still questioning ourselves about what happened to Salim Hanna in the race before, as the driver that came to Adria in 2nd place in the provisional standings, the direct rival to Renaud Francoeur, was nowhere to be seen on track to take part in this race. Lucky for him, shall we say, Renaud Francoeur didn't have a good race at all, as he was dropping to all the way to 15. So it would be worth questioning or talking a bit to those young drivers in the lunchtime, and we'll provide you with the information that we can gather at the end of the lunch break for the afternoon.
Well, what it means is that neither Renaud Francoeur or Salim Hanna are likely to start the final from the top 10 positions on the grid. Alexander Bondarev is looking good for pole at the moment. Federico Al-Rifai and Oscar Wirtz on the front row from Noah Montero and Alexander Bondarev. Dion Gouda and Tom Braken, Riccardo Ianiello and Max Schleimer, then Mark Dubnitsky, Ghazi Motlekar, Bart Harrison and Junio Kim.
Followed by Yevan David, Stefano Cagnolo, Caleb Garfar, Daniel Muhalim, Nando Wachelbaumer, Nemanja Jovanovic, Alberto Benitez, Behanjano, Jaco Leitinen, Lenny Käfer and Philip Gana, the young driver from Nigeria living in the UK. Is he with us, Philip Gana, because yesterday he missed one of his races? Yes, he is back on the grid, and the full grid is there. 22 young drivers from between 12 and 14 years of age taking part in the 12th running of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The School of Karting, as we like to refer to it, the same racing suits, the same colors, the same chassis, the same chances pretty much for everybody here. And there's 44 young drivers coming from all over the world taking part in the 2nd meeting of the championship. Here we go as the drivers make their way onto the start-finish straight, a rolling start, and the task for Federico Al-Rifai to pace everybody down before coming across the start-finish straight.
Can Al-Rifai hold the lead into turn 1? We'll find out. Are we going to go green this time? Yes, we are, and away we go racing. Good start from Al-Rifai, who manages to get through in front of Noah Montero. No problem at all. A little bit of a squeeze there for Oscar Wirtz, who's managed to hold his line there to hold into at least the top 5. I think he is still there, currently in 3rd position, having had a reasonable start. In fact, no, he's gone a little bit wider than that and has dropped to P6. So he's still got a little bit of work to do as Oscar Wirtz, but out in front, Al-Rifai holds the initial advantage. Montero is there in 2nd position. And as the drivers work their way through, that looks to me like Bondarev, who has come through in 4th position behind Dion Gouda. So Gouda is through in 3rd position, the young man from Singapore. And up the inside, that is a change for 4th position. Already the battle is starting to get intense. And I think that might be Tom Braken that has already made a move there to get onto the inside into 4th position, past the very talented Alexander Bondarev, who won 2 races yesterday. But now as they come through, it is Federico Al-Rifai who leads the way.
Al-Rifai for 0.3 of a second in front of Noah Montero. 1 win for the young Portuguese, maybe a second if he can actually get past the leader. Dion Goda, good start from him with 2 positions up to 3rd. Bondarev in 4th. Ianiello, a bit of overtaking over there with wheels banging in the turn number 4.
So a good battle there. It was actually Iannello that got through into the top 6, in behind Alexander Bondarev. Up the inside now comes Bondarev to try and get into 3rd place, past Dion Gauda, and he's made it stick, and he's not going to be the only one, because Iannello gets through there on the inside line as well. Wirtz is lining up a charge in 6th position, and in 7th place, that is Jevan David. He has come up from the 7th row, halfway through the field on lap 1 again.
Yeah, the pace is there ever since the weekend started for Jevan David, but 6th place in 1 lap. Impressive recovery effort indeed, and there might be more to come. In the meantime, you can see how tight the field is. The battle for first is raging. Arifai, Montero 1 and 2nd. Bondarev managing 2 places gained in front of Iannello, and Dion Gauda is going to have to recover very, very soon. The young driver from Singapore done in 6th, in 5th place, Braken is 6th. On their way to turn number 4, the pressure is on, and the dirt is short by Federico Arifai. He's having none of it at the moment. He's controlling his pace, but for how long? That's going to be a very hard task, I'm afraid, for Federico Arifai. A 3rd place finish as best result so far for the young Pole sitter, the fastest in qualifying on Friday. But even though the race is quite short, the pressure is on. It's going to be no easy task at all for him to hold on to that 1st position for the entirety of the race, because Montero and Bondarev are very much on his tail, and we've seen happening that a lot in the last lap with the decisive overtaking maneuvers happening there. Here we go with just less than 0.2 of a second between Arifai and Montero. Can the young Portuguese go for the move? No, actually Bondarev goes first and takes 2nd position into turn number 2. That was clean. He made that stick beautifully. There he goes for the lead. 2 positions in 2 corners, and there we go for Bondarev back in the lead.
On this contact, nearly coming there, and off the road goes Montero. He just got too close to Federico Arifai, and that's bent the right of the kart. He can't believe it. The front right axle just got caught and out of shape, and that just speared him off the road. What a shame for Noah Montero. Absolutely disastrous, and he is out of this race. There's no 2 ways about it. What a shame for Noah Montero. Oh, that is devastating. After winning yesterday, Montero is now out of it. Alexander Bondarev, though, snatching the lead with 2 moves in 2 corners. The man from Ukraine is absolutely unstoppable. But Arifai, he's going to try and get him back.
Yeah, that was a good series of moves. Certainly one of the best that we've seen this weekend. And Bondarev is determined to let not happen to him. Is shutting the doors, holding his position. Watch out for turn number 4. This is where we've seen so many of those moves happening. Jevan David, the fastest on track. He keeps on climbing, and he's 4th at the moment. The young driver from Sri Lanka getting ahead of Dion Gauda. Where can he be stopped? Actually, Jevan David, a great recovery, and on his way to his best result this weekend.
Well, we were talking in the last race about Renaud Franco and Salim Hanna. They're the 2 championship contenders at the front end of the field, and we said, well, if they're not going to get the title lead out of this one, who is? This man thinks he knows the answer. Jevan David is storming back. He's currently looking at a top 6 starting position on the grid. He just keeps picking them off. Now that he's up into 4th position, Jevan David could be on the 3rd row of the grid. He has saved his weekend the way things currently look. Arifai gets his chance to go side by side with Bondarev. They bang wheels. Bondarev hangs on. Arifai dives for the inside into turn 3, and now Iannello is trying to get there. He wants a victory on home soil, and Jevan David's going to storm up into 3rd position. Jevan David could win this heat from back on the 7th row of the grid.
What an incredible sensation that is. Jevan David in 3rd. Watch out. What a move that was as well from Arifai, who went sliding around the inside of turn number 2. That was beautifully made and handled from Arifai in front of Bondarev. Now the pressure's on. There goes Bondarev around the inside. And it takes 1st position again, with Arifai having to fight back and going defensive, because Jevan David has a lot of ambitions into this race. Here they come across just in front of us. Let's have a look at the gaps. Here we go for another move with Bondarev responding. Then it takes 1st position. Arifai in 2nd.
There goes Jevan David up the inside into 2nd position, and through to 3rd comes Iannello. He gets through on Bondarev. Absolutely incredible. So Federico Arifai leads the way, but now Jevan David is all over the back of him, looking for a victory. Oh my goodness, could he actually go from 13th on the grid to take a victory in the Academy Trophy race? It's genuinely doable now. The Sri Lankan has been sensational. Up the inside, that's Dion Gauda, I think, getting back into the mix as he gets past Alexander Bondarev. And here comes Oscar Wirtz, past both of them. Go on, Oscar, get in there, son. He's pushing hard as he works his magic. He runs a little bit deep, as does Bondarev, so Wirtz drops down into 5th. Bondarev is there in 6th behind Gauda, both of them. But Jevan David is leading on the final lap. Can he hang on in front of Al Rifai and Riccardo Iannello? Iannello would dearly love to win on home soil. The Italian is pushing hard here. He's already got a second place finish. Can he get it? Al Rifai would dearly love to win though from pole position, but Van David is making all the right moves, defending valiantly, keeping himself in position. Iannello side by side with Al Rifai and gets through. Iannello in a second, just a few corners away now for the Italian. Could he win here at Adria? He's got a brilliant chance, but Van David is not going to concede a victory if he doesn't have to. Pushing up to the final few corners, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, the way this Academy Karting Trophy is going, Van David is about to take victory from 13th on the grid. That is the drive of the season from the young man from Sri Lanka. Magnificent!
Victory for Van David on just less than 1/10 of a second on Riccardo Iannello and Federico Arifai. What a finish that was!
And while we're at it, give a bow to the man in 4th place, Caleb Gafrara, absolutely unsighted, has stormed through to 4th position as well. The American has made up 11 places from 15th on the grid. Take a bow, Van David and Caleb Gafrara. You just saved your weekends.
Yeah, fresher tires might have helped him in his task, but that's certainly one of the best drives that young Van David has pulled out so far in his young karting season.
And with Bondarev now dropping to 7th, that puts Maciej Gledicz in pole position for the final alongside Bondarev. Roos will be 3rd. Van David will be 4th and takes 7 points in the title fight. He could leave here as the leader of the championship.
Fantastic turn of event, and Van David certainly one of the names to keep an eye on until the end of this weekend. One of his strongest results, as it hasn't been long since Van David made a name for himself on the international karting scene, but he keeps on progressing at every race, and there's another confirmation of his progress with a great recovery from 13 up to 1st. But what a final lap that was once again. The Academy Trophy keeps on giving at every race. Fantastic battle between those youngsters, and Van David was the one to take the victory in his last qualifying race before the golden final to come this afternoon. Riccardo Iannello, great recovery as well, a great effort from the young Italian. 5 places up to 2nd in front of Federico Arifai. Yet again, unfortunately, the pole sitter wasn't able to translate his qualifying pace into victory, but he showed some flashes of brilliance into this race. So let's not count him out for the final, Federico Arifai, as he will be starting from a little bit further back on the grid. So good recovery effort for him, Al Rifai. Caleb Garfar as well showed his pace, 11th place up to 4th from Maximilian Schleimer. Oscar Wurz, unfortunately, dropping from the 2nd to 6th. Alexander Bondarev as well, who lost pole position after what has been a very difficult race, very fast it was. Dion Goda in 8th from Gazi Motlika, and then we have Tom Braken, Gian Kim, Mark Daminsky, Stefano Cagnolo, Jaco Leitinen, Bart Harrison, and the rest of the classification. Quickly, Nando Wechelbaumer, we have Alberto Benitez, Nemanjana Jovanovic, Daniel Moalem, Lenny Kiefer, and Philippe Gana, with unfortunately one retirement in Noah Montero.
We are set for 3 exceptional finals today, where we will crown the KZ2 and KZ European champions this afternoon, as well as our latest winner in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And there are so many candidates now who could take that. We are going to return to the action at 13:30 local time, when the presentation will begin for the drivers of the KZ2 European Championship. They will have 26 laps of the circuit to negotiate, so that is when we will come back. 13:30 local time. During our lunch break, we'll give you some of the highlights of the 2021 season so far. But I tell you what, you really need to make sure you are in the best possible seat in the house to be here virtually, if not physically, for these races, because this is going to be a European Championship Showdown to remember for the ages in KZ and KZ2. And in the Karting Academy Trophy, this could turn into the toughest title fight yet. See you back here at 13:30 European Standard Time. See you in a bit.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight. What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Prokart Raceway circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title, and the return of the FIA Karting Academy trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Prokart Raceway circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right kink and keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub off a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renaud Francot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Bryken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go. But it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Francot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Francot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Yvan David had moved up to 5th and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Francot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Jaime David to spot his moment as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledicz of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Lehtinen and Gledicz continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledicz back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Lehtinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening, he was looking like a contender, but not necessarily the favourite. So his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanar would finish 2nd and Dion Gouda 3rd. Jaime David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledicz completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run, made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory, it was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast, then they passed me 2nd. I was trying to follow Frankot, then the track was dirty in the last corner, and then I was getting slower, my tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Frankot pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Walstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Polini cleared ahead into the first corner. for two separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Waalstein had sneaked back past Polini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Arthur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Waalstein led from Polini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner, Kaios Sixnelis, was in fifth. Van Waalstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash, and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into third place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Louillet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderwarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KSW team racer on their Birolarts. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaios Sixnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move.
Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nielsen into the path of Travis Anuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travis Anuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nielsen. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nielsen survived the onslaught from Travis Anuto. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the third lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good, and we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Prokart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the work because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was strong, really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Prokart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula 1 World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Riccardo Longhi and Jeremy Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Marijn Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrian Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birilat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Orlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Orlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Complese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Complese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Orlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Buhaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Buhaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to Lorenzo Complese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years, as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been 2nd and 3rd so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment, as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Pex fights back to 4th ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Buhaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with this tires in big condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very, very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race, and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. I possible to win, push, and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win. Obviously, we've been on top all weekend, so. But I know Longi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrap a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the two CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in the first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricciardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup. And that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricciardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tires really made it difficult for us, but we covered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno in Italy.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs,
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
and delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Prokart Raceway circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title, and the return of the FIA Karting Academy trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Prokart Raceway circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right kink and keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub off a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renaud Francot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Bryken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go. But it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Francot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Francot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Jovan David had moved up to 5th, and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Francot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Jaime David to spot his moment as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledizh of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Lehtinen and Gledizh continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledizh back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Lehtinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Frankot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening he was looking like a contender but not necessarily the favourite. So his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanna would finish 2nd and Dion Gauda 3rd. Jaime David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledizh completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run. Made a little mistake, but P3 overall, it's good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me 2nd. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty, the last corner, and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Frankot pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimetres off the ground. Senna van Walstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Pellini cleared ahead into the first corner. But two separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Waalstein had sneaked back past Pellini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Arthur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Waalstein led from Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner, Kaios Sixnelis, was in fifth. Van Waalstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into third place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Louillet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderwarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KSW team racer on their Birolarts. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaios Sixnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nielsen into the path of Travers Renaudin to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travers Renaudin was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nielsen. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nielsen survived the onslaught from Travers Renaudin. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the first lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and from that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good, and we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Prokart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the work because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was strong, really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Prokart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula One World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Riccardo Longhi and Jaime Iglesias made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Moran Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrian Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birilat driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Puhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Orlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Orlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap, he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation, he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Puhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Complese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Complese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Orlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel, and he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Puhaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Puhaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to Lorenzo Complese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been 2nd and 3rd so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment, as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Pex fights back to 4th ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Puhaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with these tires in the condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very, very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race, and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. I'm possible to win, push, and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top all weekend, so but I know Longi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close it with the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrub a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the two CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup, and that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tires really made it difficult for us, but recovered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So, as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time, the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno, in Italy.
Hi, I'm Mick Schumacher.
Hi, I'm Julian Alaphilippe. More than 1 million people are killed on our roads each year.
That's nearly 3,700 people dying in road crashes every day. Road users must work together to keep our roads safe.
Simple actions from all road users can prevent road crashes.
Obey speed limits and slow down in reduced visibility conditions.
Signal your intentions in advance.
Keep a safe distance.
Make sure you are visible. Wear a helmet and obey the circulation rules.
Be aware of cyclist routes and bicycle paths. Ensure a safe passing distance when overtaking cyclists. Everyone has a role to play to make our roads safer for all of us.
Following simple rules can help save your life and the lives of others.
The first round of the FIA Gearbox season brings the paddock to Germany on the famous Prokart Raceway circuit in Wackersdorf. It's the perfect setting for the KZ and KZ2 categories to commence their fight for the European title, and the return of the FIA Karting Academy trophy, with 48 drivers from around the world. Let's go on a tour of the Prokart Raceway circuit with local hero Lewis Speck. Flat out through the left and right kink and keep the kart as smooth as possible through turn 1 before a hard braking zone for the first hairpin. Keep the kart controlled on the exit and up through the gears through the left-hander before easing into the next hairpin, a central overtaking spot on the circuit. Now come 3 right-handers, which you have to balance the throttle and down change for control on each. You're changing gear at least half a dozen times in 3 seconds here. You need to keep your focus. Steady through the left and onto the straight parallel to the home straight and into the left hairpin. Back on the power, you need to scrub off a little less speed for the right hairpin, which coaxes drivers into pushing a little harder. On the straight and over the crest, blend the throttle delicately into the final turn. After a quick feather of the throttle, you can get back on the power quickly and complete one of the most physical laps in the sport for a gearbox driver in under a minute. For the 12th year, the Academy Trophy brings together young racers from 48 nations across 6 continents, even during COVID-19. Formula One racers George Russell, Esteban Ocon and Charles Leclerc all came from this class. So with equal karts, new faces and a fair playing field, it's the perfect proving ground. At the start, Renaud Francot would hold his advantage into turn 1, as Bart Harrison would lose out to Salim Hanna through the flat-out right-hander. As the pack swept into the hairpin, trouble began. Tyler Jean Robinson would spin her kart out of the race on the spot, whilst the rest of the pack would swarm up to the next tight left-hand hairpin. In the braking zone, who touched who first became irrelevant, but it didn't change the fact that Noah Montero, Tom Bryken, Oscar Wirtz, Lucas Fluscher and Mark Dubnitsky were wiped out in an instant. Several others ran off the road to avoid the incident, but the famous 5 were left to help clear the wreckage. Further round the lap, Bart Harrison and David Walter left Luca Neunschwander with nowhere to go, but it would be Walter who would suffer the damage, and he too would retire just a lap later. The marshals were rapid to react to the crash on the opening lap, and their quick thinking meant that the race could continue. Alexander Bondarev would then get a rude awakening by an opponent, which gave Leon Zelenko the chance to close up. The midfield pack was still getting settled in, but on the next lap, Francot would have to yield to Salim Hanna, who would make his overtaking move for the lead. Caleb Gafrara tried to make his own way past, but wasn't close enough. Nicolas Roos was the next one to retire and was devastated after a tough fight all weekend, leaving his opposition to disappear into the distance. Aaron Krebschik and Kanaka Guzazi were engaged in a long duel lower down the field, as back at the front, Francot wasn't losing too much ground to Hanna, with Gafrara ahead of Dion Gauda. But it wouldn't be long before the young man from Singapore was making his way past onto the back straight. But on the exit, the American challenged back and reclaimed the final spot on the podium, before Gauda finished the move down the home straight. Behind them, Yvan David had moved up to 5th, and could have been higher had he not retired from his final heat following his 2 wins on Saturday. Francot had managed to retake the lead of the race, whilst David was pushing Gafrara, almost literally. It wouldn't take long for Yvan David to spot his moment, as he stormed on the inside in the left-hand hairpin at turn 9. The Sri Lankan was now up to 4th. Behind the top 5, Bart Harrison was trying to fend off Darius Babiawana, but the Romanian was determined and made his move for 6th. Leo Robinson had caught Zelenko by this point, and with support from Riccardo Iannello, he was able to make his move into turn 2. He tried to leave no room for Zelenko, but the Croatian would not be intimidated and returned back on track ahead of the Algerian. Robinson wasn't done, however, and round the outside he kept his speed and held his nerve to claim the position. A bold and mature move. Zelenko was taken by surprise, and so Iannello was able to pounce on him too. Sadly, the battle had taken too long, and now the trio were too far back to make an impression on the drivers ahead. Elsewhere, Maciej Gledicz of Poland was catching Jarkko Lehtinen of Finland, and sweeping into turn 2, he made his move. Their battle was just getting started, and even more dust would be kicked up later. Babiawana finally caught up to Gafrara and made his bid for 5th position. Into turn 4, he slid across the apex and only just managed to shut the door before the American was back in front. There was even more frustration to come for the young man from North Carolina, as British driver Bart Harrison made his own overtaking move at turn 10. The duel between Lehtinen and Gledicz continued as the Finn outsmarted the pole out of turn 9, and despite a little rubbing of wheels along the back straight, it would be the Finn that made the move for position stick. It wouldn't last long, however, as no sooner had the move been completed, the Finn would then have to allow Gledicz back through at the flat-out first bend. The shift in momentum then gave Max Schlemer and Leo Robinson the chance to make their own way through, as the Finn had fought so hard to gain a position that he'd actually lost 3. Robinson couldn't quite step up the attack on Schlemer and would have to wait for another chance. Hanna entered the last lap hoping for one more chance to catch the leader, whilst Jarkko Lehtinen would have an incident in the closing stages and had to join his colleagues at the marshal's post. Not many people would have predicted a win for Francot at the start of the weekend, and even on Saturday evening, he was looking like a contender, but not necessarily the favourite. so his wisdom, maturity and measured pace had been enough to clinch his first major victory in Europe, and a fantastic win at Wackersdorf to boot, to kickstart his FIA Karting Academy trophy bid in fine style. Salim Hanar would finish second and Dion Gouda third. Yavan David fought back after starting 11th to finish in 4th, whilst Babiawana, Harrison and Gafrara maintained their positions to the finish. Alexander Bondarev drove smoothly to 8th, whilst Leo Robinson and Maciej Gledij completed the top 10. It's a great start for Frankot, but can he maintain this advantage?
The whole weekend we've been really fast in the trainings, and in the quali it was a really good run, made a little mistake, but P3 overall is good. I feel really good after the victory. It was a really good race.
Yeah, my race was quite good. The first lap I was very fast. Then they passed me second. I was trying to follow Frankot. Then the track was dirty, the last corner, and then I was getting slower. My tires was dirty, so
yeah, I feel really great. Very long race, and we worked really hard as a team. So really pleased to come out with the podium. The race was really tough. Both Salim and Frankot pulled a really good competition. So yeah, really happy with the result. We had a mistake in one of the heats which dropped us back for our starting position in the final, which I think is where we lacked, unfortunately. But it is what it is. That's racing, and happy to pull off a podium.
KZ2 is one of the toughest disciplines of racing in the world, never mind karting. Consider this, 95 competitors bidding for just 36 places in the final with 5 races each, 0 to 60 in the same time as the world's best sports cars and a few millimeters off the ground. Senna van Walstein couldn't hold on to the lead as Giacomo Pellini cleared ahead into the first corner. But 2 separate incidents, one into the first corner and then a monumental pile-up into the second, would claim 13 drivers. Van Walstein had sneaked back past Pellini for the lead, and it couldn't have been better timed. Jorge Pescador, Marcus Kayak, Hubert Petit, Arthur Carbonell and Giuseppe Palomba were out immediately. But others recovered, such as Jean Nomblo, Danilo Albanese, Daniel Stell, Martin van Leuven, Valentino Fritsch, Alexander Schmitz, Chris Harnan and Andrea Dalle. The circuit was blocked, so it was now a race against time for the marshals to help drivers clear the track. But they all knew that their chances of becoming European champion in KZ2 had been wiped out in less than 10 seconds. After a lot of hard work, the race officials had to concede that the race would need to be neutralised, and so the slow boards came out and no overtaking was permitted. It was one of the biggest crashes ever seen at the start of a KZ2 final in recent history, and a case of desperation and exuberance for some of the drivers. For Giuseppe Palomba and Jorge Pescador, who were having great weekends, it was all too much to bear. On the restart, Van Walstein led from Pellini and Paavo Tonteri, with another Dutchman, Laurens van Hopen, trying to move forward. Former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner, Kaios Sixnelis, was in 5th. Van Walstein was keen to ensure he wouldn't lose the lead again, but the CRGs were close. Behind Sixnelis, David Trevelov was working hard to continue his strong start to the year ahead of Leonardo Marcellia for the Factory Kart Republic squad. With Marcellia hustling Trevelov, the German knew he would have to make a move and forced the issue on the inside of Sixnelis swiftly afterwards, but he couldn't quite draw alongside, and that allowed Marcellia through, with Trevelov shutting the door firmly to limit the damage. Jean Louillet decided to make his move anyway, but Trevelov defended well, and even snatched the next corner away from Marcellia without even blinking. With a lot of the big names eliminated in the first lap crash, and several others involved down the order, this became a golden opportunity for young pretenders to the crown to come forward. Marco Tormen, leading the charge for Modena ASD, was actually showing up the factory Birolart drivers, showcasing how well the team is doing since winning the International Super Cup with Simone Cunati last year. The teammates at Parolin banded together to make progress. Two-time world champion in OK, Lorenzo Travasanuto, and Ferrari Academy young driver James Wharton. As the drivers ahead of them squabbled for position, the boys in red and white were creeping steadily closer. Up the road, Van Hopen had crept quietly into third place ahead of Tonteri, but the Finn wasn't being defeated without a fight. Within a lap, however, the duel was over and the Dutchman was pulling away. Luyet was desperate to get away from Brandon Nilsson, who with a pair of Parolins hot on his heels was looking particularly flustered. He needed to pass and do so quickly, or his chances at the top 5 would be over too. Having caught Nilsson, Travasanuto was ready to challenge, but even his gutsiest of lunges on the inside line wasn't enough to deter Nilsson, who just kept his line and his position. No matter what the Italian tried, the Swede wouldn't budge, and they were losing precious time stuck behind him. So the Australian Wharton decided to move ahead to see if he could challenge the CRG driver. Alessio Piccini and Robert Kinderwarter would go to battle next, as the factory driver would pass the KSW team racer on their Birolats. Determination and perseverance were enough to put Marcellia ahead of Trevelov after many attempts, but he was quite defensive initially, as he did his best to thwart any retaliation from the young German on home soil. It was at this stage of the race, unseen by the cameras, that Lithuanian star Kaius Sixnelis would retire from a brilliant 5th place with a broken gearbox. It could have been a podium finish for the talented youngster, who will be back to do battle at Adria. Then Wharton set out to accomplish what Travasanuto could not. He dived inside Nilsson from a few kart lengths back and made the move. Then the Australian star masterfully boxed Nilsson into the path of Travasanuto to set up his teammate with a chance to overtake. But despite an audacious attempt into the final bend, he still couldn't pass the Swede. For now. A few corners later, and Travasanuto was adamant. He was clear about his intentions and decided to set up the overtake into turn 4. A strong, clean move that kick-started his assault on the top 10. There was no reply from Nilsson. Romania's Daniel Vazil had shown incredible speed coupled with bad luck. Now in unison with Danilo Albanese, the DR driver was fighting back, making light work of Alessio Piccini. But in the closing stages, his epic drive was undone after a clash with Giuseppe Fusco on the Lenzo car. It was yet more cruel luck for a driver who'd already had his fair share. As the final lap approached, Van Hopen realised he had run out of time to make an impression on second-placed Polini, who had just not been able to keep up with Van Waalstein. It had very much been the Dutchman's weekend. Pole position in qualifying, 5 wins, and a dominant display in the final. The CPB Sport driver made it look plain sailing, and the next question is if anybody can catch him in the title race. Gracious in defeat, Giacomo Polini would claim second place, setting up an epic show between two valiant sportsmen at Adria in August. Van Hopen finished behind the leading duo in third, with the top 10 all covered by 10 seconds. Marcellia and Tonteri were hunted down by Trevelov, Luyet held on ahead of Wharton, and Nilsson survived the onslaught from Travasanuto. So now we know who the title contenders are, but can anyone defeat Senna Van Waalstein in 2021?
Coming into the final, it was obviously we had a good pace and we knew we had a chance for the win, but we also know there were other contenders that were really fast, so it was a bit of a gamble. But in the end, we managed to get it throughout the first lap. The first laps were quite a bit difficult because Polini was fast as well and Laurens was behind there. After lap 10, we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, and From that moment on, we just tried to manage it. And yeah, in the end, we managed to win the race, so it was quite good.
Yes, it was a really good race. Second position is the best result for us today because Senna was a little bit faster than us, especially after some laps. The pace was good. And we try next race to do better.
I'm super happy for my team, for Prokart. We see an unbelievable driver. He makes the work because he pole position, all the heat, final. For me, this weekend, Senna was really strong. I'm really happy for him, really happy for Prokart because we make a lot of effort to arrive at this sort of results. So all my team also was really fast, especially some driver who not so fast normally, so I'm really happy.
KZ differs from KZ2 in that the kart and driver must weigh 5 kilograms lighter, which makes these drivers the most physically fit and intense competitors in the world. Max Verstappen won in KZ back in 2013, and now he's leading the Formula One World Championship. Put simply, if you win here, you're one of the world's greatest racing drivers. Emilion Denner had dominated the weekend thus far in qualifying and the heats. So when Riccardo Longhi and Jaime Alguersuari made phenomenal starts, it threw the whole weekend up in the air. Alex Irlando was also able to pass Denner's Intrepid, and so the battle began in earnest. Behind them, reigning KZ2 European champion Victor Gustafsson flew off the road at turn 3, learning about the intensity of stepping up to KZ the hard way. Marijn Kramers would retire on the opening lap, out of the view of the camera crew. Behind the top 4, Adrian Renaudin was hustling Noah Milel as the two men tried to make an impression early on for the lead. Iglesias was pushing relentlessly to close on Longhi, but the Birolart driver had been waiting for an opportunity like this for a long time and wasn't prepared to concede anything. Milel was now being caught by his teammate at Tony Kart, Simo Buhaka. The close nature of the field was staggering, proof that in KZ, it really is anybody's race to win. Irlando was getting impatient and felt that Iglesias didn't have as much pace under his right foot as he did. It didn't take long for a move to be created, and Irlando took second position away from his teammate, but in his insistence to defend and prevent Denner from passing too, the urgency of the battle caused Longhi to pull away. Renaudin wasn't far away either, but he wasn't able to pass for now. One lap later, and Denner knew it was essential to make an early move on Iglesias, and he made it through. Renaudin couldn't storm up to challenge yet, so would have to be content to pursue for one more lap. Renaudin wasn't backing down though, and on the next lap he made his bid at turn 9, and without hesitation he seized the place. And that was just the start of the misery and woe for Iglesias. As the Leclerc by Lennox teammates Pedro Hiltbrand and Matteo Vigano closed in, Buhaka would be the next man to pounce on the world champion. Hiltbrand tried to take the same gap and was boxed in. Then he was blocked at the next hairpin. Enough was enough, and the Spaniard surged his way ahead, much to the Frenchman's surprise. Stan Pex was salvaging some of the honours for Kart Republic and racing in his own team's colours. He made his pass on Noah Milel in the final sector and set off to see what he could achieve up the road. It would be the start of an epic recovery drive. Mirko Tozzolini decided to be bold into turn 2 and take the position away from Noah Milel, leaving enough of a chance for Douglas Lundberg and Fabian Federer to make their own moves. Lundberg's was successful, whilst Federer's was not, and he ended up swapping paint with Lorenzo Complese to add insult to injury. Federer would drop to the back of the field, and both he and Complese would retire shortly afterwards. The latter couldn't quite make it back to the pit lane to do so. Denner had stepped up the attack and was now all over the rear of Irlando's CRG. Incredibly, it was in the final corner that the Frenchman dived for the move, and he completed an exceptional overtake. Victor Gustafsson wasn't giving up, and he made up ground by catching and passing Johan Sogel. And he wasn't the only one charging through the pack. Stan Pex had caught Simo Pohaka, and now he was up another position. This began a downward spiral for Pohaka, as next up, Hiltbrand would make the move into turn 9. But none of it made any difference to the Lenzo Complese, a winner in 2019, sidelined already in 2021. Who knows what might have been? Vigano then decided to gang up on his teammate and overtook the former world champion Hiltbrand into the turn 2 hairpin. Pex continued to work hard and eventually caught and passed Renaudin for 4th position, but with 5 laps to go, he could do no more. Denner was pushing like crazy to catch Longhi to win on his KZ debut, but the Italian in front had been waiting for this win for a long time, and now that he had the lead, he wasn't going to lose it. One of the most joyous scenes in recent years, as Longhi finally claimed victory, having been 2nd and 3rd so many times before. The first win at this level is always the sweetest, and now Longhi can savour the moment, as it's been a tough wait for the top step. So Longhi wins from Denner and Orlando. Stan Pex fights back to 4th ahead of Renaudin and Hiltbrand, with Matteo Vigano ahead of Simo Pohaka, Jorrit Pex and the reigning world champion Iglesias slipping to P10. Orlando and Denner have started their campaign strong, but for Longhi, the win has been well worth the wait.
I'm very happy for this victory because I had a very hard weekend with this tires and the condition. I improved the best in the race. I know Emilien was very fast. I stay in first in the first corner. Okay, and I don't look nothing, don't look my mechanic, only I focus for the pace. I push 100% all the race and look behind me only the last lap. I see Emilien 5 meters behind me. I possible to win, push and arrive this victory.
Yeah, the goal was to win, obviously. We've been on top of weekend, so but I know Longhi had the great speed as well, and I had to make a better start than him and try to close a little bit the first laps and then pull away, but didn't go as planned. He had a little bit better start than him, and I don't think starting on the right on this track is the best. You have to turn a little bit, so you scrap a little bit speed on the start. He got a little bit better getaway than me. And then also the 2 CRGs got past me, and I lost a lot of time with them. And then I had to chase him, and I came maybe 2-3 laps short. But in the end, I have nothing to regret, and I made my race.
Quite good result for me and for all team. We struggled a bit in the first part of the weekend, but yeah, we were able to find the right way. I'm quite confident that we can do something very important till the end of the year. So yeah, just have to wait and see.
It's been a great team effort. Ricciardo drove mistake-free in the final, so he did an amazing job. But behind the scenes, we've been working a lot, very hard to get him to this point. To be honest, we started off being very strong in the weekend, but we struggled a little bit finding the right setup. And that cost us in qualifying a little bit. I think we could have fought for pole position with Ricciardo, but I think a little bit the struggle with the tires really made it difficult for us, but we recovered very well in the heats, did a great job in the final, and yeah, the whole team's been working so hard for this, so it's a great enjoyment out of it.
So as the winners celebrate and their opponents consider how they can beat them in 2 months' time, in 3 weeks' time the journey of the OK and OK Junior categories will continue in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius at Sarno in Italy.
Up the inside, that's the bid to try and get past Luyer, and Luyer's gone off the road in his bid to hold on to it. The race is going to get underway without him. Oh, and there's contact at the start. Two karts come together there. There's not going to be enough time. He's there! He goes for it! In the final turn! Bondarev gets it from Wirtz and Walter! What a finish! Bondarev looks very hungry. He's going to get a good run off of turn one. Up the inside and into the lead, and Wirtz is up in a second. Great racing.
Oh, and there he goes through. Franco.
Oh, contact! And three karts come together there.
Antonelli coming back, the fastest, and it goes through. Beautifully made. Antonelli overtakes Jaime Alguersuari for third position.
Giuseppe Palomba, who crucially remains unbeaten heading into the evening session.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. we'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
Hi, I'm Mick Schumacher.
Hi, I'm Julian Alaphilippe. More than 1 million people are killed on our roads each year.
That's nearly 3,700 people dying in road crashes every day. Road users must work together to keep our roads safe.
Simple actions from all road users can prevent road crashes.
Obey speed limits and slow down in reduced visibility conditions.
Signal your intentions in advance.
Keep a safe distance.
Make sure you are visible. Wear a helmet and obey the circulation rules.
Be aware of cyclist routes and bicycle paths. Ensure safe passing distance when overtaking cyclists. Everyone has a role to play to make our roads safer for all of us.
Following simple rules can help save your life and the lives of others.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Up the inside, that's the bid to try and get past Lhuillier, and Lhuillier's gone off the road in his bid to hold on to it. The race is going to get underway without him. Oh, and there's contact at the start. Two karts come together there. There's not going to be enough time. Is there? He goes for it in the final turn. Bondarev gets it from Wurz, and Walter, what a finish. Bondarev looks very hungry. He's going to get a good run off of turn one, up the inside and into the lead, and Wurz is up in a second. Great racing.
And there he goes through. Franco.
Oh, contact! And three karts gone together there.
Antonelli coming back, the fastest, and he goes through. Beautifully made. Antonelli overtakes Jaime Iglesias for third position.
Giuseppe Palomba, who crucially remains unbeaten heading into the evening session. You join us at the epic conclusion to this 2021 FIA Karting European Championship season. It's been a very tough road to get here, from Wackersdorf in Germany to Adria here in the beautiful Venetian sunshine in the heart of Italy. It really has been a wonderful weekend so far, and now we come to the crucial moment in this weekend. The KZ2 European Championship Final, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, second round of 3, and then the KZ European Championship Final. Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez to talk you round. It's going to be a very exciting afternoon of action. There is your schedule. The presentation is about to get underway to represent and present the drivers that will come to the starting grid. But in all three races, unpredictability is going to be the key factor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Jake. This is going to be another great conclusion of a great day of racing. The closing round of the European Championship for both the KZ and the KZ2 categories, and the second meeting of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Fantastic to be here under the beautiful sun of the Venetian region. It's been hot, that's for sure, on and off the track in all three categories. And if you've been with us since yesterday, went through a lot of qualifying races, 25 qualifying heats to set the grids for both the KZ2 and the Academy, as well as the KZ, with 36 drivers only available. So here we go for the presentation.
Making their way out onto the circuit here at Karting Adria, and this has been an absolutely fantastic build-up to this so far. The battle for the title is going to be bid between 5 drivers. Senna van Walstein of the Netherlands, who comes into this final with the lead and 42 points. Giacomo Pellini of Italy is in second place with 37 points. Then in third position, we have Laurens van Hopen in third place. 26 points is his total, just 2 ahead of the Finnish driver, Paavo Tonteri. The last man in with an opportunity to take the title is the Italian Leonardo Marsiglia, who has 18 points coming to this one. He has the outside chance, and the only way he can do that and win the title is to take the victory, and with his 4 close rivals failing to score decent points. So it's definitely going to be a tight battle as the competitors make their way to the grid. Only 36 of the 80 drivers that have raced this weekend will get an opportunity to race in this final. 24 laps and a very tough mission ahead.
A very tough mission indeed for the representative of the KZ2 class making their way onto the grid. This will be the grid presentations coming up in just a few moments. So we're going to go through the entire grid, as you can see, forming before your very eyes. And we're getting ready for a fantastic show ahead of us, as we have a couple of contenders indeed for the European Championship title. That has been absolutely fantastic to follow ever since Wackersdorf, an ecstatic opening round, and oh boy, this has been exciting as well here in Adria. Those 2 tracks actually have one big thing in common, is the weather conditions. Surprisingly hot in Germany, not as much as a surprise here in Italy, even though we've been over the 30 degrees Celsius, even more for most of the weekend. But Giuseppe Palomba has been able to maximize his performance and the ones of his machinery all throughout the weekend. To start from pole position, it will be on the right side of the track. The inside line on the way to turn number 1 is on the left of your picture, the 304 from Birelart. But watch out for Danilo Albanese, his fellow countryman, with the Italian colors on his Car Republic chassis, certainly to bring him good luck, even though he was penalized at some point and actually had one of his wins taken away, which actually didn't prevent him from starting from the front row of the grid. But Senna van Walstein, the current provisional leader of the championship with 42 points, 5 points ahead of Giacomo Pellini, the one by his side on the row number 2, will be certainly willing to go to the concrete in this final and seal the deal and his first European Championship title at this level. We're not there yet, and there's more than one contender for the crown, and here they are. These are the machines, and the gladiators are about to make their way onto the track. The total of 36 best KZ2 drivers of the weekend, 36 out of 81 that entered here in Adria. So not a lot of tickets available for the most important of all races. 36 as well. This is the same amount of drivers I will get to see in the Academy Trophy second round coming up later on after this race, and 24 in the KZ. Everybody in, so good luck to them. But for now, the decorum is set, everybody in, and we got to thank everybody for tuning in wherever you are in the world on FIAKarting.com, as well as on YouTube and Facebook, the official pages of the FIA Karting Championship. Don't forget to subscribe as well on those channels, on Instagram and Twitter as well. Leave us a comment, leave us a question or suggestion, and we'll be more than happy to answer them.
Here come the drivers. They will head out of the pit lane entry and they will join us on the starting grid. It's going to be a fabulous, fabulous race weekend for the drivers to conclude the KZ2 European Championship. They come obviously trying to keep cool with the umbrellas as they head to the circuit. It is 35 degrees Celsius now, air temperature. It is one of the hottest days of the year for the European Championship. And of course, there are battles within battles. We've talked about the 5 title contenders: Senna van Walstein, Giacomo Pellini, Laurens van Hopen, Paavo Tonteri and Leonardo Marsiglia. But the 2 drivers on the front row of the starting grid, Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese, are both going to be fighting for the victory, which could give them second in the European Championship if all goes according to plan. If Palomba wins, he'll end up with 41 points. If Albanese gets the title, gets the victory, I should say, then he will acquire 39, which could technically be enough to get them into the second position point of the championship. That's the best that they can hope for. They can't really get the title because Senna van Walstein has 42 points compared to Giacomo Pellini on 37, Van Hopen on 26, Paavo Tonteri on 24, and Leonardo Marsiglia on 18. Those are the title contenders. There are 25 points available for the win. 20 for second place, 16 available for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then incremental points down one each position down to 15th place, who will get the final championship point. It's definitely going to be a very exciting battle for our contenders as they race for position. The contenders have now made their way to the starting grid, and they will receive their medals for competing at this final. Each driver that makes their way to the final is presented with a fabulous medal, and we can now present the drivers one by one to their position on the starting grid. And what a field of drivers this is. Giuseppe Palomba will take his position at the very front end of the field. The Birolart star from Italy will be the first one away, having won 4 of his 5 heats and come second in the last, and that is more than enough to secure his place in pole position. It's been a great run for Giuseppe Palomba so far. Danilo Albanese will be the man alongside him on that front row of the starting grid, and the Italian really has been exceptional to push him all the way. Now let's bring the drivers to their positions. Giuseppe Palomba, the Italian, pole position for Birolart. He will be there from the front end of the grid in the hope that this is going to be his attack for second place in the European Championship, the best that he can achieve. Danilo Albanese, second position on the grid for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, and his kart will carry the Italian national football colours for the pride of his nation after their recent success on the international stage. Giacomo Polini comes into this race second in the point standings, 37 points, 5 behind the championship leader, and he has the chance to turn the tables. But the man who leads the points is next up. Senna van Walstein, the Dutchman, has the chance to become the European champion. He leads the point standings. A top 4 finish should secure the job. 5th position, Paavo Tonteri, the Flying Finn, still has a great chance to become champion himself. 24 points. He has a bit to gain, but he definitely doesn't have much to lose. 6th position on the grid, the Swiss superstar, Samuel Louillet, who has been very impressive over the course of the weekend, has never finished outside the top 6 this weekend and picked up a couple of second place finishes in the charge. Hubert Petit of France, a great performance from him over the course of the weekend, solid and consistent with plenty of flashes of pace. Next up in the mix, it is Kaius Sixnelis, the Lithuanian and former FIA Karting Academy trophy winner. He's been absolutely exceptional all weekend and one of the rising stars of the KZ2 category. Another direct drive convert, Laurens van Hopen, who comes into this weekend in 3rd position in the driver's standings and with a great chance to head to the top end of the rankings for Leclerc by Lennox Racing. Next up is Arthur Carbonell, one of the most consistent performers from the 2020 season. Now he's stepping it up a gear and has even more to prove. The Polish driver is next up, David Lewinsky. An excellent performance from him this weekend. Solid, consistent, and lightning speed. And there could be a very impressive podium for him at the end of this one. One of the stars of the field, Alessio Pacini, always incredibly quick and has lots to do on home soil. And next up is a 2-time world champion in the OK category, Lorenzo Travasanuto, stepping forward as a KZ2 front runner. Brandon Nilsson is next up, the Swede who races under an Italian license, but the CRG driver has a lot to say in this final. From the United Arab Emirates, it is Jamie Day for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, switching across from the OK category to KZ2 with lightning pace. Leonardo Marcellia, plagued by unreliability in one of his heats, but he has plenty still to fight for, and he is still in the title fight. Martin van Leuven, the Dutchman, with energy course and plenty of opportunities to work his way through the pack. For Romania, it is Daniel Vazil for the DR SRL factory squad, and this young star has been pushing the Modena engine to absolute extremes all weekend long. For Russia, it is Nikita Artemonov of the CPB Sports Squad on the Sodi Kart chassis, and he has been very consistent and impressive throughout. For Poland, it is Adrian Janicki of the Traszewski Racing Team, and his Cosmic has been flying through the pack. David Trevelov of Germany, not quite in the position he wanted to be in after his impressive performance at Wackersdorf, but he's still in the hunt. Juho Valtonen having a busy season in both the OK and KZ2 disciplines, and the SP Motorsport driver has plenty to do. The leading one of our 2 wildcards on the field, Jakub Kadicak for the Czech Republic. Great to see him on the field, deservedly so. For France, it is Thomas Imborg, also of the CPB Sports Squad, on the Sodikart chassis, and there's a lot from him that we have seen and been impressed by. Jorge Pescador, the man from Valencia, in the CRG, and he'll have a wonderful day at the races if his previous pace is anything to go by. Marco Torman is next up for the Modena ASD squad, the team that won last year's KZ2 International Super Cup. Andrea Dalle is next up, the former European champion, always one of the most ruthless operators within the KZ2 field. The second of our wildcards this weekend, Francesco Iacovacci. The Italian has been absolutely lightning through the course of the weekend, and he would love to end it on his terms. For Germany, it is Maximilian Pohl, who will be one of the star representatives of the grid for the DR team. He is very quick and very consistent. He should finish strong. For Italy, it is Moritz Ebner who is next up in the field. Another of our lightning youngsters on the Birolart chassis. What can he do from the mid-pack? One of the youngest men in the field, the Dutchman, Chris Harnen, has had all sorts of obstacles thrown at him this weekend. Now he can finish in fine form. For Croatia, one of the stars of the 2020 season, Christian Habulin and the TB Kart squad. He got a podium last year. Let's see what he can do in 2021. Jean Nomblot of France, always fighting, always feisty, and unfortunate in terms of his performance this weekend, but he'll want to stay in front of the German star, Tim Tröger, who for SRP on the Maranello Racing chassis has a great chance to make progress from his position. The final row of the grid will see the Austrian Markus Funder for the Birolart Satellite KSW team, and alongside him on the grid, the last man in on the Lenzo Kart Luxor. For Argentina, it is Giorgio Carrara.
Thank you very much, Jake. A great presentation for a great race to come. 24 laps in total on the FIA Karting Raceway. As we're getting ready with the 36 gladiators of this KZ2 category, 36 tickets available out of 81 entrants, and this is going to be a great, fantastic show. The first one opening the program this afternoon, followed by the Academy Trophy Final and the KZ category last race. Here they are getting ready and to be about to sit in the machinery. This is going to be, of course, a standing start as always. After the warm-up lap, the drivers make their way back onto the grid, waiting for the officials' directives, and once our race director Nigel Edwards will see fit, and then the race will be launched and the lights will go off. So great performance from all those young drivers so far in the KZ2 class all throughout the weekend. Giuseppe Palomba unbeaten in all of his qualifying heats with 5 victories out of 5 attempts. 4 out of 5 for Daniel Albanese, who will be alongside him on the front row. But watch out for the title contenders indeed. Alongside each other, Giacomo Polini and Senna van Waldstein split by just 5 little points in the championship as it stands, and split on the grid by just a couple of meters. As you can see, behind Daniel Albanese on the right side of the picture is Senna van Waldstein, who's just sitting in his kart, his Sodikart machinery, and on the left side, hidden behind Giuseppe Palomba, is Giacomo Polini. But Sam Luet, Paavo Tontori behind will be more than eager to give them a hard time as we're getting ready with just a few minutes remaining, less than 2 minutes, as the guys are going to be shown the 1 minute left panel onto the grid. I can hear the whistle. 1 minute left before we get going, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in on FIAKarting.com as the tension has got to a point. It has never been as high as right now, because after the warm-up lap, they all come back on the grid. Standing start, once the lights go off, we'll be good to go for 24 laps of intense racing.
5 drivers still in the title fight for the 2021 FIA Karting KZ2 European Championship. Senna van Waldstein, who starts from 4th. Giacomo Polini, who starts from 3rd. Lawrence Van Hopen, who starts from 9th on the starting grid. Paavo Tontori, who starts from 5th. And Leonardo Marsiglia, who starts from 16th. It will be a very tough battle. That means the front row is an all-Italian affair. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese, who will continue their rivalry. So far, the last time they met, it was Albanese who beat Palomba. But this time, it is twice the distance of the race. 31.248 kilometers of racing to come. And this race will not only decide the title fight, but it will also decide who's the king of Italy. Is it Giuseppe Palomba or Danilo Albanese? We will find out in the next 24 laps. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese on the front row of the grid from Giacomo Polini and Senna Van Waalstein. Paolo Tonteri and Sam Luyet from Hubert Petit and Kaya Sixnelis. Lawrence Van Hopen and Arthur Carbonell from David Levinsky and Alessio Piccini. Lorenzo Travasanuto, Brandon Nilsson, Jamie Day, Leonardo Marcellia, Martin Van Leuven and Daniel Vazil.
Followed on row number 10 by Nikita Artamonov, Adrian Janitsky, David Trefilov, Hugo Valtanen, Jakub Kadiciak, Thomas Imbur, Georgi Pescador, Marco Tormen, Andrea Dali, Francesco Iacovacci, Maximilian Paul, Moritz Ebner, Chris Hanen, Christian Abolin, Jan Omblo, Tim Troger, Marcus Funda and Giorgio Carrara. Here they are, all onto the track for the warm-up lap, getting the tires up to temperatures, fresher rubber, of course, for this 24 laps. This is twice the distance that they had to go through into the qualifying races, so this is going to be a long race and plenty of opportunities, plenty of open gates for the drivers to make their moves and try to collect the points and the results that they need. But as you said, 5 contenders for the European title of 2021, 2 at the front, two starting at the front but not in contention, but eager to give them a hard time in Palomba and Albanese. I was going to say 2 on the second row of the grid, Polini and Van Waalstein, followed further back by Lawrence Van Hopen and Pavel Tonteri, and let's not forget about Leonardo Marsiglia further back.
And for this final, they will get 2 formation laps around the circuit, essentially an out lap and then the additional second formation lap. This is to obviously warm the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature that they will want from the start of the race. And then this is it, the race that decides it all. Who is going to join that incredible, illustrious list of famous racers that have already put in such an incredible job over the years to become European champion? Victor Gustafsson, Emil Skaras, Adrian Renaudin, Leon Köhler, Fabian Federer, Joel Johansson, Andrea Dale, Emil Antonsson, Simas Theodorsis, Fabian Federer, Paolo De Conto, Angelo Lombardo, Tony Lavanon, Thomas Knopper. They were all KZ2 champions going all the way back to 2007 in the European competition. And this is going to be the toughest race of the 5 drivers' lives that they have competed for the European Championship today. Senna Van Waalstein, Giacomo Polini, Lawrence Van Hopen, Paolo Tonteri and Leonardo Marcellia. As it stands at this moment, Van Waalstein has 42 points to Giacomo Polini's 37. 5 points between them, and there is 5 points between the winning driver and the second place driver. Lawrence Van Hopen has 26, Paolo Tonteri has 24, Marcellia has 18, but the front row of the grid is between Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese, who want to prove that they are the king of Italian KZ2. Palomba in the red and white Birolard takes his place on the inside line on the front row in the Italian national football colours on the Kart Republic chassis. Danilo Albanese lines up second on the grid. It's CRG and Sodi behind, then CRG and Tony Kart, Sodi Kart and Energy Course, with the Leclerc chassis in 9th, and in 10th, the Sodi Kart. It's going to be an amazing battle from the get-go. Palomba, Albanese, Polini, Van Waalstein, Tonteri, Luyet, Petit, Sixnelis, Van Hopen and Carbonell. And we have got so many thrills and spills to come before this race is done. The final few drivers just taking up their positions in the starting grid. Drivers obviously managing to wheel their karts into position. They will do so just before the start so that the tyres do not stick to the surface of the road, and that is just how hot it is. 35 degrees Celsius temperature. The green flag flies at the back of the field, and we are ready for race action. This is it. The European Championship 2021 in KZ2 is about to get underway. Here we go. A great start from Palomba. Albanese is in second place. The rest of the field charges through. No major dramas, but it is Palomba in front of Albanese with a massive challenge from Senna Van Waalstein. He's already got past his rival Giacomo Polini, and up into third position comes Van Waalstein. He's already starting to hustle the 2 drivers as Polini is going to squeeze into position, and Tonteri has actually held his position as well. As round the outside, Polini's going to get side by side with Van Waalstein and into third position. Van Waalstein drifts wide and loses ground to Tonteri. The Dutchman is down to P5.
And we have 3 drivers involved in an incident further back. Sorry to cut you off, Jake, but it was pretty serious. But everybody on their feet in the meantime. We'll get back to that in a minute. But what a move that was. And unfortunately, Van Waalstein actually losing a bit of ground. Let's have a look at the classification. 1 lap completed as we could try to identify the drivers involved. I think we had Artamonov, David Trefilov and Juho Valtanen as well involved in the tussle into the opening lap. But at the moment, 2 tenths between Palomba and Albanese, the 2 leaders right now. Polini in third, Tonteri and Van Waalstein dropping to 5th at the moment.
So as it stands at the moment, Van Waalstein and Polini will tie for points. Oh, here's the move from Albanese. He goes side by side with Palomba. Palomba shuts the door in his face. A very close quarters racing indeed from the two. Albanese dives again into the inside and they come together. Oh, I don't believe it. Palomba and Albanese collide and Albanese is out of the race. Palomba recovers in the middle of the field, but Palomba and Albanese have come together.
Can you believe that? Daniele Albanese is out of this race. The 301 with the Italian colors that actually left him of luck. Can you believe that in just a second of 24 laps?
This is amazing for Giacomo Bellini because he's now leading with his main championship rival, Senna Van Walstein, in third position. Van Walstein has got to catch Tonterri, who is Bellini's teammate. Surely he will help protect and defend, but then he's got his own title fight to try and get for. So Tonterri will want to try and win this race. He's a title contender. There is still a lot to play for, but that collision between Albanese and Palomba has blown this European Championship fight wide open.
This is CRG against Prokart for the battle for the European title.
Oh, there's more contact further back. Sorry, two Birolats came together there in the background. That was Levinsky and I think Moritz Ebner that ended up tagging each other. They both managed to keep going, but there was definitely one car with two wheels in the air. What a turnaround this is. Bellini, Tonterri, Van Walstein, Petit, Carbonell, Van Hopen, Palomba and Luye. Giuseppe Palomba then in 7th place, still keeping going. But Albanese has joined Artemanov, Trevelov, Valton and Torman and Paul on the sidelines.
That's an impressive list of retirement already, as we only covered 3 laps in this final. David Lewinsky as well lost a pile of positions all the way down to 17, I'm afraid, for him. So he's going to have a lot to recover. But in the meantime, the battle is on. Giacomo Bellini is setting the fastest lap in the lead in 49.6 at the moment for the Italian, leading Paavo Tonterri. This is the same chassis, don't you forget, but different teams, CRG and NGM Motorsport. But behind, Prokart under the same team, CPB Motorsport, 3 drivers, 3 teammates in Van Walstein, Hubert Petit and Arthur Carbonell. So the orange army against another orange army, battling in the top 5 for what could be the issue of the European Championship. But who will take the title at the end of this crazy race, getting on its head already, as we lost Danilo Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba. You can see the car Republic chassis of Albanese lying on the ground on the side of the track. What an image that is.
Van Walstein's having to defend from his teammate Petit. And Petit gets the inside. Carbonell is going to try and go side by side with him. There's clearly no team orders at CPB Sport. They don't mind at all, as there's a spin further down the back of the field. That, I believe, was Moritz Ebner. So Ebner has spun down to the back of the field as side by side Carbonell and Petit getting very close together. And this is a great chance now for Lawrence Van Hopen to get himself back into the title fight. He's there in P6 behind Petit and Carbonell. If he can get a run down the main straight, he may be able to pick 1 or 2 of them off. But for Van Walstein, that collision between Albanese and Palomba has ruined his weekend, because although he's moved up to 3rd, he had enough of an advantage over Bellini to be safe. Now he does not. It looks as though it's going to go from a 5-point deficit to a 4-point advantage for Giacomo Bellini as Van Hopen gets past Arthur Carbonell. Gets past Hubert Petit. So Van Hopen is on the charge.
Yeah, good job from Lawrence Van Hopen. This is the 4th driver that has been overtaking since the start of this race, making his way through the field. Caius Nils as well, trying to find his place in this very, very battling field. As he said, the fastest lap, the young Lithuanian, in 49.3, but is currently in 10th place, in 9th place, dropping a place since the start. But at the moment, the battle is raging. On your picture is Lawrence Van Hopen, just in front of Hubert Petit, further back as well, with Giuseppe Palomba trying to make his way through. Just behind Van Hopen, Ken Palomba trying to catch up with the rest of the field and recover from that disastrous incident and contact with Albanese in the opening lap. That remains to be seen. We still have a long way to go into this final, but at the moment there's a lot of heat all throughout the field. Daniel Vasile, the fastest out there, as Giacomo Bellini is trying to increase his gap half of a second now that he has coverage on Paavo Tonterri. Senna Van Walstein is in 3rd, 0.8 of a second now deficit on Paavo Tonterri. What can the Dutchman do except putting qualifying lap after qualifying lap, shall I say, try to decrease the gap as much as he can, but it's not there quite yet, even though he's lapping in the same lap times as Paavo Tonterri, but 0.3 slower than Giacomo Bellini, who has nothing to worry about. Of course, he has a clear view just ahead of him, and what he needs to do is keep on pushing, kicking the throttle as much as possible, try to increase that gap. But at the moment, Carbonell is trying to keep contact as well. Oh, and the 351 from Birolat, unfortunately.
That is the KSW driver, Marcus Funda, and he has gone. That is up at turn 4, I do believe. where he has parked it. Oh no, sorry, it's even further around than that. That's up at turn 6 where Albanese had his crash with Palomba. So now Bellini is half a second clear of Paavo Tonteri. The fastest lap comes in from Lorenzo Travasanuto, who has got himself into 11th place now. So he's still working hard at it, is Travasanuto, tucked in behind Daniel Vazil, the Romanian, who is in 10th place behind Lithuania's Kaius Sixnelis. So this is still a very tough run in the lower end of the top 10. Sam Luyer is still running well, the Swiss driver in 8th place behind Giuseppe Palomba, who is in P7. Paavo Tonteri is doing his best to catch up to Giacomo Bellini, but at 1/3 distance, Giacomo Bellini is having the race of his life, because this is the race that will make him European champion if he holds this lead.
Yeah, beautiful effort so far. 0.6 of a second as the gap keeps on increasing. Tonteri is doing what he can indeed, but he keeps alive the second position for his, which would be a great conclusion of what has been a fantastic and competitive weekend for Tonteri. But all eyes once again on Senna van Walstein down in 3rd place, as he sees the gap, unfortunately for him, increasing close to a second now on Paavo Tonteri. So at the moment, the gaps are pretty extended between the top 3 drivers in the lead. So they're going to have to keep on pushing in the case of Van Walstein and Tonteri, if Tonteri wants to have something yet to say in this race. Further back, Van Open and Hubert Petit, the battle raging for 4th place, just split by 0.2 of a second. Can the Frenchman try to attack the Dutch? Van Open, that he was certainly the contender that we least expected coming to this final, considering that he was starting from further back, but he's doing what he can, and with 4 places again up to the top 5, is currently sitting in 4th position in the classification of the championship. So there's not much left for him to say and to do in terms of title, but still he can catch a great result at the end of this European Championship.
Van Walstein has got to catch and pass Paavo Tonteri if he's going to stand any chance at all of winning this European Championship. If he does that, then he will go into a tie for points with the championship leader, who he currently stands as Giacomo Bellini. Bellini and Van Walstein would tie for points. Then it would go to count back as to who would become European champion. And I have a feeling that that would go the way of Van Walstein. So that is so critical for the Dutchman. He has got to get on with this now. And meanwhile, Bellini has just got to hope that Paavo Tonteri is going to remain in 2nd place, because if he does, that will secure Tonteri as 3rd in the European Championship. But not only that, it will also give his teammate Bellini the European title. It is very, very tough to call, but it's all on Senna van Walstein. Up the inside, big lunge there from Petit, who gets through on Laurens van Hopen. Nice move from Hubert Petit. That's 5th position sorted.
Yes, indeed, beautifully made from the CPB Sport driver ahead of Laurens van Hopen in what is 5th place at the moment. Further back of Arthur Carbonel, still sitting in 4th with 6 places gained. The 309 on your picture. You can see that now the race is becoming very strategic. Each driver in his own bubble, at least when it comes to the top 3. 1.1 second between Giacomo Bellini and Paavo Tonteri, as Senna van Walstein is dropping as well, with close to a second disadvantage for him behind Tonteri. Giacomo Bellini once again confirming his intention. He's putting the fastest lap in this race, 49.05. Further back, Hubert Petit, Van Hopen in 5th and 6th respectively behind Arthur Carbonel. Then you have Giuseppe Palomba climbing the field once again. Palomba up to 7, but is still less than 4/10 behind Laurens van Hopen. So it's still pretty much an opportunity to be taken for Palomba. Investigation flag for Giuseppe Palomba. That's a result certainly of what happened in the opening lap. The contact between himself and Danilo Albanese that resulted in the retirement of the Italian. So quite not surprising, but the officials have the footage that they need and they made the decision. Investigation flag is being shown for Giuseppe Palomba, still in 7th place at the moment.
It's going from bad to worse for Giuseppe Palomba, but for this man, Senna van Walstein, he is running out of time. We're at the halfway point of the race, 12 done, 12 to go, and the Dutchman, Senna van Walstein, is doing everything he can to gain ground and try and get himself back to the championship lead, which he held at the earliest point of the race. He actually on lap 1 had the championship lead, and since that collision between Palomba and Albanese has now slipped to 2nd place as Giacomo Bellini is pushing hard out front, setting fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap to try and get clear. He wants to dominate this one. He gets another new fastest lap in as Giacomo Bellini. Van Walstein is over 2.4 seconds back now. So it is looking tougher and tougher for the Dutchman to take away this title fight. But what an admirable effort it is for the Dutchman to keep pushing.
And looking at the respective lap times, Travis Adnuto now in 48.9, the fastest on track, the Italian. Looking at respective lap times, actually there's a 2/10 difference between the fastest of Polini and the fastest of Senna van Wallenstein at the advantage of the Italian leader. So it means that despite the gap and despite the sort of space that van Wallenstein has in front of him, even though he has Tom Terry as well as a prey to catch, he's not quite able to lap as it stands in the same times as Polini, who has a clear view in front of him. So quite interesting. In the meantime, Travis Adnuto is trying to climb as well through the top 10, fastest on track, the Italian in 9th place at the moment in front of Daniel Vasil. Sam Luyer in 8th position, and now it's done actually. Travis Adnuto just went ahead of Sam Luyer in the meantime, so he's in 8th place, Travis Adnuto. Luyer follows, Vasil is 10, Kees Sixnilis on the gate of the top 10 at the moment in 11 in front of Martin van Leeuwen. Giorgi Pescado as well further back in the classification is in the 13th place with 12 ranks gained through almost the same amount of laps, so a pretty good average of an overtaking a lap for Giorgi Pescador, the CRG driver, doing what he can. Another strong recovery further back looking at our screens. Tim Troge in 18th place but 16 places gained, so this would be of course consolation for him after what has been a difficult weekend.
5 Italians have become KZ2 European champion over the years. Angelo Lombardo, Paolo De Conto, Fabian Federer, Andrea Dalle and Fabian Federer. Now there is a good chance that Giacomo Polini could join them and become the 6th Italian to win the European Championship for KZ2 since 2007. There is a very big opportunity for him and for the CRG team. Let's not forget, a lot of people wrote them off a few seasons ago. They said that once Paolo De Conto moved away from the sport, that was it. CRG were going to circle the drain. Don't even think about it. And Signor Tonini and the boys have done a great job. Look at this battle getting in there with Palomba and Travis Adnuto. Travis Adnuto takes on Giuseppe Palomba and passes him. That just rubs salt into the wound for Giuseppe Palomba. He did not want to be taken on by essentially a new boy to the world of gearbox racing, but Lorenzo Travis Adnuto is just that. He may be a 2-time world champion, but he is still a novice at KZ2, and he's just given it to Giuseppe Palomba in absolutely fantastic style. Travis Adnuto now up to P7.
Yes, that's what we like to see from newcomers in that sort of class. And Travis Adnuto, of course, his first season at this level, then showing flashes of brilliance and a lot of progress through ranks and race after race, making his way up to 6th place in front of Palomba. And we're joking about with Travis Adnuto earlier, actually coming to this race, saying that he's on good course maybe to secure strong results in 2 weeks' time at the World Championship. And we shall see what he's capable of doing over there, you know. But what will the future hold for Travis Adnuto? Will he stay ahead in KZ2 to try to again make progress? Will he go one step further to the KZ class? Things still open, but you can feel that with the Parallel Racing Kart ensemble, they've been able really to put the finger of what they need to perform.
We may be about to get an inter-team squabble here because the CPV Sport drivers, Arthur Carbonell and Hubert Petit, are tightening up once again. And Hubert Petit has been on a string of personal best laps and working very hard. There he goes on the inside. As I say that, Hubert Petit slices through on Arthur Carbonell. Now he's going to hold the inside line through 4 to make sure his teammate cannot take the position back. That's what you've got to remember about FIA karting. It is not a team sport in the same way that other forms of motorsport are. You may run in the same morning, but it's all for every man for himself. Travis Adnuto now gets his move on Lawrence Van Herpen, and that gives him 6th position. So a great run from Travis Adnuto. He is going to be top 6 in his 2nd FIA gearbox outing. That is not a bad run at all from Lorenzo Travis Adnuto. This is all about progress and development for the 2-time OK World Champion. Now he is thinking about Kristianstad in 3 weeks' time.
Jake, in the meantime, the gap is decreasing between Senna van Wallenstein in 3rd and Paavo Tontteri in 2nd, less than half of a second now. He was close to 1 full second just a couple of laps ago. It seems that Senna van Wallenstein has found a bit of pace back in the later stages of this race. There's less than 6 laps remaining before the checkered flag. Can Senna van Wallenstein actually do the impossible as it stands and catch up with Paavo Tontteri, and after that go the advantage on the Finnish driver in 2nd? This is the ideal scenario when it comes to Senna van Wallenstein. We're not there yet, but by the look of it, he's lapping a little bit faster now than Paavo Tontteri in 2nd. Still 2.4 seconds away from Giacomo Polini. Unbeatable and reachable so far into this final race of the KZ2 class.
Well, Senna van Wallenstein is doing the best he can to close up on Paavo Tontteri, who really has dropped off his teammate now. Todd Terry doing the best he can. If he can stay in the top 3, then he will secure 3rd in the Drivers' Championship in front of Laurens van Hopen, who was 3rd. But now Senna van Waalstein is pushing, trying to look for an opportunity as Lorenzo Travesanuto sets another new fastest lap, 48.5. He has time to catch up to Artur Carbonell before the end of this race. In fact, there's the proof. He's right on him. So Travesanuto could make it to 5th position in this race. This is all about development for Travesanuto. Can he get another place? In fact, looking at the fact that we've got 4 laps to go at the end of this one, not only has he got time to catch and pass Carbonell, he's got time to catch and pass Petit.
Yeah, it remains to be seen indeed, but there's a couple of battles, of course, to keep an eye on, especially with Senna van Waalstein getting closer and closer to the man in second place, Pavaton Terry, into turn number 2. This is now hammer time for Senna van Waalstein. He sees his spray. He's a couple of meters just behind in 3rd, clipping the curb outside of turn number 3. Inside turn number 4, the hairpin, where we have seen so many overtaking maneuvers, and there is Travesanuto going round the inside. Beautifully made. Travesanuto and Hubert Petit in the top 4. Beautiful race for Travi indeed, climbing the field as he does with the Parlin chassis that has been absolutely banging throughout the course of this final. Travesanuto ahead of Hubert Petit for 4th, and in the meantime, we have Senna van Waalstein really coming across Pavaton Terry. This will be a fantastic battle for those last laps.
This is a great race from Travesanuto up into 5th place. He has got time to catch Petit, but this is the battle we want to watch. Todd Terry and Van Waalstein. If Van Waalstein can get past Pavaton Terry in the closing 3 laps, then he has a chance still of becoming European champion. But he's got to make it work and he's got to make it count. He can't just banzai on the inside of Todd Terry. He knows that he's got to be so calculated about when he picks his moment. This is all about timing, guts, determination, wisdom and guile. He's got to be so careful about when he pitches that kart up the inside of Pavaton Terry's CRG. He can make the move, he's got time to do it, but he's got to be calculated. You can't just go in with a little bit of energy. You've got to have absolute determination and focus. There is still time to do this. 2 laps to go, and he's got to get on with it because Hubert Petit is actually catching up to both men as well. Petit has actually put in some decent laps in. He's now catching up.
Yeah, fantastic hand of a race here in Adria, and nothing is decided yet for the order on the podium as well as in the European Championship. Can Senna van Waalstein catch up quite enough with Pavaton Terry and find that bit of a gap? He's being very aggressive, as you can see, clipping the curb. Senna van Waalstein wearing the colors in tribute to the legendary Ayrton Senna, who is named after. But Van Waalstein had the upper hand coming to Adria. Now is in a position. There he goes, at least trying to. First attempt for Senna van Waalstein. He's never been so close to Pavaton Terry into this whole final. This is the first warning signal given to Pavaton Terry. Can it be another one as we're about to go for the final lap of this KZ2 final, the last race of the European Championship? But who to take the crown?
It's now or never, the last lap of the European Championship season. Can Senna van Waalstein get past Pavaton Terry? If he can, then he's got a chance, but it's going to be so tight. His first big shot could be now into turn 3, but Tom Terry's ready for him. Holds a decent line up towards 4. Senna van Waalstein is going to throw caution to the winds here. Can he get the switchback on the undercut? He gets right in behind Todd Terry. Van Waalstein goes left. Can he get the switchback on the inside? He's having a look. Senna van Waalstein goes for it on the inside. He stops the car and through comes Petit and Travesanuto. Van Waalstein can't believe his luck. Giacomo Bellini is going to become European champion. Absolutely amazing. 3rd in the Super Cup last season, 2nd in Europe 3 years ago. Giacomo Bellini is the European champion 2021. Absolutely fantastic. Giacomo Bellini, you are the king of KZ2 in 2021.
Congratulations to Giacomo Bellini, winner of this year's European Championship. But what a race that has been. 2nd position in a crazy last lap for Hubert Petit, and Lorenzo Travesanuto picking up his first ever podium in the gearbox category. 3rd position in front of Artur Carbonell and Senna van Waalstein, who lost everything after a fantastic attempt of a move in the last lap. A few corners from checkered flag. He could feel that title in his hand. He went for the move.
Look at that.
And there you can see, beautiful gesture indeed of fair play.
Great sportsmanship from Senna van Waalstein. He gave it everything. He did make the move and did get a good pass on Pavaton Terry, but it just ran too wide, too deep into the hairpin. He just missed out. He is still second in the European Championship, and what a season it's been for Senna Van Waalstein. He will get his chance. His time will come, but Giacomo Polini, third in the Super Cup 2020, second in the European Championship 2018. At last, it's Giacomo Polini's day. It's his championship, and with a win over Hubert Petit and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Arthur Carbonell from Senna Van Waalstein, Paolo Totteri, Lawrence Van Hopen, Giuseppe Palomba, Daniel Vasile, Sam Luyer, Kai Six-Nellis, Martin Van Leuven, Jorge Pescador, Alessio Pacini, David Lewinsky, Leonardo Marcellia, Brandon Nilsson, and Tim Troga.
Then we have further back in the classification, Thomas Imbour in front of Francesco Iacovacci, Christian Habelin, Jean Nomblot, Jamie Day, Jakub Kadicak, Chris Hannon, Moritz Ebner, Giorgio Carrera, and Adrian Janicki, the 28th and last driver to see the checkered flag. A long list of retirement into this first final of the afternoon, with Maximilian Paul, Marco Torman, Juho Valtanen, David Trefilov, Nikita Artamonov, all involved in a big tussle in the opening lap, as well in the second lap for Danilo Albanese, unfortunately, who didn't get a chance to confirm his potential in pace all throughout the qualifying races after his incident with Giuseppe Palomba. Another retirement as well for Marcus Funda, as well as Andrea Dali. Wow, what a first race that is, ladies and gentlemen. If you were with us, this is the right choice, but we have a first champion in Giacomo Polini under the colors of CRG, with the NGM Motorsport, the first FIA Karting title for the CRG chassis for quite a long time.
Amazing turn of events from the satellite team, NGM Motorsport. They take their first title of 2021, and what an incredible result it is for Giacomo Polini. Third and second have been his best performances so far in the FIA Karting Championships, but today is his moment. Giacomo Polini, vincitore.
Great for Giacomo Polini. Congratulations to him and to the drivers on the podium, Hubert Petit and Lorenzo Travasanuto. Jake Sanson, you'll be there at the podium in just a few moments for the first of 3 podium ceremonies of the afternoon. As you can see, this race has been disputed in very high temperatures, up to 36 degrees Celsius, and rising here in Adria. Those heavy conditions that have been absolutely on top of us for the entirety of the week since the start of the season. But what a race that has been. We thought about this is a long race, difficult conditions, even though fresher tires, but this is such a high competitive and feisty field of KZ2 drivers. But in the end, you can see that it all went down to the wire, to the last lap, 24th and last lap, to decide who would become 2021 European champion. Giacomo Polini, of course, did what he had to. It was about having the greatest of start and trying to fight his way through. Of course, the incident, the unfortunate incident in the second lap between Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese went to his advantage, but that's part of racing, isn't it? Giacomo Polini, in the meantime, was able to put himself ahead and resist from the pressure from behind, from of course, Paolo Totteri, as well as Senna Van Waalstein. Paolo Totteri, who made most of his race in second place on his way to a podium at the end of this championship, but unfortunately, as we saw happening in the closing lap, Faith decided otherwise, with Hubert Petit and Travasanuto really going for the gap, while Senna Van Waalstein was trying desperately to go for the move as well for second place. That could have been synonymous of a European title. If I were Senna Van Waalstein, of course, I would be proud, and I'm sure he's proud of his performance and his championship. He went for the move, he went for his last chance, so of course there will be regrets in the tent of CPB Sport. There will be regrets in Senna Van Waalstein, but he can be proud to at least have tried in the very last lap, just a few corners before the checkered flag, to go for that move, to at least try to take that opportunity. Still, it didn't work out his way, more to the way of Hubert Petit and Travasanuto. Carbonell went through as well for fourth, so still a strong assembled result for the CPB outing, with Hubert Petit on the second place of the podium, Carbonell and Van Waalstein respectively in fourth and fifth, as well as for the rest of the classification. So a good ensemble result for CPB. What a success that is for the CRG chassis and NGM Motorsport in the victory of Giacomo Polini. Lorenzo Travasanuto, his first ever podium at this level for his first season in gearbox karting in KZ2, third here in Adria on home soil after climbing 10 positions throughout 24 laps of this race. We got a couple of good recovery effort throughout this final. Not only Travis Anuto with 6 places gained, but also 9 positions collected by Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver who managed a 9th place finish in front of Sam Luyet. Sam Luyet, who has been impressive as well, progressing through the ranks of qualifying races. He had a couple of top 3 results for Sam Luyet from Tony Kart, but fortunately this time around he wasn't able maybe to confirm as much as he would have liked, dropping 4 places and rounding up the top 10. 12 places gained for Jorge Pescador, the Spaniard, in 13. 16 positions collected for Tim Trogo, the German, in 18 position. Good recovery effort as well for Christian Abelin, 21st, and Jean Nomblot, 22nd. They both gained 11 places in this final. So it has been a great race, ladies and gentlemen, and it started with a bang, and the incident between Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese, who have been so consistent and so fast throughout the qualifying races. Giuseppe Palomba was unreachable, untouchable pretty much in all of his races, winning 5 out of 5. It could have been a clean sheet as well for Danilo Albanese. A penalty decided otherwise. Still, he had 4 wins and a 4th that put him ahead. But unfortunately, as racing can be very cruel sometimes, this incident in the opening lap decided otherwise and actually put Giuseppe Palomba in a very difficult position. He was still able to climb back to 8th place, but certainly not the results that the Italian from Birelart would have wanted at the end of this weekend on home soil. But this has been heavily disputed. Giacomo Polini is crowned European champion with 9 points advantage on Senna van Wallstein, a well-deserving vice European champion this season. Lorenz van Open, the Dutchman who finished 7th in this race, is on the podium of the European Championship in front of Paavo Tonteri, Hubert Petit. Palomba is 6th, Travis Anuto is 7th for his first season in the category, as we said, in front of Masseglia, Carbonell, Albanese, and the rest of the classification that will be made available to you, of course, on FIAKarting.com. So make sure to check out all the results once made official. As you can see, there's been a lot of retired drivers, as we said, in this race, and the recovery team of the FIA Karting Raceway is at work on track, making sure that the path is clear for the next final coming up. That will be the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. While we're waiting for the first podium ceremony to take place, Jake Sanson is down there waiting for the top 3 drivers, of course, that will be coming to the podium with James Geidel, our GMMC president. And in just a few moments, we will be ready to reward the first trophies of the afternoon and reward the title to Giacomo Polini. Van Wallstein, vice European champion. Van Open 3rd. On the podium will be Hubert Petit and Lorenzo Travisanuto. Coming up in just a few moments after this, as we said, we're going to switch our attention to the youngsters of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the 12th running of the karting school, so that we refer, and the FIA Karting Academy, of course, that will see Masses Gladys starting from pole position. Let's have a look at the starting grid and some of the past results to the qualifying heats before getting ready for the podium ceremony, as Masses Gladys was the most efficient one at the end of the qualifying heats. The young Paul actually was able to collect a win, a 2nd and a 4th place. Each of those drivers had 3 races to go through. Masses Gladys ended up ahead of the field for just 1 tiny point on Alexander Bondarev from Ukraine. Bondarev, who managed 2 victories and a 7th place, then unfortunately didn't go his way.
The competitors are getting themselves ready to welcome ourselves to the podium after what has been a sensational KZ2 European Championship Final. One of the best races in the category we have seen for many years, and what a thrilling result it has produced, and a new European champion after such an intense battle over the last few seasons for Giacomo Polini. He will have his moment of triumph, which has taken so long to get to this point, after so many years of working his craft in the Italian national scene, up to 3rd position in the Super Cup last year, to 2nd in the European Championship in 2018. Finally, his moment will come, and he'll be joined on the podium by Hubert Petit and Lorenzo Travisanuto. In just a few short minutes' time, they will have a wonderful celebration, and you couldn't find 3 more delighted and more jubilant drivers after what has been an exceptional day of racing. It's all going to be confirmed officially, of course, over the course of the day. Keep it up to date with all the updates, FIAKarting.com, as the representatives and the drivers will make their way shortly to the podium here at Adrian Raceway. The scene of the first round of last year becomes the season finale in 2021, and what a joyous occasion it will be for NGM Motorsport, for Giacomo Bellini, and for Italy. A wonderful day on home soil. What a fantastic day it has been here at Adria Karting Raceway, and we will now welcome the drivers to the podium. In third position for Italy, Lorenzo Travasanuto! A brilliant day for the Paralympic driver. He gets his first KZ2 podium in the FIA. In second position for France, Hubert Petit! Excellent work for the CBB Sport driver for Sodicar. And your race winner and new European champion for Italy, Giacomo Polini! And please welcome to the podium the NGM Motorsport team manager, Nico Biasuzzi! And in deference to our winner on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Italy. A triumphant moment for our three drivers on the podium, and they will raise their trophies and flowers aloft after a brilliant day. In third position for Italy, Lorenzo Travasanuto! And in second position for France, Hubert Petit! That's your race winner here in Adria and the European KZ2 champion for Italy, Giacomo Polini! And a congratulations to the winning team, NGM Motorsport, and their team manager, Nico Biasuzzi! Congratulations to our winning athletes as they hold their trophies aloft on the podium. They will also hold the bouquets of flowers, and it will be a wonderful moment for our teams and drivers and obviously the photographers to get their moments with the Italian and French competitors on the podium. What a way to end the KZ2 European Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Hubert Petit, and your new champion, Giacomo Polini! A perfect way to end the European season in KZ2. In 3 weeks' time, they will be back to fight for the KZ2 International Super Cup at Kristianstad in Sweden. A fantastic performance from our drivers. They really have been exceptional all weekend, and we will now allow our drivers to celebrate in style with their teams and their friends and families as we turn our attention to the Karting Academy Trophy. But congratulations to Lorenzo Travasanuto, Hubert Petit, and our winning driver and team, Giacomo Polini and NGM Motorsports.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest. To make a difference, together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Congratulations again to Giacomo Polini, Hubert Petit, and Lorenzo Trovazanotto, your top three finishers in the KZ2 final. What a race that has been, and we have our first European champion of the season in Giacomo Polini from the NGM Motorsport and CRG. Congratulations to the three of them and for what has been a fantastic show. Now, in just a few moments, we're going to get ready to switch our attention to the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, the youngsters, as part of the School of Karting, as we like to refer, as we're going to have the second final of the afternoon. It's going to be a long one as well for the youngsters, with 20 laps to go through, and we have 36 drivers on the grid. Here we go.
So the FIA Karting Academy Trophy finalists here in Adria are now going to make their way out onto the circuit as they battle for victory. 36 drivers, and obviously this is the second round of 3, so we won't crown a champion today, but we'll definitely add another chapter to this epic 2021 season for the competitors in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. As usual, they all have exactly the same equipment, same chassis, same engine, same tires, same everything. And they have obviously got just one mechanic that can help them in terms of setting up the karts. And that is all they will get in order to give them an advantage into the races. Everybody is in the same boat, so they obviously have to push for success. And it's going to be a very interesting battle. Now that the Virtual Championship is stacked up after the qualifying heats, Renaud Franco still leads the way from Salim Hanna, but now they are a long, long way down the field in terms of their battles for the title fight. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. And in fact, they are both drivers going to be outside the top 10 from the start. In fact, I think Renaud Franco is actually just going to get into the 6th row of the grid, and Salim Hanna is even further back than that. So we're definitely going to have a tough battle today. Mathieu Gladish has moved into 3rd place in the driver's standings with his pole position in today's final, and that puts him on 21 points. Jaime David has fought back valiantly after a difficult qualifying session, and he now finds himself 4th on the starting grid and with 20 points in the Drivers' Championship. Bart Harrison has 19, Dion Gauda has 18, Alexander Bondarev has 17, Caleb Gafrara has 15, Max Schleimer has 13, and Darius Babiawana of Romania has 11. This is such an open contest.
It is indeed. And remember, this is only the 2nd meeting out of 3 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. The last one in 2 weeks' time in Sweden at Kristianstad for the winner to be known. But there can be plenty of points to be taken here, and more than one contender, as you said, Jake, can actually fight for that. So this will be an exciting race. If you've been with us before yesterday and this morning as well, if you're familiar with the Academy Trophy, this is the same chassis as we can see in the FIA Karting Junior Championship, the X-Prix chassis with the Vortex engines, and the racing is just fantastic. As we've seen once again on this track of Adria, all the qualifying heats pretty much have been decided in the last lap, sometimes in the last few corners, and the fighting throughout the weekend has been absolutely intense between those youngsters. Here they come, making their way onto the track, and once again protecting themselves from the sun that has been heavy, 37 degrees Celsius above our heads and above their heads for the 36 best youngsters out of 44 from all over the world who were taking part at the beginning of the weekend to the 2nd meeting of the championship. As you can see, everybody wearing the same colors, same racing suits, same material, same tires, same chances. That's what we love about the Academy Trophy, isn't it? That everybody at the same level with the driving skills to be really put forward, and it's down to the drivers to be able to make a difference with just one mechanic for each of the drivers to find that little piece of advantage throughout the weekend.
11 drivers have become FIA Karting Academy Trophy winner over the last 11 seasons. Nicolas Tihonen, Charles Leclerc, Jonas Lapalainen, Maxime Botti, Richard Verschoor, Marta Garcia, Callum Bradshaw, Xavier Hansheim, Marty Boyer, Kaya Sixnelis, and Connor Zilic. There have been some amazing drivers that have come through the ranks of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy as well. The likes of the late great Antoine Hubert, Ben Barnicoat, Mikael Ashkana, Juho Valtonen, Marijn Kramers, Dorian Boccolacci, Johan Daruvala, Esteban Ocon, Tom Bale, Paolo Bezencenes, Martin van Leuven, George Russell, Stan Pex, Arjun Maini, and Pedro Piquet, to name just a few. It really is a wonderful competition, this. Drivers are plucked from their nations of racing and given the chance to race on the international scene for the first time. And my goodness, are these youngsters going to get an eye-opener here at Adria. This is a tough, tough race, and 20 laps of the course are definitely going to tire these young guys out. But they have been working so hard all weekend to get up to this point. We will meet them one by one as they get themselves ready for the start of an exceptional battle. It will be a tough race, that is for sure. And the drivers are going to be very welcome onto the circuit as they represent their nations here in Adria. And now we will welcome them one by one to the position. Mathieu Gladish will start from pole position, and he is ready for the action alongside the young man from the Ukraine. Alexander Bondarev will line up in P2, and the privateer in normal competition will be right at home here. For South Africa, Nicholas Roos, and he is very much going to be a contender for the win from the inside line of the 2nd row. For Sri Lanka, it is Jaime David. What a comeback he's had this weekend, and it's just getting started. For Monaco, it is Oscar Wirtz, who's been absolutely exceptional all weekend, right there on the third row. He's a winner potentially in this one. For Germany, it is Maxi Schleimer. This has definitely been his strongest weekend in the Karting Academy Trophy so far, and he's got a great chance of the podium. For Italy, on home soil, Riccardo Iannello, and he will be there ready to fight for the win. Alongside him on the grid, for Denmark, it is David Walter, one of the superstars of the 2021 FIA Karting season, and now he races for his nation. For Brazil, it is Luca Neuenschwander, who will be there in position on the 5th row of the starting grid on the inside line. And Luca Neuenschwander is going to have a brilliant battle in front of him as he carries the Senna t-shirt underneath his race suit. A very passionate young man. For Algeria, it is Leo Robinson who will go on the 5th row of the starting grid in position 10 of the starting grid as he gets himself ready for the action. And it's been a tough weekend for him so far, but Leo Robinson is ready to battle. On the 6th row of the starting grid, the man who originally took pole position in timed qualifying for the United Arab Emirates, it is Federico Al-Rifai, and he will want to charge his way back to the front. 12th position on the grid, it is the points leader, Renaud Franco of the Netherlands. Let's see what he can do from row 6. Next up, for Spain, it is Lucas Flucha, who will line up 13th on the starting grid, and a great race in prospect for him if he holds things together. Alongside him on the starting grid, for Croatia, it is Leon Zelenko. It'll be a very exciting race battle for him as he charges his way through from row 7. For Singapore, in 15th on the starting grid, it is Dion Gauda, a superstar in the making, and with a chance to add more chapters to his already brilliant story. In 16th on the starting grid, for Mozambique, it is Ghazi Mutlakar. What a comeback he has made after the difficulties at Wackersdorf. Now he's a contender. For Romania, it is Darius Babiawana in his second campaign in the Academy Trophy, and now he is looking ever much the improved package. Alongside him on the grid, for France, it is Augustin Bernier, and a fabulous opportunity for him to come out of the shadows and into the light. For Colombia, it is Salim Hanna, who comes into this round second in the point standings after a difficult closing race where he wasn't able to get out onto the starting gate. Now the Colombian has a chance to move his way up the order once again. Expect plenty of overtakes. As well as his fellow South American, for Chile, Nicolas Ambiado, who's been lightning quick around here ever since Friday practice, fastest in 2 of the sessions, he could set some brilliant laps to move forward through the field. For Estonia, it is Mark Dubnitsky who comes up next, and he has plenty of opportunities to make his own progress through this pack. Alongside him on the starting grid for Latvia, it is the talented youngster Alexander Skelton, and he will be ready for a great battle in front of him. On the 12th row of the starting grid for the United States of America, it is Caleb Gafrara, who battled his way forward beautifully in the final heat. Now he can do so again to make massive progress. For Austria, next up, it is Nando Wechselbaumer, who will be pushing his way forward as he battles for more great conquests. On the 13th row of the grid, for Belgium, it is Tom Breiken in his second campaign in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and with plenty of battles ahead. For Japan, it is Leon Ochai, who has a great chance to move forward, and the super cool Japanese has a great style to match his talent. For Slovenia, it is Mark Kastelic as he gets himself ready for battle. It's been a tough race weekend so far, but he has the speed to make progress. Alongside him, it is the Slovakian star, Mati Konik, who is ready to charge his way forward from the 14th row of the grid. Next up, for the United Kingdom, it is Bart Harrison, one of the stars at Wackersdorf. It's been a tricky battle for him so far, but he will never give up and he will never say die. The Argentine is next up, Stefano Cagnolo. Great performance from him so far this weekend, and there's even more to come. For Finland, one of the most successful countries in the Karting Academy Trophy, Jaakko Laitinen, still making progress and still getting the speed. From Sweden, next up, it is Ludwig Fransson, who has been very much one of the revolutionary stars of this Karting Academy Trophy. For Israel, next up, it is Daniel Moellem, who is definitely following in the footsteps of his countryman, Ariel Elkin. For Mexico, Saul de Colombres, and a definite charge for him forward from the 17th row. The final 2 men in the mix, Junyo Kim of South Korea, as he puts himself on the back row of the grid. And alongside will be Nemanja Jovanovic, a great opportunity for the young Serbian to charge his way through the field.
And the decorum is set. Thank you, Jake. The grid is formed. 36 drivers out there out of the 44 that entered the second meeting of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. As you can see, the youngsters of the Academy getting ready after receiving the beautiful medal from the FIA Karting Federation. Here we are. This is the second meeting, 20 laps in, as the tires will be put under good temperatures in the warm-up laps coming ahead in just a few moments with the 5-minute panel to be shown to the youngsters as they install themselves in the machinery. XP chassis, Vortex engines, everybody with the same chances on paper, of course, with one mechanic, and of course it's down to that little team, each of those little teams that you can see in the paddock just behind us, actually, in the main building of the Adrian Karting Raceway. Everybody put in the same conditions of work, and it's always funny to see that little paddock in the paddock from the Academy Trophy, everybody with the same white tent, the same material, the same chances. And it's really about learning your craft and trying to improve through the ranks. For those youngsters, this is their first season. Some of them, including Tom Braken, are in the second season at this level, trying, of course, to do their best and improve as drivers. Now, they're going to have 20 laps to go through. This is more than double the length of the qualifying heats they had. 3 qualifying heats per driver this morning as well as yesterday. We're about to get ready, ladies and gentlemen. The FIA Karting Academy Trophy second meeting will go underway in 3 minutes as the panel is just shown to the drivers. On pole position, Maciej Gladys from Poland. He will have Alexander Bondarev by his side. Bondarev on the external side of the track, the right side of your picture, and your pole sitter on the interior better line on the inside coming to turn number 1. So let's see what's going to happen. Maciej Gladys has been the best at the end of the qualifying heats with 1 win. Alexander Bondarev had 2 in the bag, but unfortunately for him, a 7th place finish in his last race this morning decided otherwise. He could have been on pole position. Bondarev coming to his last race, he was the prime name, but 7th place finish decided otherwise. Still is eager for revenge, is eager to take what would be his first victory in this season Academy Trophy. The first run in Wackersdorf was won in brilliant fashion by the young Dutchman Renaud Frankert. Renaud Frankert didn't have the best of weekend so far, at least not equaling his performances from Germany. He will be starting from row number 6 with Federico Arifai, another good surprise from this weekend as he was the fastest in Friday's qualifying. So once again, as we said, all bets on the table, Jake. It's still very, very wide open when it comes to the championship in this year's Academy Trophy. We had 1 winner in Wackersdorf. We're going to have a second in 20 laps time. But who will it be? Can it be Maciej Gladys? Can it be Alexander Bondarev? We talked a lot about Jevan David and the way he actually is able to recover in each of these qualifying races. He collected a lot of positions throughout the weekend, so the pace is there as well. He's not the only one in this field, that's for sure.
Tough to tell and very difficult to predict. The racing really has been exceptional so far this weekend and this season, of course, in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But one of the things to reflect on and remember is that it still baffles me every single year that we have this wonderful cast of competitors that have come from all 4 corners of the globe to compete at this level. Many of them stepping out of their nation's competition for the very first time. And they will battle the elements. And it's amazing, when you talk to these characters in the paddock, you are blown away and baffled by just how wonderful, amiable, charming, enthusiastic, and excitable they are. They are just loving the passion of racing. They adore the opportunity to represent their country on the world stage. This is karting's edition of the Olympics, essentially. And I would love one day for perhaps the powers that be to work its way into the competition. It's a wonderful method of competition, and it really does sort out the ace drivers from the also-rans. But this has been a wonderful opportunity for these guys to step out of their nation and represent their country on the world stage. They are already heroes. They are already winners, as they have made their opportunity very clear. But now it is time for these competitors to battle for 20 laps around the Adria circuit. And the winner will be the one that is the wisest, the smartest, the most calculated, and of course, the fastest. Maciej Gladys for pole, and then it is Alexander Bondarev, the Ukraine, in second position. Nicolas Rus and Jevan David on the second row of the grid. Then Oscar Wirtz and Maxi Schleimer, Ricardo Iannello and David Walter from Luca Neunschwander, Leo Robinson, Federico Arifai and Renaud Frankert, Lucas Flusha, Leon Zelenko, Dion Gauda, Gazi Motlakar, Darius Babiawana and Augustin Bernier.
followed by Salim Hanna, Nicolas Ambiado, Mark Dubnitsky, Alexander Skeltjen, Caleb Garafoy, Nando Weichelbaumer, Tom Braken, Leo Ochai, Mark Kastelic, Matej Konic, Bart Harrison, Stefano Cagnolo, Jaco Leitinen, Ludwig Fransson, Daniel Muellen, Saul de Columbres, Gio Kim, and Nemanja Jovanovic. Everybody out onto the track, 36 of them here for the second meeting of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. This is going to be exciting, and let's expect another down-to-the-wire battle for the win on this Adria Karting Raceway. 1,300 meters and 11 turns to go through this beautiful track that came out of the earth back in 2014, so almost a decade of existence for this beautiful Adria Karting Raceway. The third visit of the FIA Karting competition after 2016 and last season, and the second when it comes to the Academy Trophy. So this will be absolutely interesting to see. Maciej Gladys on the inside line, in theory with the advantage if he has a good start. This will be a rolling procedure as always when it comes to the Academy Trophy, pretty much as the junior class in the European Championship. The only difference is that everybody has the same material, same chances, and once again it's down to the driver to be able to make a difference.
Now, one of the interesting factors coming into this one is that, of course, the way things currently stack up, we are likely to have a new championship leader by the end of the weekend, because both Renaud Franco and Salim Hanna are down the order. Maciej Gladys is the favourite to take the lead of the championship on 21 points, but just 1 point behind him is Yvan David, who starts fourth on the grid. And there's plenty of great battles coming from Alexander Bondarev, Nicolas Roos, Wirtz, Schleimer, Ianello and Walter. So a lot could happen as they come off the final turn. Gladys controls on the inside. Bondarev is ready on the outside. Are we going to go racing? First time of asking as the Academy Trophy gets underway next time. It's underway next time. It is a false start on this occasion, so not quite in position. And as far as race director Pasquale Lupoli was convinced that it was not going to be a start, so they will go around one more time.
Yes, indeed. Another attempt when it comes to the starting procedure, as the drivers are going to receive the order from the racing officials. Let's try this one more time, shall we? As once again, we talked about the difficult task of the pole sitter, in this case, Maciej Gladys, to be able to pace down the field quite enough for everybody to stick together in the third and last sector. And our race officials onto the track are gonna have to show themselves, to show the drivers that they need to reduce their speed as much as possible. Otherwise, we cannot have a formation of the grid deemed sufficient enough by our race director, Nigel Edwards. But this time around, usually it's very rare that we have 3 attempts. Generally speaking, the second is the good one. Will it be the case for the Academy youngsters this time around as they come at this point? This is here actually that Maciej Gladys has to show the example, show the speed that everybody has to respect. And once they come back on the start-finish straight, at some point on the straight, once they pass the line, they can actually overtake. And here we go for racing in just a few meters.
Time for a great race. Gladys on the inside, Bondarev on the outside, Roos, David, Wirtz, Schleimer, Ianello and Walter giving chase. Is it going to be green? Yes, it is. We're racing, and Maciej Gladys gets a perfect hold shot start as they charge through. Oh, there's been an issue in the middle of the pack. A couple of drivers running wide there. So already a difficult start, but it looks as though everybody is still pointing in the right direction. Yvan David is up to third position and immediately charging for the lead. Alexander Bondarev has got up into first position as he battles with Maciej Gladys. Yvan David is going the long way round for the switchback maneuver. Yvan David going side by side with Gladys in a second place, holds it round the outside, banks wheels with Bondarev and drops back into third position. Now tucks back in. Yvan David wants to get this race won on the first lap by the look of it, but he has to hang back in third position for the moment.
Wow, what a start that was. And Yvan David came close to take the lead already, but the battle is on between those 3 drivers with Gladys and Bondarev side by side. Look at
David second.
There he goes.
And that's Ianello, I think, through into third position as well. So Ianello has made a terrific getaway on home soil. And he is there up the inside. Yvan David takes the lead on lap 2. What a start from the Sri Lankan. Straight up into the lead of the race. And now he has a chance to not only take the victory, but take the lead of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. What a run from David, but watch for Ianello. He's already motivated and fired up here in third position. He's on home soil. He wants to bring another Italian victory. Bondarev gets squeezed as Iannello sorts him out, holding on to that third place.
Yeah, Bondarev going a bit outside of the track, but Jevan David, this is very early for him to take the lead of this race. There's going to be a very tight battle all the way until the checkered flag, but he saw the gap and went for it. Jevan David for just a tenth of a second. Watch out for Masis Gladys, the pole sitter, still very early in this race, putting the pressure on, but going defensive as well because Ricardo Agnello climbing 4 places.
He's got an investigation flag.
Oh, that's
Jevan
interesting.
David is under investigation, the race leader. Now, that is obviously at this early stage going to be for potentially his start. Now, that is a very difficult one for Jevan David, or maybe they felt he was a little too aggressive on the opening lap. Regardless, Maciej Gladys gets through into the lead of the race. Jevan David's coming straight back at him. The Sri Lankan is pushing hard here as he gets on the switchback. Side by side, Gladys still holds the inside line. Jevan David's going to try and get back on terms with him. He won't know that there's an investigation into him at this point. He's just got to keep working out. Iannello in 3rd position. Then it's Neuenschwander, Bondarev, Robinson, Walter, Zelenko, and Al Refai. Excellent racing so far. Jevan David tucks up behind Maciej Gladys. He's going to have another go at it.
Yeah, this is great racing from the youngsters of the academy. There's no warm-up stage. 3 laps in and already fighting tooth and nail for the win. Nicolas Ambiado, another one under investigation with the warning flag for the driver further back. Agnello in... This is further back in the classification. Let's see where he is. Nicolas Ambiado in 15th place, 5 places gain. And watch out for the battle raging. Maciej Gladys under the pressure of Jevan David climbing the curb outside of turn number 3. Watch out for the place. Agnello goes through. And yes, takes 2nd position from Jevan David. Ricardo Agnello, the young Italian, is up a place in 2nd. He is now the chaser behind Maciej Gladys, who in the meantime actually was able to pull away just a little bit. And he keeps on fighting further back as well. There was a change. Was it Bondarev getting overtaken by Leo Robinson? We shall wait for confirmation. Yes, indeed. Bondarev in 4th place in front, of further back who made the move. Yes, indeed, the 511 further back as well. This is a look at Neuenschwander, my apologies, who just got overtaken by Bondarev on this one, but it's going in all senses at every stage of this field, and it's just 4 laps in already. Lap number 5 out of 20. Maciej Gladys is already pulling away just a little bit. Could it be enough for him to hold on to first position until the end?
But if anyone's going to have an advantage on this circuit, it's going to be Riccardo Iannello, the home favourite. 2nd position for the Italian. He might just have a chance of catching up to the Polish star here. He will know the circuit better than the others in the field. Third position is Jevan David from Sri Lanka. Still has a great chance. Alexander Bondarev of the Ukraine is in 4th place. Then Brazil's Luka Neuenschwander and Denmark's David Walter from Leon Zelenko of Croatia and Leo Robinson of Algeria. It's going very well indeed. Salim Hanna, the Colombian, has got up to 9th position. Great comeback from Salim Hanna. He's made up 10 places already. Gafrara is charging forward as well. The American is just in behind Nicolas Roos, the South African. So Gafrara has a really good run of this as well. But it's looking like Maciej Gladys is going to take a 10-point lead in the Drivers' Championship going to the season finale at Kristianstad. The way things are currently stacking up the inside line, a challenge for position from Walter to try and get past Neuenschwander. The Brazilian is absolutely resolute in his defence of the Danish talent. But Luka Neuenschwander hangs on to that 5th position for the moment. Walter is right there in P6. An excellent race from these guys in the top 10. Up the inside, nice manoeuvre from David Walter and also from Robinson, who gets through on Leon Zelenko.
Yeah, it's going out all stages, but good move indeed from David Walter. Up a place in 5th, and Leon Zelenko having to back down in front of Leo Robinson in 7th. What a race, what a start of a race that is. Let's have a look at the gaps as they come across just in front of us. Half of a second still between Maciej Gladys and Ricardo Agnello. The battle is raging still on your screen. This is the 505 further back. This is David Walter. Look at Neuenschwander just behind, who still has something to say. Going around the inside, it touched a little bit. And I'm afraid that David Walter just lost a bit of momentum over there, being pushed just on the outside of turn number 2. That was very tight, but they both managed to stay on track, clipping the curb while watching over his shoulder. That's good driving by David Walter, but he's going defensive right now because Neuenschwander just behind is going for it. 3 laps, 3 positions gained already for him, but he wants more. He wants more, absolutely. 6, he could go for 5 and even further in the classification as things stand. This is lap number 7, still Gladys in the lead, Agnello 2nd, Jevan David in 3rd, just 2 little tenths, so nothing is written yet.
A good move there on the inside. That is Gafrara, who gets past Nicolas Roos in the closing stages of this lap. David Walter very lucky not to get spat off the road as he clipped the curbs on the exit there of the corner. So Gafrara up into 10th place behind Salim Hanar. They're working through the field together on the inside line. That is the battle for the lower position. I think that is going to be the 541 trying to charge through. It is the 511 getting back again though. Luca Neunschwander and Leo Robinson, I apologise, 547 still battling away. And up the inside, that is the lunge from Nicolas Roos to get up on the inside there of Mark Kastelich. So Nicolas Roos moves forward, the South African. And this is definitely still a great race all the way through. Lots of opportunities, lots of overtaking moves. But Maciej Gledij is having a great run of it in the lead of the race from Riccardo Iannello and Jovan David. They've now settled into a bit of a rhythm, those three. They want to stretch away from the rest of the field. Alexander Bondarev trying to stay with them in 4th place. David Walter safe and sound in 5th place. Leo Robinson is now the head of the chasing pack in 6th position, ahead of Neunschwander, Zelenko, Hanar, Gafrara, Roos, Kastelich, Babiwana, Flusha, Wirtz, Skelton, Leitinen and Ochai.
And I'm afraid in the meantime, this will be a race over for Augustin Bernier, the young Frenchman. Actually, he was going to have to retire, or at least he tumbled down the order until the very last place. So that will mean certainly, I'm afraid, retirement for the young VDK driver. Yes, he is on the sideline, unfortunately for Augustin Bernier, who won't see the final through here in Adria. But as you said, this is this is a quiet moment at the moment in the final, and those young drivers keep observing themselves after the storm in the opening stages. Everybody was trying to find their pace in this field. Everybody was trying to climb as many positions as possible, but now you can see that the top 3 has settled quite a bit, and Maciej Gledij is leading for just 0.3 of a second on Iannello. Keep observing the leader trying to find the flows in his driving, actually trying to find the gap, even the tiniest of gap where he can actually find himself and maybe take the lead. But the question is, this is still quite early. We're halfway point through this race. This is lap number 10 out of 20. David Walter the fastest on track, but still halfway through this final. Is it the right moment to go for the charge when it comes to Iannello in 2nd place? Jovan David might have the same thought in his mind, knowing that the victory potentially is up for grab, but the question is, how many laps left shall I go for the attack? Is it better now and then trying to pull away? Is it better to stay within contact, within range, and then go for the charge in the last laps, as we've seen in the qualifying races? That might be tricky, actually, happening in the young driver's helmet.
That's the trouble. There's no exact science. You've just got to hope that you have made the right call at the right moment. Further back, this is Leo Robinson battling with Luca Neunschwander for 6th and 7th places as they try and stay in touch with the race leaders, Gledij, Iannello, David, Bondarev and Walter. Now, this is fascinating from Riccardo Iannello. He has a great chance here to stand on the top step of the podium in his home country. There's not many drivers that are going to get to do that this season. Well, the only 2 that could are Riccardo Iannello and, of course, the talented Swede Ludwig Fransson. So this is going to be a difficult opportunity for Riccardo Iannello. He has a chance to put himself on the top spot at home, and that will be the biggest motivation he will ever have had in his life so far. So Riccardo Iannello working his magic here in behind Gledij and ahead of Jovan David. He's got such a smooth stance to him. He's been so calculated over the weekend, got himself into a good position nice and early on, and has been able to sustain that in 2nd position. David 3rd, Bondarev, Walter, they are all still together. Robinson, Neunschwander and Zelenko dropping back, but still having a great fight for P6.
Will it be the day of the Italian drivers here on home soil? Because as we saw the victory in KZ2 from Giacomo Polini, we could see another Italian, as you said, taking a trophy in the Academy race right here, right now. And coming up as well in the KZ. Let's not forget that Matteo Vigano is very much in contention for the win. So it could be actually 3 races and 3 victories for the national drivers. We're not there yet, but that could be a glorious day.
Oh, contact further back. 2 karts coming together at turn 4. And that's game over for 2 of the drivers in the pack, I'm afraid. And I think we've lost out already a couple of the competitors in the midfield. So 2 drivers coming together out of turn 4. It's Nicolas Ambiard, it's Stefano Cagnolo and Federico Al-Rifai. So the 2 of them have karted together. Federico Al-Rifai has kept going, but sadly the Argentine there, so you can see Stefano Cagnolo is out of the race. That is a shame for the Argentine. He's been showing good speed over the course of the weekend, and he deserved a better result than that. So unfortunately, he is our 2nd retirement after Augustin Bernier of France. So a very tricky day at the office. But here is Gledij from Iannello and Jovan David, the top 3 drivers, still very close together. Alexander Bondarev is chipping away at this, as is David Walter with the new fastest lap. So there's still a very good chance that this could still change, with Bondarev and Walter very much staying hungry. We've got 7 laps to go at the end of this one, and Maciej Gladys is just hanging on in there. Iannello is getting hungrier and hungrier. The passion is dialing up a notch. The motivation is sky high. He will want to pass Maciej Gladys more than he has overtaken anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle is raging. A quick word about Federico Harifai. Unfortunately, his weekend has been going from great to really worst as he dropped to 30th in this race. He was on pole position, let's not forget, in Friday's qualifying. He wasn't able to really translate that into victory into the qualifying races. Funny enough, actually, he was pushed out of the track in the qualifying, but still was able to take pole position. So his first ever pole in the Academy Trophy at this level of karting. But unfortunately, the racing has been not up to his expectations. But there will be another weekend for him certainly to try and do more. But in the meantime, we're getting near the checkered flag. This is lap 14 about to be completed, 6 after this one. And Maciej Gladys doesn't want to look over in his mirrors, so to speak, because 0.3 of a second is nothing. And you can see Jevan David is keeping a close watch on what's going to happen in front of him. He's ready to take advantage of any opportunity. First, he's going to let certainly Iannello going for the move, unless he wants to go first and then attack Gladys in the meantime.
This is a terrific little battle for 6th place that we're watching. Leo Robinson, Luka Neuschwander and Leon Zelenko, the Algerian, the Brazilian and the Croatian. And they are giving it absolutely 7 bells from Africa, from South America and from Europe. These 3 drivers hail, and they are battling away tooth and nail. Excellent performances so far from the 3 nations, as here comes Zelenko having a look at Neuschwander. The Brazilian is struggling at the moment to stay with the Algerian Leo Robinson. There could still be an opportunity to work his way forward though, but Zelenko is definitely seeking a move. Here it is on the inside of Luka Neuschwander. That'll do nicely, but he's got to shut it down on the exit. Oh, Neuschwander unfortunately run out of road there. Nothing wrong with that maneuver at all by Leon Zelenko. He had the racing line, he was allowed to take it. And Neuschwander was so busy looking over his shoulder, I think he didn't realize that he was being squeezed off the road there slightly. He manages to catch it together, still in P8, but he was very lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, good battle indeed. And David Walter, the fastest on track, 51.3 at the moment, and still in 5th place, trying to catch up with Alexander Bondarev in 4th place, but still 0.8 of a second between Bondarev and Walter, 4th and 5th respectively. Leo Robinson in 6th, Zelenko as well as Neuschwander, the drivers on your picture, the 511, doing a good job indeed, making his way up to 8th place. Then we have Kastelic and Gorafar in 9th and 10th. Good effort as well from Mark Kastelic. He's been climbing 18 positions so far in this race. There's 4 laps remaining now as they come across the finish straight in front of us. 0.3 of a second between Gladys and Iannello, your leaders, with Jevan David losing a bit of momentum, 0.6 down in 3rd place, but he's still quite close to Ricardo Iannello. So let's see what's going to happen. We're back with the leaders, the 504, the 549 of Jevan David. You can see on their way to turn number 4. And the pressure is on Gladys. It's always easier to chase than being chased in karting and in motorsport, generally speaking, as we say. But right now, Maciej Gladys has everything in his pocket to go for the victory, but he needs to shut all the doors, not looking over his shoulder, and pray for anything that can happen.
This is all about who blinks first here in the battle for the victory. Maciej Gladys of Poland, Ricardo Iannello of Italy, and Jevan David of Sri Lanka. They are about a second or so ahead of Alexander Bondarev, who is a further 0.7 ahead of David Walter. This could still change dramatically in the final 3 laps, as we have already seen this weekend in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Nothing is settled until the checkered flag, and now Maciej Gladys is starting to tire. The tires may well be losing some grip and traction here. Ricardo Iannello is going to try and hunt him down. Look at how aggressive they are over the curve at turn 3. They've got to be careful that they don't do anything untoward. There is Jevan David, the young man from Sri Lanka, still pushing hard to get himself further up, but definitely now Iannello is closer to Maciej Gladys than he has been in previous laps. David Walter is closing in on Alexander Bondarev. This is when the drivers are really going to start to drop the hammer and close up on the karts in front of them. But this is all about Maciej Gladys. Control, discipline and very close quarters racing are going to come at this point now, but it's all up to Maciej Gladys. This is his race to lose with 2 to go.
It's quite impressive to see the level of performance from these youngsters. 20 laps. This is more than double the length that they had in qualifying heat. And still, those three were able to really keep on driving within the same distance, keep a close watch on each other, and really putting everything into the effort. But right now, you can see that Jaime David is closer than ever. Can he try to go for the move first? This is very, very difficult to find the right space, of course, unless clipping the curb, being aggressive, and dive for anything that could happen. It could be taken in the battle. David Walter keeps on pulling out laps after laps. 51.1 is still the fastest in 5th place as he's trying to decrease, and he's decreasing indeed the gap on Alexander Bondarov in 4th. So we could see a good battle coming up, but unfortunately that might be a bit too short in time as we have less than 1 lap to go, a bit more than 1 lap to go until a checkered flag. Marcel Gladys, Janiello, Jaime David, 3 actors for just 1 trophy. Who will be there for the taking? Final lap, here we go.
This is it for Maciej Gladys. He has worked so hard this weekend. He has put out some fantastic displays over the course of the last 48 hours. He has pushed himself into a great position. He was strong in timed qualifying. He was controlled and disciplined. We've got an accident on the final lap, by the way, up at turn 9. So 2 cars have come off the road together there. That is unfortunate, but Maciej Gladys is going to get this victory. There is the conflagration. Can't quite see who it is. That's the 512 that has gone there. So that, unfortunately, is Leon Ochai, the Japanese, and he's gone with Federico Al-Rifai. What an unfortunate end for the young man from the Emirates. But what an incredible... Oh, a battle for 4th place as Walter goes for Bondarev in the final turn. But Maciej Gladys is going to come through. The young man from Poland will take victory at Adria. Maciej Gladys is victorious in front of Riccardo Iannello and Javan David. What a historic occasion for Maciej Gladys, for Riccardo Iannello, and for Javan David, for Poland, for Italy, and Sri Lanka. They are the top 3 in an FIA Karting final. History is made.
History is made indeed, and Maciej Gladys, once again a beautiful fair play gesture between the youngsters of the Academy Trophy. But Maciej Gladys can punch the air with joy for his first victory at this level, first victory in the Academy Trophy for the Polish driver. Definitely a contender when it comes to the title, as he's taking the lead, the provisional lead of the Academy Trophy with 46 points, 8 points ahead of Renaud Frankert in this race, who finished in 13th place, the young Dutchman. So not quite the same weekend as he had in Wackersdorf, but still very much in contention for the title that will be decided in 2 weeks' time in Kristianstad. As it stands, Jaime David is climbing to 3rd place and might have a shot as well at the Academy Trophy title for this year, as well as Alexander Bondarev and Riccardo Iannello, 2nd of this race. But what a beautiful final it has been, very technical, strategic as well, very well managed until the end. So Maciej Gladys is your winner in front of Riccardo Iannello, Javan David, Alexander Bondarev, David Walter, Leo Robinson, Leon Zelenko, Luca Neuschanter, Mark Kastelich climbing 18 place up to 9 in front of Darius Babayona, Oscar Wurz, Nicolas Russ, Renaud Frankert, Caleb Garfoy, and Alexander Sketlen in 15.
And those points from Renaud Franco mean he maintains 2nd in the Drivers' Championship, 8 points back from Maciej Gladys. Dion Gaudet, Selim Hanna, and Maxi Schleimer finish up next up in the rankings in front of Lucas Flusha and Jaakko Lehtinen, then Mark Dubnitsky and Nicolas Ambiado, Sal de Colombres and Ludwig Franzen, Gazibin Fazal Motlakar and Nando Weichselbaumer from Daniel Moellem and Matti Koenig, then Junio Kim, Tom Breiken, Nemanja Jovanovic and Bart Harrison. The retirements, Leon Ochai and Federico Al-Rifai went off on the penultimate lap of the race, and then we had retirements too from Stefano Cagnolo and Augustin Bernier. But for Maciej Gladys, it's a coming-of-age moment for the Polish driver, as he will stand on the top step of the podium with Italy's Riccardo Iannello and Sri Lanka's Javan David. What a day.
What a day it has been, and Jake Hansen, you'll be down there at the podium in just a few moments for the ceremony, the 2nd of the afternoon, to be starting in just a few minutes. The time for everybody to gather the top 3 drivers of this class, and then we'll be ready to award the trophies, the 2nd trophies of the season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in just a few moments. But congratulations again to Maciej Gladys from Poland, to Riccardo Agnello from Italy, and to Javan David from Sri Lanka. What a race it has been, as we had in the end of the qualifying heats, Maciej Gladys starting at the forefront. Alexander Bondarev seems to be on course for fighting, but in the end, Agnello, Javan David found their way through. Alexander Bondarev still finishing in a strong 4th position, even though 0.8 of a second down from the top 3. So by the look of the race, Bondarev had to go defensive against Walter David, returning and climbing through the ranks, pulling fastest lap after fastest lap through the race. But Bondarev was unable to put himself in the battle for this podium. Unfortunately for the young driver from Ukraine, David Walter climbing through 3 positions from 8 on the grid, and fastest lap after fastest lap, yet he finishes just 1/10 of a second behind Alexander Bondarev on the line. And then we have quite a huge gap, 6.5 seconds. Leo Robinson in 6th place, leading Leo Zelenko, Luka Neuschander, Kastelic, and Darius Papayona. The rest of the top 10. Classification, of course, once made official, will be available on FIA Karting. 37 degrees Celsius on the Adrian Karting Raceway. As we were telling you about earlier, the temperatures keeps on rising. This is very hot, but thankfully this is very hot indeed on the tarmac, on the track. 2 beautiful finals that we've had so far. The third one coming up in just a few moments once the podium ceremony of the Academy Trophy will be completed. This is for the KZ class, of course, the 24 best karting drivers in the world, without a doubt, ready to compete for the final of the European Championship. But for that, they're going to have to go through 24 laps, same distance as for the KZ2, in what will be a great battle. 26 laps, my apologies, 2 more than the 26, the same as the KZ2, as we had 20 laps for the Academy Trophy. So 26 laps will be the length of the final for the KZ category, coming up in just a few moments. But in the meantime, Maciej Gladys took a great option on the title of the Academy Trophy with 46 points, is now leading the way, 8 points ahead of Renaud Frankert, as we said, and Jevan David now sitting comfortably in 3rd position with 6 points advantage on Alexander Bondarev. Then we have Janielo, as well as Salim Hanna, Bartoli Sandion Gouda, Leo Robinson, and Darius Papayona in the provisional top 10 of the Academy Trophy. The third and last meeting of the competition, of course, taking place in 2 weeks' time at the occasion of the FIA Karting World Championship KZ and the International Super Cup KZ2, taking place on the Asumring of Kristianstad in Sweden. So make sure to be there as well to crown this year's winners of the Academy Trophy. We're not there yet. We have one more race to live together. This will be for the KZ, as we have 24 drivers competing at the highest level of worldwide karting in the gearbox category. So we cannot wait for that. And starting from pole position for this race, we'll see, of course, Matteo Vicano, the young Italian from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team, Paolo Ippolito by his side, Victor Gustafsson, Pedro Hilbrand, and the rest of the grid. We'll go through that grid in just a few moments. The time for the podium ceremony of the Academy Trophy to be completed. Then we will go for the presentation of this fabulous grid of the KZ class. But Riccardo Agnello came close to emulate the victory of his fellow countryman Giacomo Polini in the KZ2 class. Came second, still a great result, is best at this level, but let's see what's going to happen, because we have 2 candidates for the victory in the KZ class from competing on home soil, Paolo Ippolito and Matteo Vigano, starting alongside each other on the 3rd row of the KZ final, starting at 3 local time here in Italy. So 20 minutes to 4. And the meeting is set in a bit over 20 minutes. We'll be good to go for the KZ final, the last final of the day, in what has been an intense weekend of racing, the second and closing weekend of the European Championship for both the KZ and the KZ2. Still, the recovery team at work on track to gather the unfortunate drivers who had to retire from the Academy final just a moments ago. Augustin Bernier, Stefano Cagnolo, and Federico Arifai, as well as Leon Okai, who had actually to step down from this race and put foot onto the track. Quite unfortunate turn of event, as we said, for the Federico Arifai, going from pole sitter to retirement into this final. That's part of racing, and as we have seen in the KZ2 final, this can be cruel. We're talking about the incident opposing, of course, Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese in the 2nd lap, as they were expecting as contenders for the victory. But this is how it is, as we crown our first European Championship in Giacomo Polini, the winner of the Academy Trophy. We're going to have to wait 2 more weeks for naming him. Will it be Maciej Gladys? Can it be Renaud Frankert? Or could it be Jevan David, as well as some others in the mix, in Alexander Bondarev and Riccardo Agnello? Answers will be given in Kristianstad in 2 weeks. But as we have seen in the past as well, the nothing is concluded until the last checkered flag, and especially in the Academy Trophy, the results of one round can be turned on its head to the next. Renaud Frankert seemed to be very dominant, as he was in Wackersdorf. This time around, wasn't able to confirm as much as he would have liked with a 13th place finish. Is conceding the lead of the Academy Trophy for 8 points to Maciej Gladys. 37 degrees Celsius on the FIA Karting Raceway. Thanks once again very much for tuning in, as we're expecting the top 3 drivers of the Academy Trophy anytime soon on the podium with Jake Sanson and the presentation. Marcel Gladys, Ricardo Agnello and Jevan David are ready to receive the trophies and flowers, of course, after what has been a very strong performance in the final. After this one, the KZ Final is upon us, the last race of the day, and we're gonna see a stronger position between Matteo Vigano and Paolo Ippolito. Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hilbrand will be alongside each other on the second row of the grid, with Stanpex, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the newcomer, the fresh face in this class, of course, is not at all an unknown name in the world of karting. Just recently crowned a European champion, the OK class, as well as in the junior category last season. On his way to first season in gearbox karting, starting with the FIA Karting European Championship in Adria, then the World Championship in 2 weeks' time in Kristianstad. Let's see what's going to happen, because the opposition will be absolutely intense, and the battle for the European title in the KZ class is not yet completed. We have 2 big candidates, of course, with Matteo Vigano and Emilian Denner. And let's see what's going to happen. Stanpex very much in the mix, but in the points, Riccardo Longhi and Emilian Denner are tight, with just 1 single point splitting them at the end of the qualifying heats. Qualifying heats where Riccardo Longhi, after a very difficult qualifying for most of the Birella drivers, weren't able to climb the field as much as they would have liked, of course. So he's going to have to start from the back end of the grid, from row number 8, but still they're going to have 26 laps to try to conclude the weekend on a higher note. So this will be this will give us plenty of spectacle, plenty of show to live together. And don't forget to tune in FIAKarting.com, the official website of the competition, as well as on YouTube, the YouTube channel, and Facebook, as well as on Instagram, Twitter. Don't hesitate, of course, once again, to give us a link to subscribe and to give us any advice, questions. We'll be more than happy to answer them in the meantime. The podium ceremony is about to start for the Academy Trophy in just a few moments, and from precisely 25 past 3, we're going to be ready to start the presentation in just a few minutes, the presentation of the drivers of the KZ Final, then the start of the race at 40 past 3 local time. So make sure to be there. But before that, we have another podium to celebrate for Marcel Gladys, Ricardo Agnello and Jevan David. All those 3 drivers, of course, like the rest of the Academy Trophy competitors, had 3 qualifying heats to go through to make their way to the final, which they did in great fashion. 3 qualifying races. Marcel Gladys managed to win 1, and then on his way to a victorious effort in the final. Alexander Bondarev, 4th in the final, managed to win 2 races. Nicolas Roos from South Africa was 3rd best man at the end of the qualifying heats, in front of Jevan David, 1 win as well from the young driver from Sri Lanka. Jevan David, who's been really making a name for himself for the past few months on the international karting scene, starting, of course, in the junior class of the European Championship, then putting himself in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy with some great results along the way, and his first strong result here at this level with a 3rd place finish in Adria. So where to go for the young man from Sri Lanka. And once again, we've been talking about the fact that it's very difficult, especially in the context of the COVID for the past few months since 2020. It's been difficult for the drivers in whatever category actually to keep on traveling. If you're not from Europe, which is the case for most of the drivers competing in the Academy Trophy, unless they're located, of course, for some of them in the UK or in Italy, this can be actually quite difficult to get your travel done and to be able to attend all the races. So once again, this is hats off to everybody as part of the FIA Karting Federation, but to the drivers and the entourage to be able to be part of this very beautiful competition. The School of Karting, as we like to refer, that has been producing some great show once again. We're not quite done yet. We have one more round at Kristianstad, as I think we're getting ready for the podium ceremony in just a few moments, as we're going to give the award to Marcel Gladys, Ricardo Agnello and Jevan David. I'm waiting for the crew, the cue from Jake Sanson and the rest of the crew, and then we'll be ready to give out trophies and flowers to well-deserving top 3 drivers of the Academy Trophy. In the rest of the classification, Bandarev was 4th, David Walter was 5th, in front of Lil Robinson, Leon Zelenko, Luka Neuschanter, Mark Kastelic, and Darius Babayona, with certainly the reward for best recovery going to Mark Kastelic with 18 plays gain in the course of 20 laps. So it gives you an average of 1 overtaking, even more per lap. So quite a strong effort from Mark Kastelic all the way to 9th place. Certainly not the weekend I had expected, considering his place on the grid. Certainly a better result than they would have hoped, but all in all, a satisfying performance in terms of fun. At least Mark Kastelic might have had a lot of fun on track, despite the result certainly not up to the expectations initially at the beginning of the weekend. Because fun is also part of the game, isn't it? At least when it comes to the Academy Trophy, those drivers are here to learn, they are here to improve and get better drivers at the end of the season. But let's not forget, of course, they're here as well to take pleasure and be happy about what they do. Driving and racing is a very, very serious thing, especially with ambitions to climb through the ranks of motorsport, starting with karting. But the pleasure component, the pleasure factor, doesn't have to be forgotten. In this case, they have a lot of pleasure. Here we go for the podium ceremony.
The FIA Karting Academy Trophy has once again served us up a fabulous race, and what a terrific battle it has been. A little bit of history on the podium today and a great result. In 3rd position for Sri Lanka, Jaime David. In 2nd position for Italy, Riccardo Iannello. But your race winner for Poland, Maciej Gludisz! And in deference to our racer on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for Poland. A fantastic display from our drivers. In 3rd position for Sri Lanka, Jaime David. And in 2nd place for Italy, Riccardo Iannello. And in 2nd position for Poland, Maciej Gludisz. A fantastic performance from our drivers. They've been absolutely amazing in the Academy Trophy. Please give it up for your top 3 drivers after an excellent performance. Jaime David, Riccardo Iannello, and your race winner, Maciej Gludisz. The drivers will return in 3 weeks' time at Kristianstad in Sweden when the FIA Karting Academy Trophy will conclude. But for the moment, the 3 drivers will get their moment of glory and celebrate in style in the paddock. From now, we switch our attention to the KZ European Championship Finale.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
And on the FIA Karting Raceway, still under the sun and the beautiful weather conditions of the Venetian region. We're getting ourselves ready for the third and last final of the afternoon here to close the European Championship for the KZ class. 24 drivers on the grid, certainly the 24 best karting drivers in the world, without a doubt. With some of them having been in this class for quite a few years, with a lot of experience and a lot of titles as well, and victories collected over the seasons. One who is more than willing to catch the European title for the first time in his career is Matteo Vigano, the young Italian, starting on pole position on home soil and more than eager to see it through. 26 laps for this race, the most important race of the weekend and the last one of this year's European Championship. Matteo Vigano, the former winner of the International Super Cup KZ2, who twice in 2019 and last year in 2020 had a good shot at the title in this very competition, but was denied, unfortunately, the trophy due to some incidents and bad luck. But this time around, is on pole position. He has been uncatchable in all of his 3 qualifying heats yesterday and this morning, with 3 wins out of 3 attempts. This gives you a good perspective about his ambition and his determination to confirm his pace and his post results. In just a few moments, we're going to be ready for the presentation of the drivers making their way onto the track with the machinery, 24 of them, and 1 driver to lead them, Matteo Vigano. Here we go.
And so we come to the big show we've been waiting for. The moment of truth. The FIA Karting KZ European Championship Final. Emilian Denner has 35 points. Riccardo Longhi has 34. Alessandro Irlando has 22. Stan Pex and Pedro Hiltbrand both have 21. Matteo Vigano has 19. Jaime Iglesias has 17. And Adrian Renaudin has 15, with Simo Pohaka on 14 and Paolo Ippolito on 12. Literally, anyone in the top 10 mathematically can still win this European Championship. Realistically, it looks like it's going to be between 2 to 3 drivers out there. Emilian Denner has 35 points and currently starts 7th on the grid. But as Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the wild card out there, cannot score championship points, then that means that Denner is currently looking at a 6th place finish. A 6th place finish would give him 10 points and move him up to 45. If Vigano were to take the win, he would take 44. So, if Vigano wins the race, Emilian Denner needs 6th or better to become European champion. It's still possible, and the game is still very much joined.
Here we go. The time is set. The KZ final is about to begin as the drivers make their way onto the track. We're going to give you a full rundown of the impressive 24 driver grid that we have here in Adria. But as you said, the battle is on. Denner, Longhi, two actors, two candidates for the title. But can any of the other contenders in the upper part of the field, including Alex Irlando, Stan Pex or Pedro Hiltbrand, they give that bit of a salt pinch into the battle and reshuffle the cards? That's a lot of questions that need answer. 26 laps through, and then we will have another champion to be crowned this afternoon. The 2020 European champion in the KZ category, the top of the top, the cream of the cream. And you can see already the camaraderie between some of the drivers making their way onto the track. The Frenchmen, there's going to be a pile of them in the midfield with some of them as well, and we're gonna count them in just a few moments.
So let's welcome the stars to the show, the FIA Karting KZ European Championship Final, and the drivers are ready to quest. Matteo Vigano, pole position, and he is likely to go for the title. If he can win, he's in with a very good shout. For Italy in second place, it is Paolo Ippolito. What a comeback story. 11 months ago, he was right in the heat of things at Lonato. Now he has a chance to win on home soil in the European Championship finale. An excellent chance for Paolo Ippolito. In third position, it is Sweden's Victor Gustafsson. He won the KZ2 European Championship with a brilliant win here last season. Now he can step up and do it in KZ and grab a brilliant victory. For Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand. He's been here many times before and has a great chance to storm through to the front of the field. Stan Pex of the Netherlands, another man who could snatch the European title today as long as everything goes to plan and he brings his A-game to the table. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, what a debut it's been for the OK European champion in KZ. Pole position in time qualifying, and he could cause an upset. But for Emilian Denner, he needs a 6th place finish or better to become European champion here today, whatever happens around him. Jaime Iglesias, the reigning world champion. The pressure's off him this time, but there's still an opportunity for him to claim back-to-back world crowns 3 weeks from now, so he'll want to finish strong here. Adrian Renaudin, ever improving and ever impressive. The Frenchman for Sodicart has a great chance. He could be European champion today. Next up, it is Francesco Celenta, the Italian for Parolin Motorsport, on home soil and with great speed. Simo Pohaka of Finland, still in with a shout of the crown, and it's definitely going to be a tough one. That's Noah Millell, his Swedish teammate. And there is Simo Pohaka making his way. They've decided to go in a slightly different order, the two Tony Kart drivers. Never mind, but Simo Pohaka is still a title contender. The championship leader coming into this weekend was Riccardo Longhi. He's now 1 point behind Emilian Denner, but he has the tenacity, the drive and the determination. The Birolart team manager and race winner could still get this done. Johan Segel of France with an opportunity here to finish his European Championship campaign on a high note. And let's see what the Frenchman can do. Alessandro Irlando, he's been here several times before. He's third in the driver's standings, and it's still not impossible that Irlando could walk away today as European champion. Marijn Kramers has won both the European and World Championship in the past. It's been a difficult weekend, but you don't know Marijn Kramers the way we do. He's always in the hunt for victory. Douglas Lundberg of Sweden. An opportunity for him and the Sony Kart team to take more scalps. Jorrit Pex, who's won pretty much everything there is to win in this sport. The Dutchman, now in the Standpax Motorsport Racing colours. Great to see him, and great to see that his hunger and thirst for success has never diminished. What can Jorrit Pex do from the mid-pack? For Italy, it is Mirko Tozzolini, and there's an opportunity for him to stand on the podium in his home event. Lorenzo Camplese is next up, the man who stormed to victory 2 years ago at Sarno. He has a great chance for the Tony Kart Factory Racing team. Then it's Fabian Federer. An unfortunate mishap in his third race meant he couldn't get out of the blocks, but the Maranello Factory Team SRP driver is always hungry for victory. Davide Fore, legend of the sport, one of the kings of our craft, and he will always fight for victory as well. For Germany, Lewis Speck, one of the youngest men in the field and certainly the youngest full-time driver in KZ. And alongside him on the grid, the Italian Matteo Massetani on the Formula K chassis, hoping to reignite their glory days when they won the World Championship with Jaime Iglesias last season. Now, it looks to me as though Matteo Massetani's kart is not actually going to take the start, which is why he was absent from the lineup there. So Matteo Massetani, unfortunately, looks like he will not take the start of the final of the European Championship. The other 23 drivers, though, are there for the progress. So with 3 minutes to go, we are ready for the showdown of the European season.
That gives us an impressive grid of 23 drivers, 24 laps in for the KZ Final, the last one of the weekend and the last one of this year's European Championship. Who to take the crown? Couple of contenders, Emilian Denner and Riccardo Longhi, split by just 1 single point as things stand. But Alex Orlando, Standpex, Pedro Hilbrand, Matteo Vigano, 6 in provisional standings, is the one wearing the 27 on the left side of your picture, the right side at the forefront of the grid. Can he try to translate his pace into the qualifying heat, into victory at the end of the final? First of all, he needs a good start, but Paolo Ippolito, his fellow countryman on the left side of the track, the right side of your picture, wearing the 22 and the CRJ colors, of course, will be eager to prevent that from happening and to deny him any chance of victory. There's going to be a golden duet at the forefront of the grid, but watch out for the title contenders further back as well in Denner and Riccardo Longhi. Emilian Denner, the Frenchman from Intrepid, back at the highest level of karting for the first time after a break in single seater. More than eager, of course, to add another title to his tally, but the chances are there. The battle will be huge, and Riccardo Longhi, who didn't have the best of weekends, unfortunately starting with a difficult qualifying, will be eager to climb through the field as is being able to do so during the qualifying heats. We know his pace, and let's see if he found the right solution and the right setup as well coming to this final. The drivers are getting ready. The tension is slightly rising in here as much as the temperature is 37 degrees Celsius above our heads. This is going to be heated on and off the track for the finals of finals.
So, who is going to be European champion, and what chassis will he be driving? Will he be in an Intrepid, Emilian Denner? Will he be on a Birolart, Riccardo Longhi? Will he be on a Charles Leclerc chassis, Matteo Vigano or Pedro Hilbrand? Will he be on a Kart Republic for Stan Pex? Or will he be on a CRG for Alessandro Orlando? It could be someone completely different. Watch out for Andrea Kimi Antonelli in this race as well. His first KZ final ever, and he lines up 6th on the grid, the youngest man in the sport for a long time, and has already put on an excellent showcase this weekend. The Leclerc by Lennox teammates Vigano and Gustafsson have unfinished business here, as well as Pedro Hilbrand. This squad have 3 karts in the top 4 places, and Paolo Ippolito, 2nd on the starting grid, unable to become European champion unless others around him flounder, but he will certainly want to win in his manner. Paolo Ippolito will want to take a victory away from his rivals. Matteo Vigano has to win and hope that Denner is 7th or lower, and hope that his other drivers around him are unable to get some decent points on the board. For Riccardo Longhi, he was the fastest driver in warm-up this morning. If he can make a decent start and pick off a few of his rivals, he is still a contender. There are so many variables, and there are so many contenders. It's like Sarno 2019 all over again, and now the drivers will quest for victory. We could have just as much drama and suspense. Matteo Vigano and Paolo Ippolito from the front row of the grid. Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hilbrand. Stan Pex and Andrea Kimi Antonelli. From Emilian Denner, Jaime Iglesias, Adrian Renaudin, Francesco Salenta, Simo Pohaka and Noah Milel.
Then we have the provisional leader of the championship from the row number 7, Riccardo Longhi, with Jan Segel by his side. Alex Orlando and Marin Kramer alongside each other on row 8, followed by Douglas Lundberg, Yuri Pex, Mikko Tosolini, Lorenzo Camplese, Fabian Federer, Davide Forre, Louis Speck, and Matteo Massetani, who is not with us, unfortunately, onto the track. 23 drivers in total on 12 rows of the grid. Here we go for the warm-up laps. Standing start as usual for the KZ category, and Matteo Vigano and Paolo Ippolito on the front row. Matteo Vigano, of course, as you said, was denied in 2 occasions the chance to be crowned European champion. 2019 was a fantastic race in Sarno, of course, and this famous incident between Matteo Vigano, at the time driving a Tony Kart, and Anthony Abbas, the French champion, now retired from this category. What an incident and what a turn of event it had been at the time. And last year as well, Vigano with a good chance to seal the deal, but bad luck, unfortunately, decided otherwise. This time around, we say sometimes that after 2 attempts, the third might be the good one. Will this be the case for Matteo Vigano? He's on home soil. He's been unbeatable so far with a chassis functioning at perfection by Leclerc, by Lennox Racing. Will it be enough against Paolo Ippolito and the likes of Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hilbrand, who are going to have maybe to play for the team as well, and trying to give every chance that there is for Matteo Vigano? We shall see about that. That's going to be interesting, but Leclerc by Lennox Racing might have the upper hand here.
And just to add another ingredient into the mix, the air temperature has crept up to 37 degrees Celsius. It is the hottest final we have had in KZ this season in the FIA Karting European Championship. It is the toughest race these guys will ever have to run. Denner on 35 points, Longhi on 34, Orlando 22, Pex and Hilbrand 21, Vigano has 19, Iglesias has 17, Renaudin has 15, Pohaka has 14, Ippolito has 12. Mathematically, any one of those 10 can still become European champion. Anything could happen in this race. 24 laps of Adria are not for the faint of heart, and these guys are going to be pushing tooth and nail right to the bitter end. Matteo Vigano in the Charles Leclerc by Lennox team kart. The Leclerc chassis, part of the Birolot group, lines up on the front row of the grid beside the CRG for the Tonini group of Paolo Ippolito. Lenato is ancient history now, and he wants to claim a victory in Italy for a brilliant home victory. But Gustafsson, Hilbrand, Pex and Antonelli want to do the same thing here. Watch for Emilian Denner, 6th or higher, and he is European champion. Longhi can fight back too. Let's race! And Adria! What a start for Gustafsson! And alongside, Ippolito gets the best start! Paolo Ippolito takes the lead. Great start from the CRG driver as round the outside, we've got a fast starting Pedro Hilbrand. He takes on Gustafsson. So Vigano is 2nd, Hilbrand 3rd, Gustafsson in 4th. Pex has worked his way through past Renaudin and Denner. Denner's alongside his rival, and that looks like a big charge forward from Jaime Iglesias. So the 3 French drivers are absolutely together. Renaudin, Iglesias and Denner. There's a great battle going on further back. Lorenzo Camplese has fallen to the back of the field, but Paolo Ippolito leads the way in Adria.
And here we go for the KZ final, 24 laps in, and I saw a bit of a contact for Victor Gustafsson, I'm afraid, coming together with Matteo Vigano on the way to turn number 1, but everything seems to be okay. We have 1 driver out.
It's Tosolini.
Tosolini, indeed, Mikko Tosolini, number 12, out in the turn number 2 on the opening lap, unfortunately out of this race. But Ippolito is leading the way for 0.3 of a second. Vigano is 2nd, Hilbrand is 3rd. Victor Gustafsson, who had a bit of a trouble down in 4th in front of Stampex. Adrian Renaudin climbing to 6 in front of Iglesias, Denner, Miel and Longhi. Already the top 10, Riccardo Longhi. That could be important for the championship classification. That's what was going to happen, as Renaudin is doing a good job as well. Emilian Denner dropping a place down to 8. Not a good news for him. Is still leading the way. A watch out switch between the teammates as Matteo Vigano is battling his way through with Pedro Hilbrand. Pedro Hilbrand is taking 2nd place.
Well, Hilbrand's got a great chance to get into the top 3 of the championship with this maneuver. Ippolito's looking at P4, but thanks to the fact that Vigano is not leading, Denner is still looking to be European champion. But Hilbrand is now 2nd in the points. He is 2 points away if he can get past Paolo Ippolito, Pedro Hilbrand could claim his first KZ championship as up the inside. That's Gustafsson taking on Vigano. Stan Pex is getting in there as well on the inside line. Pex goes for the move into the hairpin. They bang wheels and Adrian Renaudin is trying to take advantage. But Pedro Hilbrand, now up in his second place, is only one position away from claiming the European Championship. We barely talked about Hilbrand's chances and now he's got an opportunity to claim it all as Iglesias boxes in Denner up the inside. Side by side, that's Simo Pohaka, I think, trying to come through in there. No, it's his teammate, Noah Milel. Milel has to hang back. Denner gets back through, but Emilion Denner is only 2 points ahead of Pedro Hilbrand as this battle continues.
What a start of the final that is. Hippolito pulling away 6/10 of a second. Oh, there's a bit of a contact over there with the number 4. This is Riccardo Longhi finding his way through. He's climbing as much as he can. Riccardo Longhi against Noah Milel. He's in 10th place at the moment. Stan Pex at the moment as well, fighting through. And he's ahead of Pedro Hilbrand.
He's got past Vigano. Stan Pex has got past Vigano. Now, if Longhi makes up 3 more places, he could still become European champion. He's only 3 points off Denner's score. So Longhi just needs to keep chipping away at this. There's Hilbrand. That's Vigano dueling away with Iglesias. He keeps Iglesias at bay. Denner is in the mix. This is changing hands so many times. That's what happens when 10 drivers can mathematically win the European Championship. Every lap it's going to change nearly. Ippolito, Hilbrand, Gustafsson, Pex, Renaudin. Now it looks as though Longhi and Hilbrand are going to be tied for second in the point standings. So Longhi is making progress up alongside. That is another place lost for Vigano. Iglesias getting through. Denner needs to get by now as well. That will strengthen his lead in the championship. Can he get past Vigano? Matteo Vigano once again for the 3rd year in a row. His chances appear to be fading.
Yeah, that's not the start of the race that he wanted. And
there goes Denner!
They're clipping the curb already, trying to get past the Vigano. Can he do it? Run the outside.
Oh,
yes,
beautiful!
he does. What a move that is.
Longhi's getting through as well. Longhi gets through as well. Now, this is amazing. If Longhi could just follow in behind Emilion Denner, they can make progress together and then battle away with each other for the European crown.
Wow, what a race that is. Let's have a look at the classification as it evolves. Riccardo Longhi going around the inside, getting ahead of Vigano. This is Marin Kremers as well, following through in turn number 1. The Birella driver seems to have found the pace they've been missing for the entire weekend, and they're climbing the field over and over, lap after lap. Stan Pex the fastest on track at the moment, but Riccardo Longhi and Kremers just went ahead of Vigano, trying to fight back and going defensive, because Noah Milel as well as Simo Pohaka are just behind. The Tonica drivers that have been nowhere in qualifying heat so far, now back in contention for at least a couple of points left, and Vigano is in trouble. He's being overtaken by Noah Milel. Can Simo Pohaka try to go around the inside as well? He's staying behind for the moment, as further back we have as well the number 21. This is actually Douglas Lundberg, who's going to try to put himself in the mix as well. This is fighting all the way through this field, but Matteo Vigano keeps on losing positions.
Stan Pex isn't done yet. He's just set the fastest lap as Pohaka now gets past Matteo Vigano. Such a shame for the Italian, who was looking dominant up to this race. There goes Lundberg through. Here comes Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's going to dive for the inside line, and he's going to get tripped over there. Cilenta gets past Antonelli instead. Stan Pex with another new fastest lap in 4th place. He is closing in on Victor Gustafsson. That's going to give him some more points. Stan Pex could still win this, but Emilion Denner is looking at 44, Longhi 42, Hilbrand 41, Ippolito 37. That's the maximum Ippolito can get, so he can storm up from 10th in the standings to the top 5, but Ippolito is struggling to hang on in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Hilbrand is coming.
There's something definitely wrong with the chassis of Matteo Vigano, I'm afraid, because in the process of the start, you could see actually Vigano and Gustafsson coming together before the turn 1. I thought in the first place that there were trouble for Gustafsson, but maybe that's a result of those two teammates tangling each other at the start of the race. We're not there yet, but something is definitely wrong with Matteo Vigano, who keeps on dropping momentum in the course of this race and is out of contention, I'm afraid, when it comes to the title. In the meantime, half of a second between those two. Hippolito, your leader, just in front of Pedro Hilbrand, because Gustafsson is still very much in 3rd place. Stan Pex pulling out fastest lap after fastest lap, trying to decrease the gap on Gustafsson. 4/10 of a second at the moment between Gustafsson and Pex. Renaudin doing a good job as well, climbing to 5th in front of Iglesias. Denner still very much in 7th place. As things currently stands, Emilion Denner is still your European champion of 2021 for just 2 points in front of Riccardo Longhi. But watch out, because those two young men are just on the same picture. Riccardo Longhi is coming back on Emilian Denner. 2 points in the championship, 0.2 of a second. And now Longhi has found the pace that he's been missing. He's very much on Emilian Denner. We said before the race, if those two can stay together and if Longhi can put the pressure on Denner, then he might still have a chance. And this is exactly what's happening. And more over than that, he has the support of his own teammate, Marion Kremers, who's going to be pushing a lot as well.
If Longhi passes Denner, that changes the championship. Longhi is just one place behind his main title rival. If Longhi can get past Emilian Denner, then he will become the European champion. It is as simple as that, but Pedro Hilbrand is still pushing. Stan Pex into third in the first corner past Victor Gustafsson. That's going to give him 3 more points. So he will now be on 16. So Stan Pex is going to climb to 37. The same tally as Paolo Ippolito. If any one of these guys drops out of the race, it's going to change everything dramatically. So Stan Pex is just still fighting, still picking off drivers, still trying to gain ground. If he can get into second place, that's going to be 4 more points. That's going to put him on 41, the same as Hilbrand currently is. So that would drop Hilbrand behind Pex. There are so many factors that can still take place in this race. Ippolito is leading, but it's looking like the title is going to be between Denner, Longhi and Hilbrand. And all Denner has to do is keep Riccardo Longhi behind him and he will win the European Championship. But we're not even halfway through this final yet.
This is 10 laps in, lap number 11 out of 24. And what a fantastic showdown that is to the KZ category in this year's European Championship. Ippolito, 0.8 of a second, now pulling away from Pedro Hilbrand just a little bit, but quite enough maybe to feel more comfortable as it stands. But at the moment, Stan Pex is the man on the mission. He's charging his way through, trying to decrease his gap on Pedro Hilbrand after getting past Gustafsson. Gustafsson was the first step, and Pedro Hilbrand might be the second one, but he still has plenty of time and plenty of laps until a checkered flag to do so. And watch out for the back. Well, look at Riccardo Longhi outside of turn number 2. He's very close in the first sector. My apologies. There's Kremers and Longhi very much on the chart with the Red Army further back behind. They're going to try to take Noah Milen and Simo Puhaka with them. These are the contenders that we had been expecting all throughout the weekend, but unable to find the pace with the tires. Now they're back for it. They're back for the title. And Emilian Denner, he has the skills and the pace to try to resist, but there's still a long way to go before the end of this race. Does it have what it takes, and especially against the Birla drivers, to see it through and to keep that title alive?
If you've just tuned in, you couldn't have timed this better. 10 drivers still with a chance to become European champion. There is Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the boy wonder, the wild card. He can't score points this weekend, but he is showcasing incredible speed and dexterity for a 14-year-old in the KZ European Championship. He's currently 13th, having had a difficult time of it, but he was pole position in time qualifying. This experience will count wonders for him when we get to the World Championship 3 weeks from now at Kristianstad in Sweden. But how about this for a title showdown? Emilian Denner is P7 and has 44 points. Riccardo Longhi is P8, gaining ground on him and has 42 points. Hilbrand is second and has 41 points. If he catches and passes Ippolito, he could be European champion. If Denner loses the place to Longhi, Longhi will be European champion. If Denner can gain another place, he could be European champion. It's literally as nail-biting and as close as that. And still, Paolo Ippolito, Stan Pex and Jaime Iglesias are not out of the woods yet. They all could still do this, and we have 12 laps to go.
This is fantastic. Absolutely, there's no better thriller than the KZ class when it comes to the final at the end of this championship. On your picture is the 21st. Further back, this is Lundberg, actually. Douglas Lundberg fighting with Alex Orlando, the 44, just behind him from CRG. Not long ago, he was wearing the same colors as Riccardo Longhi, the Birla. Now going to CRG for this season at full speed. Unfortunately, this weekend didn't go quite his way, but he's trying to fight his way through this field. 15th place for Orlando, but he's going to have to go back. Douglas Lundberg, then maybe Antonelli just in front. But in the meantime, the two teammates from the Lisson factory are very much on a charge. They have one prey in mind. This is Emilian Denner just in front, but the Frenchman has been able to keep that gap alive for the past few laps. Let's have a look at this gap. Talking about it, it's just about a couple of tenths of a second, 4 tenths of a second as it stands. And as you can see on the left side of your screen, Andrea Kimi Antonelli now is pulling out the fastest lap in this race, 48.6. What can he do? do is just 2 tenths behind Simo Puhaka and Noah Miller just behind. Can we see him getting himself involved in the battle for the title, raging between Denner and Longi at the moment?
Show me a more exciting championship showdown in the FIA, because if you can find one, I still won't believe you. This is absolutely amazing. And Paolo Ippolito, the man who leads the way, who was unfortunately hooked up in the massive controversy 11 months ago at Lonato, is now getting the reward he richly deserves. He is leading away in the CRG factory machine and looking like he's going to return them to the top step of the podium in KZ for the first time since the retirement of the great Paolo De Conto. This is a big moment for Paolo Ippolito. Hilbrand is second, third is Pex. Antonelli is now in front of Simo Puhaka. He is chipping away at the drivers in front of him. Here's Paolo Ippolito. This is a great chance for him. He's been famous for all the wrong reasons in the last 12 months, but now he looks likely to take the commanding victory he so deserves, as of course to the entire CRG factory operation. Signor Tonini and the entire CRG factory operation have been working so hard. They were written off. People were shaming them in the press, saying their best days are behind them. They need to wind it up. Don't even think about it. The Toninis know how to go racing. They have such history, and they have completely rebooted, rebranded, and reacquired amazing talent, both on and off the track. And ladies and gents, CRG are back with a vengeance.
And they already have a victory this weekend with Giacomo Polini, of course, with the NGM Motorsport. Let's not forget about that in the KZ2 class. Could it be another one in the KZ category with the factory effort this time around? And Paolo Ippolito, we still have a couple of laps, less than 8 before the checkered flag. Stan Pex on your picture in number 13. Usually bringing bad luck in motorsport, but not this time around, as he is gaining on Pedro Hilbrand. Pedro Hilbrand has been losing momentum on the leader, and look at him now. He's gonna go defensive. Stan Pex on his way to potentially second place, but that's not good news at all for Pedro Hilbrand if he loses another point.
And let's say that Stan Pex catches and passes Hilbrand and then catches and passes Paolo Ippolito. If that happens, Stan Pex can become European champion. He's in third place, charging like crazy. If he can get past Hilbrand, he moves into third in the driver's standings. If he gets past Ippolito as well, and he's only 1.4 behind him, then Stan Pex could emulate his brother Jorrit and become European champion. Keep going, Stan. It's not done yet, mate.
He's the fastest on track. I think the fastest in the last sector. My apologies, but it gives you a glimpse of his determination. He's really close to Pedro Hilbrand now. He's going to have to go defensive. Oh, and the 55, unfortunately, out of this race. That's Louis Speck, who's going to have to retire, unfortunately, for the TB Kart Racing driver. In the meantime, we're still very much with Pedro Hilbrand and Stan Pex. The battle is raging for second. In the meantime, Ippolito couldn't ask for more and keeps on pulling away. 1.1 second as it stands. Hilbrand is going to go defensive right now. He needs to look over his shoulder and to shut all the doors. He has to forget for just a little bit now about a potential victory, or at least his hopes for the European title, because if he loses another position, that could be wide open for Stan Pex, and Hilbrand will be dropping in classification. As for now, the vice champion title is up for grab for Hilbrand, but he needs to stay there. As it stands, we have a change.
Dennis dropped back. Dennis dropped back. He's lost ground to Longhi, Kramers and Salenta, and that means that Riccardo Longhi has taken back the lead of the European Championship. Denner is now down behind Kramers and Salenta. Salenta goes up the inside of Kramers. They're going to drift wide. And is Denner going to get his opportunity to come through? We're busy watching Hilbrand and Pex as they duel for second. But Denner is trying to salvage his run in the title fight here as he tries to get back on terms with the drivers around him. Yellow flags! Denner's out! Denner is off the road! Emilian Denner is stopped out at turn 5. I can't believe it! Emilian Denner is out! The European Championship is gone for the Frenchman!
What a disaster that is, as we're going to see Emilian Denner in just a moment on the left side of the track. He's just out of this final, out of this race. That means that mathematically Riccardo Longhi, if nothing happens to him, will be crowned.
Oh,
there is Emilian Denner.
Emilian has been such a great season. He's been so strong. He almost had it. He had the championship in his grasp. He was leading, and now it's all fallen. That's Stan Pex! Stan Pex spins it! He went for the move on Hilbrand. Hilbrand didn't give him space. Stan Pex is out. He's out of the European Championship. What is going on?
What is going on? After Emilian Denner, now another contender is out
And
of this
Fabian
final.
Federer is out as well. Fabian Federer has gone. They're dropping like flies with 4 laps to go. Ippolito leads Hilbrand, and it's now looking likely to be Riccardo Longhi by just 2 points. Hilbrand needs to catch Ippolito and pass him to become European champion, but with that gap of 1.6, it's looking impossible. Riccardo Longhi may just become European champion after all.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's happening behind him, of course. Pedro Hilbrand, 1.6 seconds is a huge gap, pretty much impossible in the course of less than 4 laps to decrease. But Hilbrand is going to give it everything that he has. The number 9 is Victor Gustafsson in 3rd place on your picture. Ippolito on his way to the victory at the European Championship, and Riccardo Longhi, who made his way in the meantime up to the 6th place in front of Francesco Celenta, as well as Noah Milel, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Marion Kramer's dropping position in the meantime down to 11.
Where's Longhi? There he is. There's Longhi in the background, the number 4. So Riccardo Longhi on the Birolart, number 4, is in 6th position, and this is a championship winning position for him. If we look back a little further, we will see him as we watch the battle for 4th between Renaudin and Iglesias. So there's Adrian Renaudin on the Sodi kart number 8. He's still trying to get himself into a decent position. He'll be top 5 in the championship with this run. So a good effort from the ever-consistent Frenchman. But if we look back, there is Longhi in the distance. That's Federer's kart. So Fabian Federer, who's already out, along with Stan Pex and Emilian Denner. Absolute disaster for the Frenchman, who is out of position. There is Longhi. There is Longhi in 6th position. So Riccardo Longhi in number 4 is in P6, and that's going to be enough, just unless Hilbrand can catch and pass Ippolito. But the gap has opened up to 2 seconds. You have to say, for Paolo Ippolito, this has been such an incredible drive. There he is, the Italian. What a way to end his season. He's going to finish up 3rd in the championship. An admirable performance from Paolo Ippolito, and all of the difficulties that have hit him in the last 12 months are ancient history.
Ancient history that is, and what a recovery it is for Paolo Ippolito. Your man on the picture, making the colors of CRG shine again on the international karting scene. After the victory of in KZ2 Giacomo Polini, he's on his way to sealing the deal and taking the victory on Omsol for the factory effort of CRG. This is the last lap, and he knows it. More than 2 seconds advantage for Paolo Ippolito on his way to win in Adria. Pedro Hilbrand in 2nd with Victor Gustafsson in 3rd. But in the meantime, if things stay like this, Riccardo Longhi will be crowned European champion in front of Pedro Hilbrand.
This is a fairy tale. CRG have been rebuilding. They brought in Jaime Iglesias. They brought in Alessandro Orlando. They even brought back Jaime Alguersuari to the team. But it's their trusty, loyal, faithful Paolo Ippolito, the man who was the victim in the Luca Corberi scandal last year, who is fighting his way back to brilliance. And he is the man who's going to bring CRG to the top step of the podium once more in KZ in the FIA Karting European Championship. Paolo Ippolito wins a brilliant race in fantastic style. But we need to look back, because the man in 6th position is going to be champion. He's done it! Riccardo Longhi is the European champion of 2021. P6 for Riccardo Longhi, the Birolard number 4. He does it by just 3 points in front of Hilbrand and Ippolito. Celebrations from CRG, from the reigning world champion Jaime Iglesias. He gets a fist bump as well from Adrian Renaudin. But there's one man who's even happier than Paolo Ippolito today. The team manager at Birolart Racing has become the king of it all. Riccardo Longhi. At one point in the weekend, it looked like it was over. It looked like it was done. It looked like he was history. But now Riccardo Longhi, by digging deep and fighting back, they're celebrating on the back straight. Riccardo Longhi and Marion Kramers. It's a fairy tale for the Birolart squad as Riccardo Longhi, number 4, becomes European champion. Paolo Ippolito gets a handshake from the legend that is Davide Fore. Paolo Ippolito wins from Pedro Hilbrand and Victor Gustafsson. Adrian Renaudin in front of Jaime Iglesias. And the new European champion, Riccardo Longhi. Francesco Salenta and Noah Milel from Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Simo Puhaka. Marin Kramers, Alexei Orlando, Douglas Lundberg, Jared Pex and Lorenzo Camplese.
Then we have further back Johan Segel crossing the line in 16 from Davide Forri and Matteo Vigano 18 and last. Can you believe it? Certainly the result of his troubles in the early stages of this race. But this will need to be investigated and a couple of questions will be asked. As you can see, Riccardo Longhi, the European champion, he knows it. His mechanics will have said him. Of course, he was calculating about this race and now he's crowned for the first time in his career European champion in the KZ class.
One of the nicest men you'll ever meet. Riccardo Longhi has been waiting for this for such a long time. And now Riccardo Longhi is European champion of 2021. An amazing fight for Riccardo Longhi. They never surrendered. They never held it up. You've got to feel for Emilion Denner. He so had that in his grasp. There was a chance for him to become European champion today. He held the lead in the points for most of that race. But the Frenchman on the Intrepid was unable to finish the job. We don't know the reason why, but Emilion Denner came so close to the victory. He is devastated, absolutely distraught with himself. You never come as close as that to winning a European Championship, and he's got to wait 12 months to do it all over again. But you can bet he is going to be back in 3 weeks at Kristianstad. He could become the new world champion.
Yes, of course. We're not quite done yet with the 2021 season. There's one round, and what round it is to go. This is the KZ World Champion on the Asum Ring of Kristianstad in 2 weeks' time. But Paolo Ippolito, in the meantime, sealed the deal beautifully with more than 2 seconds advantage at the checkered flag. What a win that was for Paolo Ippolito, and what a recovery that is as well for the Italian driver. Pedro Hilbrand secured second place in front of Victor Gustafsson. A strong team result for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing in front of Adrian Renaudin and Jaime Iglesias. A couple of drivers and a couple of strong names had to retire from this race. Matteo Massetani, Mirko Torsellini, Louis Beck and Emilion Denner, as well as Fabian Federer and Stan Pex. Can you believe it? 2 of the strongest title contenders in this season having to retire while battling with the hope of maybe clinching the title in the end. They will have none of it, unfortunately, as we saw an incident affecting Stan Pex. The reason is still unknown for Emilion Denner. Was it the result of a contact? Was it mechanical? This will be answered later, and we will keep you informed, of course. But in the meantime, Paolo Ippolito wins the second and closing round of the European Championship. Pedro Hilbrand is second, Victor Gustafsson in third. The man in 6th place is your new European champion after last year. It was Marin Kramers this time around. This is his teammate and friend, of course, Riccardo Longhi. What a season it has been so far for Longhi, who went on from being one of the strongest force in KZ2 in the KZ2 class, stepping to the KZ, where he actually showed flashes of brilliance, winning for the first time at this level in Wackersdorf. This weekend so far has been more difficult, and we thought coming to this final that it would be pretty much mission impossible, but the recovery has been beautiful from Riccardo Longhi. 7 places gained with the rage that he wanted to climb that title, and in the end it happened on his way. It just went his way for 3 little points. Riccardo Longhi is crowned European champion in front of Pedro Hilbrand. We didn't see that coming. Pedro Hilbrand mathematically was very much part of the contender circle, but with a very tiny chance considering the events that could happen into this race. But in the end, with the retirement of Emilion Denner as well as Stan Pex, and the difficulties affecting some of the contenders, including Matteo Vigano dropping all the way down to 18, then there was a bigger chance for Pedro Hilbrand, who did what he needed to, is stay ahead of the pack, giving everything that he had. But unfortunately for him, the gap had become just too big to climb in front of Paolo Ippolito. Still, second place in the championship and the vice European champion title for Pedro Hilbrand in front of Paolo Ippolito on the podium in front of Emilion Denner. This is a sore consolation for the Frenchman from the Intrepid Racing program. 4th in the end in this year's championship in front of Renaudin, Jaime Iglesias, Alex Orlando climbing to 7 in front of Gustafsson, Stan Pex and Simo Puhaka, running up the top 10 in the championship classification. But as it stands, What a battle this has been. An incredible ton of event and an incredible race with so many possibilities, so many contenders with a tiny chance that got bigger and bigger in the case of some of them, including Pedro Hilbrand. But in the end, Paolo Ippolito was the man to beat throughout the qualifying heats along with Matteo Vigano. He took his chance. Unfortunately for Vigano, it seems that we will need to see the footage again, but in just the proceeding of the start, just right after the lights went off, on the way to turn number 1, him and his teammate Victor Gustafsson went together just a little bit. Could it be the result of that incident that saw Matteo Vigano dropping so many positions and losing so much momentum throughout the race? That's a question still to be answered, but as a result, Matteo Vigano for the 3rd season running has been denied his chance to take the European title. 2019 had seen him crash at Sarno with Anthony Abbas. 2020 had seen him retire on this very track, unfortunately, and that really gave the end to his hopes. But this time around, another trouble actually denying him the chance to shine from pole position after what had been such a brilliant weekend from the Italian on home solo with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing squad. So in the end, this is another strong victory from Italy. We had Giacomo Polini in the KZ2 class. We had a brilliant 2nd place as well in the Academy Trophy from some of the regional young heroes. And this time around, Paolo Ippolito has been able to seal the deal and win on home soil. So a brilliant weekend for Italy with the national drivers that were the most represented out of the more than 50 nations present here in Adria to compete in the FIA Karting Championship. So you could feel that the local heroes were the most acquainted to the track, and they were able to find that little bit of extra pace to get the results they wanted. In the end, Ippolito, Hilbrand, Gustafsson, your top 3 of a splendid KZ final. That has been absolutely fantastic to follow from start to finish with battles, all the contenders battling tooth and nail against one another. But what a race that has been. Good progress through the pack from Adrian Renaudin claiming 5 positions up to 4th in front of Jaime Iglesias. Riccardo Longhi 7 places up to 6, and an European title to be rewarded with. 5 places gained as well for Lorenzo Complese from 20 to 15. As well as some of the strong efforts. Marion Kremers managed to knock on the door of the top 10 with 5 places recovered up to 11. And we saw actually a good effort from Marion Kremers, who knew that he had nothing to lose in this race after having scored 0 points, having to retire in the first final at Wackersdorf. This time around, qualifying didn't go his way, and that's fair to say that he wasn't particularly happy about it, as well as Riccardo Longhi and some of the drivers of the Birelart factory. After very difficult qualifying, they had to come back from the back end of the grid through a very competitive qualifying heats, which is always easier said than done. But this time around, it seems like in the final refresher rubber on, they find the right trick, they find the setup and what they needed to perform. And both Kremers and Longhi were very, very fast, at least faster than they had been showing through the course of the weekend. Really driving together with Kremers supporting, so to speak, Riccardo Longhi in his quest to the European title. So we're waiting in just a few moments before the podium ceremony that is about to start. Jake Sanson is down there, hopefully with the top 3 drivers on their way to the podium. In just a few moments, we're going to be rewarding for the last time this season in the European Championship, at least, the trophies and flowers. Paolo Ippolito, Pedro Hilbrand, and Victor Gustafsson, last year's winner of the European Championship in the KZ2 category, this time on the podium in KZ. Gustafsson finishing 8th for his first season on top of the karting world. So way to go for Victor Gustafsson, who had a bit of a troublesome start, so to speak, as he had a good start indeed, but Matteo Vigano was on his way trying to shut the door, and he actually left a bit of space for Paolo Ippolito to make his way through, take the lead, and from then on, he was uncatchable. 24 laps later, it was a fair and square win with 2.2 seconds in front of Pedro Hilbrand. At some point, we thought that Hilbrand actually, who made his way through the field beautifully, could have been able to catch up with the leader, but 1.6 seconds at some point where his chance to take the title was the biggest, actually, but he was obviously unaware of what was happening behind him, as Stan Pex and Emilian Denner had to retire. His mission was simple, trying to catch up with Paolo Ippolito with 1.6 seconds at this stage of the weekend. At this level of racing is pretty much mission impossible looking at the pace that Paolo Ippolito had been going. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to conclude this year's European Championship with one last podium. This will be the last of the weekend here in Adria. And before giving the voice and the word to Jake Sanson, who's waiting for the top 2 drivers and the team managers to make their way to the podium. This is, of course, my pleasure to thank you once again, everybody, for being part of this event, for tuning in wherever you were in the world live on FIAKarting.com with the live streaming brought to you by the RGMMC Group and the live timing brought to you by Apex Timing or their partners in the FIA Karting competition. Thanks again to the Federation and to the Adria Karting Raceway for hosting this beautiful event and making sure that everything went smoothly and according to plan. This has been a great event to follow everywhere on social media as well. We were live on YouTube, Facebook, and of course official results will be published on FIAKarting.com, as well as the highlights of this weekend made available to you in just a few days on Facebook, Instagram, as well as on FIA Karting, the YouTube channel official of the top of the top of karting competition. So thanks again for joining us, and of course we will see you again after this event in 2 weeks time for the pinnacle of all races of this season, the FIA Karting World Championship for the KZ class, the International Super Cup for the KZ2, and the third and closing round of the Academy Trophy, all taking place on the beautiful Ring of Kristianstad in Sweden. We've been in Sweden on a couple of occasions, of course, over the past few seasons. The last time I can remember was 2018, but we went there as well in 2019, and 2017 was the last time that the gearbox classes went to Sweden. 2018 and 19 were about the direct drive classes, the OK in the OK Junior class. So this will be a fresh comeback for the KZ2 and the Academy Trophy classes on the Ring circuit in Sweden. So make sure to be there on the first weekend of September. And of course, we will have one more event in the FIA Karting season, the World Championship for the OK and the Junior classes taking place on the Beregu circuit in Brazil later on in the year at the beginning of December. So 2 more beautiful events coming up our way in the FIA Karting season. So make sure to tune in, as all information is being made available to you on FIAKarting.com. What a fantastic season it has been so far, as we have 2 more champions, Giacomo Polini in the KZ2 category and Riccardo Longhi in the KZ class. For the Academy Trophy, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, as we said, and 2 more titles to be crowned at Kristianstad and Berungri later in the season. In just a few moments, as I'm waiting for the signal from Jake Sanson to give him over the voice and presentation of the Academy Trophy, then it will be about time to conclude this weekend's proceedings on the Adria Karting Raceway. Beautiful event that it has been, as we're waiting for the podium ceremony. Paolo Ippolito, Pedro Hilbrand and Victor Gustafsson. Adrian Renaudin made it up to 4th place in front of Jaime Iglesias, Riccardo Longhi, Francesco Salenta, Noah Milel, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and 10th place for Simo Puhaka. For those of you who were joining us this afternoon and didn't see it through the qualifying heats, you might have surprised to see young Andrea Kimi Antonelli, 15 years of age, next week, making his debut in the KZ class. Of course, Kimi Antonelli has been one of the strongest forces in the direct drive classes for the past few seasons, taking the European Championship in the Junior and the OK class a couple of weeks ago on the International Circuit of Zuera in Spain. But this time around, he decided to take it one step further and tackle the challenge of the KZ class. And what a challenge it has been! What a debut! Sorry, it has been for the young Italian, claiming pole position on his first qualifying session ever in the KZ class, and then taking 2 third place results in the qualifying heats. Of course, his last race and the final has been more difficult, but still he managed to finish within the top 10 in 9th place. Of course, he won't be able to collect any points for the European Championship since he was registered as a wild card, but watch out for young Andrea Kimi Antonelli at the World Championship, as he will be competing in Kristianstad in 2 weeks' time. So there's more to see from Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who's going to be tackling KZ for the entire season next year in 2022. After that, Andrea Antonelli, of course, is expected to take it even one step further and start in the single-seater. We're not there yet, but in just a few moments, I think the drivers are here, and Jake Sanson is about to get going. Here we go, Jake.
Well, what a fantastic end to the season it is in the KZ European Championship. Our 3 drivers will make their way to the podium after a sensational display. In 3rd position for Sweden, Victor Gustafsson. An excellent performance from Victor, his first KZ podium after a sensational display in the final here at Adria. In 2nd position for Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand. An epic job from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. They've been absolutely amazing, and to have 2 drivers on the podium, what a way to end it. But for Italy, your race winner, Paolo Ippolito! And your winning team manager for the CRG Racing team, please welcome Andrea Tudisco! A sensational result for the CRG Racing team, and in deference to our winner on the podium, Paolo Ippolito, the national anthem for Italy. A spectacular end to the season, and what a podium to crown the 2021 end of the term atmosphere. In 3rd position for Sweden, Victor Gustafsson! And in 2nd position for Spain, Pedro Hiltbrand! But your race winner of the season finale for Italy, Paolo Ippolito! And a great victory for the CRG Racing team. Congratulations, Andrea Tudisco! Our drivers will now hold their trophies and flowers aloft so that the cameras can get their fantastic picture at the end of an amazing day of racing. 3 weeks from now, the drivers will continue their quest as they now take on the World Championship at Kristianstad in Sweden in 3 weeks. But what an end to the season in KZ in the European Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, Victor Gustafsson, Pedro Hiltbrand, and your race winner, Paolo Ippolito! From everybody here at Adria Karting Raceway, from myself, Jake Sanson, and my colleague, Guillaume Alvarez, and from everyone from the RGMMC group, we hope you've enjoyed the exceptional battles of the FIA Karting Championship in Europe. Congratulations to Riccardo Longhi, the European champion, after a fabulous battle in this 2021 season. There will be a photograph for the top 3 drivers in the KZ European Championship after the proceedings. But thank you all very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again 3 weeks from now at Kristianstad in Sweden. from all of us here, arrivederci!
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.